Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Naiva. I'm jolted awake by a sharp yank on the chain that binds my wrists. Pain radiates up my arms, the heavy iron cuffs refusing even a sliver of comfort. It's hard to remember a time when my skin wasn't stained by steel. The wagon I'm in sways violently over uneven ground, making my stomach churn as dust clouds my nostrils. The air here tastes different, salty, laden with sea brine. It must be the coast of Milthar, the legendary island of the Minotaurs. Another jolt. The guard next to me sneers and tugs harder, as though I'm nothing but a disobedient mule. I stare at his hulking shape, at the fur cresting the top of his enormous shoulders. Even seated, he towers over me. He flicks an ear my way, noticing I've opened my eyes. "Move," he snaps. I consider a biting remark, but keep my mouth shut. He probably wants an excuse to break my jaw. Not that I'd go down quietly, but every bit of strength is precious. We're so close to our destination that I can practically feel the thick walls closing in, and I want all my senses sharp. I see the ivory bastion before we reach its colossal gates. Sunlight glints off pale limestone towers carved into the high cliffs. The entire fortress looms like a bleached sentinel, standing watch over the restless sea. Massive spires of gleaming stone pierce the sky, each topped with iron spikes to deter would-be climbers. My heart thuds, but I will my expression to remain cool. A heavy portcullis opens, operated by thick ropes and counterweights that hiss and groan. The interior yard is a chaos of activity. Minotaur guards guiding chained humans, Minotaur blacksmiths hammering at a forge, and lines of indentured workers hauling crates. Everywhere there's the tang of sweat, metal, and sun-baked stone. I stumble off the wagon. The guard at my side jerks me forward, away from the line of other new arrivals. They're led to a different gate. Maybe they're the ones with lighter sentences, petty theft or minor crimes. My crimes, I assume, sit at the top of the Minotaur Book of Wrongs. A second guard, this one with grey streaked fur and a chipped horn, eyes me. "That her?" His voice is deep, each word a gravelly punch to the ears. "That's her." They both stare as if I'm something to be carved up and sold for parts. I clench my jaw and lift my chin, ignoring the ache in my shoulders. "So you're the one who burned that dark elf vessel. Didn't expect you to be so small," the older one mutters. I keep silent. If I speak now, it'll be with venom, and I need to survive whatever interrogation they have planned. The older guard snaps his fingers, and 3 more Minotaurs materialize from the swirling dust, forming a tight cordon around me. They march me across a wide courtyard. Sweat slides down my neck. Every footstep echoes off tall marble pillars that line a broad walkway. Intricate carvings of horned warriors decorate each column. Some ancient hero, I guess, or maybe a tribute to the goddess Zukiev. We approach a set of massive doors, each etched with swirling patterns reminiscent of waves. A sign overhead proclaims, "This is the Ivory Bastion's intake hall." It's open air at the front, but a heavy gate at the far end implies that beyond it lies a labyrinth of corridors and cells. My escorts shove me forward. I glare at the biggest guard and mutter, "Sweet cinders, I can walk on my own." He merely snorts. "Don't care if you can walk or fly. You'll do what we say." The intake hall is even busier than outside. A line of humans, orcs, and a few minotaurs stand in front of a rough-hewn table, each waiting to be processed. Cries and curses fill the space as sentencing officers scribble notes on parchment. Minotaur scribes scuttle around with quills stuck behind their tufted ears. I'm manhandled to the front, skipping the line. Several sets of eyes follow me, some with pity, some with a kind of triumphant malice. One of the scribes, a gaunt minotaur with bronze fur, eyes me over the edge of his parchment and calls out, "Next!" The older guard steps forward. Name: Naeva Viren, human, political, high-level offence, suspected sabotage, arson on a dark elf vessel, multiple deaths. He makes me sound like a savage. I bite my tongue. The scribe looks up. His gaze flicks to my forearms, where faint burn scars lace my skin. "You lit that slave ship on fire." "Would you prefer I let them traffic people?" I ask, voice razor sharp. One of the guards whacks the back of my knee with a baton. I drop to a kneel, biting back a pained cry. "Quiet," he says. "Enough," the scribe murmurs. He jots some notes, then points his quill at me. Category: arena fodder. My teeth clench. Arena fodder. That's what they call high-risk criminals who are better off thrown to the gladiatorial pit. If I expected a real trial, I won't find it in the Ivory Bastion. The scribe continues, ignoring the wild pounding of my heart. "Chain her in the holding pen. Arena schedule is posted tomorrow." Sweat breaks out under my tattered shirt. The guard's baton whisks through the air again, tapping my shoulder in a silent command to stand. The others yank me upright. My legs are so stiff from days in the wagon that I nearly stumble, but I refuse to fall. I meet the scribe's eyes. "You just sign people away to die?" He shrugs with a dismissive wave. "If you're guilty, that's the price. Move along." "Bastard!" I hiss under my breath. The guard gives me a warning glance, but he doesn't strike me again. Not yet. They drag me through the next gate, leading into a corridor that smells of damp stone and old sweat. At intervals, narrow windows let in slices of daylight. I glimpse more of this fortress, a courtyard with training dummies, a distant ring that must be the famed arena, and beyond that, the endless sea. My eyes burn as I take in the expanse of ocean. I've seen seas before, but never from a vantage like this. It's almost beautiful. Too bad it's overshadowed by the fortress walls. We pass a cluster of Minotaur guards. They step aside, exchanging hushed remarks about me. One says, "I heard she killed a whole boat full of dark elves." Another retorts, "That's not even a crime. They're vile creatures. Must be something else." I almost laugh. They hate the dark elves too, but apparently I did it wrong by damaging a trade route. Typical. We round a corner and come face to chest with the largest Minotaur I've seen yet. He's at least 2 heads taller than the older guard, with broad shoulders and a posture that screams authority. Dark sable fur covers his arms, and 2 curved horns, black-tipped with subtle silver lines, frame a face that's eerily calm. His eyes are deep amber, and they lock on me with a slow, measuring look. Everything about him radiates control. There's a scar that runs across his brow, and it twitches when his gaze drops to my chains. He says nothing for a moment. One of my escorts clears his throat. "Warden Saru." Warden. So this is the rumoured warden of the Ivory Bastion. I've heard he used to be a general, or something near that rank, before a public fall from grace. He's silent, but his presence is enough to still the entire corridor. Several Minotaurs nearby bow their heads, an acknowledgement of his status. I'm the only one who doesn't lower my eyes. Saru's gaze flicks down to my wrists, to the chafing red skin under the metal cuffs. Then he looks at my face. My jaw clenches, but I hold his stare. I won't cower. He speaks, and his voice is a low resonance that hums in my bones. Where do you plan to keep her? The older guard steps forward. She's set for the arena, sir. High-level threat. Sabotage. The scribe designated her as fodder. Saru's eyes linger on me a moment longer, as if searching for something. Or maybe he's just cataloguing my potential weaknesses. Arena fodder, he echoes, the words stripped bare of emotion. Yes, sir, the guard replies. For a beat, Saru says nothing. A muscle in his thick neck moves, and then he nods once. Proceed, he orders quietly. He steps aside, and we pass him. My heart is pounding. If I expected any attempt at mercy, that didn't happen. Not that I truly believed a Minotaur warden would offer me a gentle hand, but I had some foolish hope that maybe he'd question sending me to die. Instead, he confirmed it with one word. The guards pull me forward. I swallow the knot of fear building in my throat. No one will ever own me again, I tell myself. I might be caged, but my will is still my own. I hear the warden's footsteps recede behind us. I chance a glance over my shoulder just long enough to see him standing rigid, arms folded across his broad chest. He's watching, but his expression is unreadable. They take me down a tight spiral staircase, each step slick with condensation. Torches in metal sconces light the twisting path, and with each downward step, the air grows heavier, tinged with the smell of mould and sweat. We reach a corridor with barred cells on both sides. Moans and curses echo. This must be the holding wing for those slated for the arena. A guard points to an empty cell. In. I stand still, scanning the interior. A straw pallet on the floor, a bucket in the corner, a single drip of water trailing along the wall. My chest feels tight, but I force myself not to react. Giving them any sign of weakness is pointless. They unlock my cuffs just long enough to shove me inside. One guard slams the bars shut and clicks the lock in place. 2 remain behind, likely to guard me until my official registration is done. I rub my raw wrists and take in the gloom. There's no window, only a narrow gap high up, where a thread of light seeps through. A Minotaur stationed outside glances in my direction occasionally, his large arms crossed, tail swishing impatiently. I lower to the pallet, ignoring how the straw scratches my palms. My scars tingle in the damp air, a memory of the forging fires I once worked near. Dark elf magic, dark elf cruelty, the clang of chains. I close my eyes and exhale. I'm no stranger to captivity, but every second I spend behind these bars fuels my determination to break free. To them, I'm likely just a disposable tool for the arena, but I won't let myself become bloodsport for Minotaur amusement. A half hour passes in tense silence. The guard outside speaks in hushed tones to a subordinate, who arrives with a battered ledger. They're discussing scheduling. Words drift over. Tomorrow's match. High-level criminals. 8 contenders. 8. So they're preparing a group fight, or some spectacle. Typical Minotaur tradition. Let the criminals amuse the crowd, a blood-soaked show disguised as justice. He scrawls something on a parchment, then looks up at me. Stand, he orders. I roll to my feet, wiping sweat from my brow. I refuse to cower in the corner like some broken beast. The Minotaur unlocks the cell and signals me to come out. I comply slowly, scanning the corridor for a chance at escape. My chain-bound ankles are stiff, the shackles limiting any swift movement. Another guard grips me by the shoulder, leading me deeper into the bastion. We pass more cells, each filled with men and women. Some glance at me with hollow gazes. One orc sits cross-legged, quietly humming. The walls are thick stone, etched with old runes of Minotaur design. Everything in this place feels ancient, unyielding. We turn a corner and arrive at what looks like a small administrative chamber. A single table, a small stack of documents, a quill, and an inkpot. No windows. There's a tall minotaur with chestnut fur waiting, wearing partial armour that clinks when he moves. He nods curtly. "You are neither Viren?" he asks. My lips twist in a scowl. Evidently. He doesn't respond to my sarcasm. Instead, he flips through a few pages. Name, Niva. Age, mid-20s. Place of origin, Kashira, formerly human territory, now under dark elf influence. Crime, sabotage of a dark elf vessel leading to multiple noble casualties. Penalty, arena. I keep my face blank. He jots a final note. We schedule your first match tomorrow. Survive that, you'll face another, and so on. If you reach 100 victories, you can earn a reprieve. 100 victories? No one wins that many. It's basically a slow death sentence. My chest tightens. I breathe through the panic. The guard motions me out. We retrace our steps, returning to the corridor. This time they lead me up a separate staircase. There's a loud clang from above, as if a heavy gate is being drawn open. My heart races. Sunlight floods my vision when we emerge into a wide courtyard enclosed by high walls. It's different from the first courtyard. This one is simpler, open, ringed with wooden benches. A few minotaurs lounge about, some in partial armour, others in plain tunics. Their gazes fall on me, lingering with curiosity or boredom. "Wait here," the guard says. He steps away, leaving me under the watchful eye of 2 armed minotaurs. An uneasy silence settles. Then footsteps, heavy, measured, approach from behind. I turn and find myself face to chest with Saru again. He looks precisely as before, tall, imposing, horns curved like living blades. Up close, I notice old scars crossing his broad chest, faint lines beneath his armour. He radiates a quiet tension, as if every motion is deliberately contained. He studies me, eyes narrowed. "You're new to the bastion." A dull laugh escapes my throat. "Maybe the chains didn't tip you off?" He lifts his chin slightly, ignoring my jab. "They say you destroyed a dark elf ship." "They say a lot of things." His brow furrows, and for a moment I glimpse a flicker of something in his amber eyes. Curiosity, maybe. "That's a high offence in Minotaur law," he says. "Sabotage of a recognised trade route is punishable by death or the arena." Trade route. Bitterness oozes out in my tone. That was a slave ship. The only trade they practiced was in stolen lives. His gaze shifts across my expression. I don't see judgment or pity, just cool assessment. Minotaurs famously despise dark elves, but maybe this fortress has its own brand of neutrality. "Your first match is tomorrow." He says it without emotion. I clench my fists. "You're proud of that? Making people fight to the death for your amusement?" He doesn't flinch. "We don't do it for amusement. It is our tradition of justice." "Justice," I repeat. My pulse thrums. "Right." He exhales, nostrils flaring, then gestures to a guard. "Take her for medical inspection. No point in sending her half dead into the pit." The guard steps forward, but I stay rooted. My body screams to bolt, though it's impossible with these chains. "Thanks for your concern, Warden," I say with biting sarcasm, "but I don't need your courtesy." Saru's jaw muscles tighten. "Move," he instructs, voice low. A wave of helpless fury rushes through me. I want to spit at him, or lash out with everything I have, but that would be suicide. I bite my lip until I taste copper, forcing myself to keep pace as the guard pulls me away. Behind us, I sense Saru's gaze lingering, that silent authority pressing down on me. My back prickles with the awareness that he's still there, standing motionless like a sentinel. The guard leads me into a small chamber on the opposite side of the courtyard. 2 Minotaur medics wait, one holding a rag soaked in some pungent disinfectant. They say nothing as they check me for injuries, prodding at bruises on my ribs, wiping dried blood from a scrape on my cheek. One of them grunts and gestures for me to rinse my mouth in a basin of stale water. I comply, though it tastes foul. The entire time I'm trying not to lash out. It's an exercise in patience I've never had to practice before. "You'll do," one of the medics says at last. "No fever, no broken bones. She's healthy enough for the pit." "And if I wasn't?" He shrugs. "They'd wait until you healed." "Great, so they'll just keep me alive to feed me to the arena crowd." When the medics finish, the guard returns me to a different cell block. This one is on ground level, separated by iron bars from the main yard. The cell has a narrow bed of straw and a water jug. Still a prison, but at least there's a faint draught of air that smells like salt and old stone. One of the Minotaurs locks the cell door. He and his companion stomp away, disappearing around a corner. I'm alone again. I slump onto the straw bed, massaging my sore wrists. A wave of exhaustion hits me, but I fight the urge to curl up and sleep. My mind whirls, replaying everything that's happened in the last few hours. The intake hall, the scribe labelling me arena fodder, the warden's cold stare. Saru. I hate how he unnerves me. He's a living wall, built of discipline, and I can't decide if that's better or worse than dealing with someone who openly relishes cruelty. At least with a sadist, I'd know what to expect. With him, I sense there might be more beneath that calm. A metallic clank draws my attention. In the yard, a line of indentured workers is carrying crates toward a storage building. They wear simple tunics, and their expressions are dull with the monotony of labour. A few glance my way, as if reminding me that not everyone in the bastion is doomed. Some are here by contract, 7 years of labour instead of open slavery. My stomach twists at the knowledge that I'm not even offered that chance. My crime is too severe. I shift on the straw, wincing at a bruise on my hip. Memories claw their way back. The dark elf artificer who once kept me in chains, the hiss of chaos-infused forges, the stench of burning metal. I rub at a raised scar on my forearm where molten slag scorched me years ago. No one will ever own me again. The vow burns through my mind. That's what's keeping me from collapsing in despair. Even if tomorrow I'm pushed into a ring to fight until I drop, I'll do it on my terms. I won't let them break my spirit. At some point, the sky outside shifts from afternoon brightness to the golden hue of early evening. My stomach growls. No one offers me food. Maybe they think I'll be dead soon. Footsteps echo along the corridor. A female minotaur, a fiepakak by the worn look of her uniform, stops by my cell door, sliding a wooden bowl of porridge through the bars. She doesn't meet my eyes. I sniff the bowl. It's lumpy, smells faintly of grain. My hunger wins. I gulp it down, ignoring the bland taste. At least it's something. When I finish, she collects the bowl and trudges away. Silence returns. The hours drag on. I pace the cell, testing the bars with idle curiosity. Solid. The walls are equally impenetrable. I'm used to captivity, but my heart still pounds with the longing to run. Night falls. The corridor torches blaze, sending flickering shadows across the ground. I lie on the straw bed, eyes open. My mind refuses to shut down. I keep thinking of the warden, Saru, and how he looked at me. So calm, so unreadable. I wonder if he'll be watching tomorrow as I'm thrown into combat. Will he feel even a flicker of remorse? Or is he so numb that my life means less than an insect under his hooves? That last thought pricks an unexpected sense of, not exactly anger, more like a grim challenge. A part of me wants him to see exactly who I am. Maybe I want him to regret letting me slip away so easily. Eventually I drift into a restless doze, body curled protectively around my knees. Dreams come in disjointed fragments. The roar of fire, the creaking of a slave ship, the crack of a whip, a minotaur's unreadable stare. I jerk awake to a harsh rattling on the bars. Another guard stands there, annoyance etched on his wide muzzle. He gestures for me to rise. "Get up," he says. "You're wanted in the yard at dawn." I scramble to my feet. My entire body aches, but I hide any sign of weakness behind a glare. "Another inspection?" He just grunts, unlocking the cell door. "Orders from the top." I assume he means Saru. The chain around my ankles rattles as I step forward. I run my tongue over my dry lips. Dawn's first light spills across the courtyard, revealing a strip of bright sky. A trembling breath leaves me. This day might be my last if they toss me into the arena, but I won't give them the satisfaction of seeing me cower. My fists curl at my sides as I let the guard lead me. Cold determination settles in my chest. No matter how monstrous this fortress is, no matter how towering the minotaurs are, I survived the dark elves' cruelty. I survived forging fires that seared flesh from bone. No one here can break me unless I hand them the pieces. I repeat that mantra with every step through the corridor, letting defiance harden my spine. Even if the entire bastion sees me as a doomed opponent for their blood sport, I'll make sure they remember my name. And if I cross paths with Warden Saru again, I'll stare him in the eyes and remind him, I might be caged, but I will never be owned. I don't realise I'm saying those last words under my breath until the guard glances back with a frown. That frown deepens, but he doesn't respond. He simply shoves me into another open-air courtyard. Light blinds me for a moment, the sky a vivid blue streaked with faint clouds. When my vision adjusts, I see a ring of minotaurs, some in armour, some in plain cloth, each armed with either a spear or a sword. They seem to be training. In the centre stands Saru, thick arms folded, horns gleaming in the morning sun. He looks up at my entrance, and our eyes lock. My heart gives an uneasy lurch. There's no hostility in his gaze, just that steady, penetrating calm. He tilts his head as though judging every shift of my posture, every twitch of my muscle. I swallow hard, meeting his stare with all the fire I can muster. "What now?" I ask, voice carrying across the courtyard. He doesn't answer immediately. The group of minotaurs around him pause, turning to watch. Saru strides forward with measured steps until he's only a couple paces away. He's massive. I feel dwarfed by the breadth of his shoulders, the quiet power in each movement. Yet I hold my ground. "You fight in the arena today," Saru says in that low, deliberate tone. "You'll be armed. If you impress the bastion, you might last another day." I grit my teeth. Generous. Something flickers across his eyes, like the ghost of an unspoken thought. I'm half certain he's about to say more, but he stays silent. Instead, he nods to the guard beside me. "Take her to the pit," he commands, and just like that, the final blow lands. I'm going straight to the ring, not even allowed another hour to steady my mind. Fear coils in my stomach, but I bury it. My only armour is the refusal to show them I'm afraid. The guard's hand clamps down on my arm again. I ignore the urge to recoil, focusing on Saru's face. Something about the way he watches me suggests he's not entirely indifferent. But maybe that's just another trick of hope I can't afford. I square my shoulders, offering him one final glare. "No matter what happens in that ring," I say softly, "I don't belong to you, or to anyone." He says nothing, and the silence weighs heavier than a shouted order. The guard tugs, and I follow, every muscle taut with tension. A swirl of dread and fierce determination thrums in my veins. I'm moments away from stepping into an arena where I'm marked as prey. But I'll fight. Even if it's a hopeless clash, I'll fight. I cling to that vow, letting it fuel each step across the courtyard. The minotaurs part, eyes gleaming with curiosity or cold detachment. Saru remains near the centre, watchful and unyielding, a fortress within the fortress. My fate in the bastion has begun, and I will meet it with teeth bared.
Chapter 2. Saru. Morning light cuts across the high towers of the ivory bastion, illuminating the polished walls that have stood for generations of my people. I stand on one of the fortress's upper terraces, letting the salted wind hit my face. From here I can see the main courtyard far below, where fresh arrivals are processed. Most enter quietly, determined to finish their indenture or wait out a smaller charge. Others come through in chains designated for the arena, sentenced to repay their crimes with blood. My chest feels tight as I consider all the men and women who shuffle into the bastion with empty eyes. I once believed the system was straightforward. Break our laws, face the consequences. But my time as warden has taught me that lines blur in the real world. Honor can be tainted by politics. Mercy can be overshadowed by the need for spectacle. I've tried to run this prison as fairly as possible, but in a place like the Ivory Bastion, fairness is shaped by stone walls and ancient traditions. A messenger approaches, panting from running up the steep flights. He's a Zotkok guard with broad horns etched by minor decorative carvings, markings that signal he's fought at least once in the arena. After a quick salute, he hands me the day's prison manifest on a rolled parchment. "Warden Saru," he says, voice quivering from exertion. "Here's the updated list of arrivals." He hesitates, eyeing the silent vantage point behind me. "Some new cases might require your attention." I nod and motion for him to leave. These days, I prefer reading these documents alone. Within these pages lurk names that might threaten the Bastion's balance or stir the Senate's anger. That's the reality of a fortress that houses political prisoners alongside violent offenders. I unroll the parchment. The script is crisp but rushed, listing each arrival by name, race, alleged crime, and recommended classification. My gaze skims over half a dozen minor thieves. I linger momentarily on an orc sentenced for fighting in a Minotaur port. He'll probably serve forced labor. Then my eyes catch a particular entry. Name, Naeva Virane. Race, human. Crime, sabotage of Dark Elf trade vessel. Multiple fatalities, including a noble heir. Recommended classification, arena fodder. She arrived yesterday. I remember noticing her in the corridor, short for a human, but with a presence that cut through the space. She had black hair in ragged waves, scarred forearms, and a stare that refused to drop. Her defiance radiated so strongly that I felt it in my chest. "Arena fodder," the manifest says. Usually that sentence stays unless I see a compelling reason to intervene. But a flicker of recognition sparks in the back of my mind. I scan further to find a small notation scribbled next to her name, Vessel ID Therathel. That's the Dark Elf ship that nearly claimed the life of my sister Vera. My jaw clenches as memories strike. 5 months ago, Vera traveled to negotiate a delicate trade arrangement with allied merchants. She never made it on board because the vessel went up in flames, rumored to be sabotage. The official story said a human saboteur caused the ship's engines to explode. The Dark Elves lost one of their minor nobles in the fire. Vira, running late to the port, escaped the disaster by a breath. She wrote me soon after, explaining her narrow miss. If the saboteur had waited even an hour, Vera would have been on that deck. I clutched the parchment, grappling with conflicting emotions. This woman is directly responsible for multiple deaths, but she might also be the reason my sister is alive. If Vera had boarded the ship, she could have died alongside those Dark Elves. The thought sends a strange chill through me. The Bastion's official stance is that sabotage of a recognized vessel Dark Elf or otherwise is a serious offense. The Senate demands strict justice because such sabotage disrupts trade, tarnishing Milthar's maritime law. I recall the glimpse I had of Neva. Fierce eyes, bruised wrists, a posture that suggested she'd battled to her last breath. She didn't cower even when guards circled her. The standard procedure is to throw her into the arena. Let her earn her fate or die in the pit. It should be a simple decision. The Senate has already labeled her a major threat. I sense something more about her, a presence that's difficult to ignore. Part of me, the ex-general who served in multiple campaigns, sees potential someone with cunning, someone who can adapt under pressure. I also have a personal stake. She saved Vera's life. Indirectly, yes, but still. I pinched the corner of the parchment, pressing it between my thumb and finger. The Senate would have my head if I show leniency. They want to maintain stable alliances with any non-Dark Elf partners, and they certainly don't want to provoke the Dark Elves right now. Still, an urge I can't ignore gnaws at me. Vera is all I have left of my immediate family after. No, I won't dwell on that. I reach a decision, one I'll cloak under a pretense of tactical advantage. If I place this woman under control duty, I can monitor her actions. If she's truly a threat, I'll see it firsthand. But if she's more than just a saboteur, maybe I can glean the truth of what happened on that ship. I let out a slow exhale, then descend into the corridors below. My footsteps echo on stone floors engraved with runic patterns that date back centuries. Torchlight reveals worn tapestries along the walls, depicting scenes of Minotaur heroes battling monstrous sea creatures. I follow a path that leads to a wide archway, the administrative hall where guard captains gather for the day's updates. Inside, Captain Devore stands by a large table spread with maps of the Bastion's wings. He's a broad-shouldered Minotaur with amber fur and an old scar across his left horn. The other guard captains sit in chairs around the table, discussing rotations, contraband checks, and new arrivals. Davor sees me approach and straightens, saluting. The others follow suit. "Warden," he says, voice measured. "We have the updated rosters for the next arena matches. Some names on the docket seem unusual." He glances down at the parchment in my hands. I tilt my head and offer it. "You're referring to the human woman, Neva Viren?" "Yes. She's scheduled for the pit tomorrow, but the Senate's notice is that she mustn't survive." His words make me bristle. It's not unusual for the Senate to issue hush orders, especially in cases involving Dark Elf nobles. Still, hearing it stated so plainly irritates me. I set the parchment on the table. "Reassign her from the immediate pit schedule. Place her under controlled duty." A few captains exchange perplexed glances. One, a younger Minotaur named Galot, wrinkles his muzzle. "Sir, the Senate wants her executed quickly. Are we?" "You have your orders," I say, voice cool. "If the Senate questions us, we'll explain we want to verify her involvement in that sabotage. She may have information about how the Dark Elves tampered with trade routes. Could be valuable for Miltar's naval defense." It's not a lie. The Senate does love intelligence that can be used to strengthen our maritime hold. But the real reason is the memory of Vera's near disaster. Perhaps the knowledge that a single human sabotage saved her is worth investigating. Davor clears his throat. "Sir, how do we handle her day to day?" "She won't roam free. Assign 2 guards to watch her every move. She'll be given small tasks, inventory in the armory, cleaning, nothing involving direct contact with other prisoners." I tap the parchment. Document everything. If she tries to escape, we put her down. If she cooperates, we keep the arrangement. Simple enough. The captains nod, though tension vibrates through the room. I'm well aware that some believe I'm going soft. They remember me as the general who once commanded fleets, who upheld discipline with an iron code. They also know the scandal that chained me to this position, the rumors that swirl around my killing a family member in the arena. Some avoid meeting my eyes, uncertain how far my convictions extend. I can't show uncertainty. So I maintain a stony gaze, ignoring the flicker of discomfort in my gut. "Dismissed," I say. The captains salute and disperse. Devore lingers, his tail swishing across the floor in cautious arcs. "Warden," he murmurs. "I'll see to her reassignment personally." "Do that," I reply, turning on my heel and striding out. I wind my way down a series of stone passages, each lined with iron sconces that hold flickering torches. At intervals, narrow vents let in fresh air, carrying the tang of the sea. The deeper wings of the bastion always feel claustrophobic, heavy doors, reinforced gates, the echo of distant voices. My hooves strike the ground in a deliberate rhythm as I recall the day Vera sent me that letter. She'd scrawled a quick, urgent message explaining how a human saboteur's destructive act inadvertently saved her life. At the time, I cursed the saboteur for blowing up a trade vessel that could have kept tenuous peace with the Dark Elves. Yet I silently thanked them for sparing Vera. Now that person sits within the bastion's walls, marked for a swift death. It feels like fate is pushing me to weigh honor against gratitude. I pause at a barred window that overlooks the small training yard. A group of Kimtivkus, indentured workers, practices spear drills under the watchful eye of a lower officer. They move in unison, sweat darkening their tunics. In the corner stands Naiva. She's flanked by 2 armed guards. A fresh bruise shadows her jaw, and her wrists look raw from rough manhandling. She's not part of the spear line. She simply stands in place, apparently waiting for new orders. The breeze lifts strands of her black hair, revealing scars that crawl across her neck and forearms. They're the kind of scars acquired from labor near scorching metal or explosives. My instincts guess she's more dangerous than her small frame suggests. Her gaze flicks up, catching sight of me behind the bars. Our eyes meet for a single breath. Her expression is a swirl of anger and quiet challenge, as if daring me to keep watching. I hold her stare, forcing my own features to remain impassive. She breaks the connection first, spitting on the ground. One of the guards barks something at her, but she doesn't respond. She merely sets her shoulders and straightens her posture as though refusing to be cowed. I step away from the window. My next stop is my office, a chamber adjacent to the bastion's main armory. The corridor leading there is lined with trophies from past victories. Rusted swords, battered shields, a few helmets from foreign foes. Normally, these relics stir a sense of pride in me, the memory of defending Milthar's borders. Today, I feel only a dull ache. When I enter my office, I find a fresh stack of correspondence on the large wooden desk. Letters from Senate members, supply requisitions, and updated schedules for upcoming arena events are heaped in a disorderly pile. I grimace and begin sorting them. The Senate's messages always carry that official stamp, a stylized Minotaur horn crest. Each letter is stuffed with commentary on the bastion's finances, the cost of feeding prisoners, or the results of particular gladiator matches. One note mentions the potential arrival of Dark Elf envoys, an event that sends a bitter taste to the back of my throat. The Senate loathes the Dark Elves as much as any Minotaur, but politics demands we keep certain trade channels open. I spot a smaller envelope bearing the personal mark of my sister, Vera, the swirling wave pattern of House Rektal. That's how she signs her letters. I set everything else aside and open it carefully. Saru heard from a few tongues at the Senate that the Bastion has received an individual connected to the Therathel sabotage. If it's the same woman, then we have an unexpected intersection of fate here. I know the Senate demands she be dealt with, but remember this woman saved me from a dark end. Perhaps we owe her a fraction of consideration. The storms on the horizon are stronger than you think, brother. Don't let her drown if she can still be of use to Miltar, and maybe to you. Vera. My throat constricts. Vera has a talent for saying much with few words. I can almost see her lifting one brow, that inquisitive look she's had since childhood. She's a senator now, but I still picture her as the bright young girl who watched me train in the yard. The letter confirms everything I suspected. This saboteur is indeed the same figure who altered my sister's fate. I sit at the desk, pondering the message. Vera rarely urges me to bend rules, so this must be crucial to her. She clearly thinks the woman's existence matters beyond a mere condemnation. The question is how to act without incurring the Senate's wrath. They already look for excuses to discredit me, hoping to wash away any scandal from the day I was forced to kill my brother in the arena. They might call me soft, unfit, but ignoring Vera's words feels like a betrayal of the only family I have left. My mind drifts back to Niva's stance in the training yard. She has no illusions about her precarious position, and yet she doesn't wilt. A reluctant spark of admiration flickers. It's rare to see someone so determined. I rummage through the manifest until I find more details about her. She's listed as mid-20s from Kashira, a human port that fell under dark elf control years ago. That region is notorious for forging slaves. I can guess how she learned to sabotage an engine, forced labor in a dark elf forge, maybe gleaning secrets from their contraptions. A rap on the door interrupts my thoughts. It's Davor again, stepping inside with measured strides. He looks tense. "Warden," he begins. "We've moved Knave of Viren to a secure cell near the armory, as ordered." "Good. Keep her out of the general inmate population." "Understood." He hesitates. She's not cooperative, as expected. Refuses to speak unless spoken to and challenges any guard who tries intimidation. "She's not to be brutalized," I say, voice carrying an edge. "If someone mistakes her defiance for an excuse to beat her, they'll answer to me." Davor nods. "Yes, sir. Should we still plan on giving her a weapon if she's assigned to duty tasks?" That part seemed unusual. I pause, recalling her scars and the way she clutched her chains. "Give her the minimum needed for the job. If she's inventorying blades, ensure 2 guards stand by. If she's cleaning an anvil, let her have a rag, not a pick. She only needs enough tools to carry out orders." Davor rubs his chin. "And the Senate's directive that we send her to the arena tomorrow?" I clench my hands on the desk. That directive is on hold until further notice. I'll handle any questions they have. My voice resonates with finality. "All right," he says, stepping back toward the door. "We'll do as you command, Warden." He turns and leaves, shutting the door behind him. Silence reclaims the room. I breathe in, the air heavy with the faint smell of old parchment and lamp oil. The Bastion's never quiet for long, but in this office I can pretend I still have complete control. I rise and move to the window. Through the gap, I glimpse the main courtyard. Guards funnel a line of fresh prisoners toward the low-level cells. Indentured laborers gather in lines, distributing rations. I've overseen every corner of this place for the past few years, always guided by the principle that discipline keeps chaos at bay. Sometimes, though, it feels like I'm trying to contain an ocean with a broken net. I recall Niva's upturned stare as we crossed paths earlier. Her defiance lit something in me I can't name. Is it anger at her audacity? Respect for her refusal to bow? Maybe a bit of both. Regardless, it's strong enough to make me challenge the Senate's decree. Even if I couch it in strategic terms, I know the real reason. She saved Vera. Whether it was intentional or not, she performed an act that changed the course of my family's fate. I owe it to her, and to myself to figure out who she truly is. Another thought surfaces, one that I quickly bury. The memory of standing in the arena. That day I faced my own blood under an unyielding law. I banish the recollection to the recesses of my mind. That's not relevant right now. I step away from the window and head into the corridor, determined to see Niva's cell with my own eyes. Guards nod as I pass, though I feel their curiosity trailing in my wake. We wind down a flight of stairs leading to a lesser-used section near the armory. This area was designed for holding specialized criminals, those who might have skill sets worth exploiting. Davor stands guard outside a reinforced cell door. The moment he sees me, he gestures for the 2 lower-ranked minotaurs to step aside. "She's inside," he says quietly. "Likely still resentful, but not physically combative at the moment. We gave her a minimal meal." "Open it," I instruct. He slides the bolt free, and I step through, letting my eyes adjust to the dim interior. Torchlight dances across stone walls. In the far corner, Niva sits on a simple cot, chains still circling her ankles. Her black hair hangs in tangled swaths over her shoulders. When she sees me, her posture tenses. I notice fresh bruises near her wrists. My jaw sets. "Who chained her like that?" I ask, directing my question to Davor. He clears his throat from behind me. It was the same set she arrived with. We can switch them to something less severe if you wish. I give a curt nod, not breaking eye contact with Niva. Do so. The guards hurry to unfasten the heavier manacles. They replace them with a simpler chain that allows some movement, but won't let her dash out the cell door. She massages her freed wrists, the red marks stark against her tan skin. Silence stretches as I watch her. Her gaze flicks to me, lips curving into something that's half snarl, half tired sneer. "This is how you treat your prisoners of value?" she mutters. "You're alive," I reply flatly. "That's treatment enough, given what the Senate wants." She stands, slight wobble in her knees betraying exhaustion. Still, she forces herself to stand tall, arms crossed over her chest. I expect an angry retort, but she just regards me with a guarded look that seems half curiosity, half simmering rage. I study her. The shape of her face is sharp, accentuated by hollow cheeks. There's a scab near her jaw that must be from a guard's baton. Scars crisscross her forearms in patterns suggesting repeated burns like she once labored near forge fires or arcane contraptions. A part of me wonders how many injuries are hidden under her clothes. "Why am I here?" she says, voice tight. It's not phrased like a question, more like a challenge. I step closer, my hooves scraping softly on the worn floor. "I'm told you have knowledge that might be useful. Sabotaging a dark elf ship is no small feat. And I'll be direct, the Bastion values knowledge." She tilts her head, a dark gleam in her eyes. "You mean the Bastion values saving its own hide? The Senate's brand of justice wouldn't mind letting me rot if I couldn't be of use." My nostrils flare. She's not entirely wrong. "I need answers," I say at last. "How did you cause that ship to explode?" She shrugs, wincing a little as if the movement irritates a sore muscle. "Trial and error," she answers. "I broke the engine's wards, tampered with vital components, lit the place up from inside. If they were carrying contraband, it made everything go up in flames faster." Contraband. She must mean the illicit cargo that dark elf nobles sometimes smuggle, a mixture of chaos-forged weapons or experimental potions. That might have explained the quick, violent destruction. And it's news the Senate could exploit. My mind whirls with the potential. If we can confirm that dark elf shipments pose a risk, it strengthens Miltar's position to renegotiate certain trade terms. I cross my arms over my chest. "You realize if you keep to the official story, murdering a dark elf noble, that law condemns you to the arena." She doesn't flinch. I never thought I'd get out of here alive. So yes, I'm aware. There's a subtle tremor in her voice when she says that, though she tries to hide it with biting sarcasm. I regard her for a moment, remembering Vera's letter. This woman's sabotage saved my sister's life, even if unknowingly, and I'd be lying if I claimed it means nothing to me. "You have two choices," I say carefully, ignoring the flicker of doubt gnawing at my gut. "Either you remain in the standard track for the arena or you cooperate. If you cooperate, I can assign you to tasks within the Bastion. You'll still be a prisoner, but you may live a while longer." A dry laugh escapes her. "Cooperate? You mean become a lackey in your fortress of Minotaurs?" My lips press into a thin line. "You think me a tyrant?" "I think all of you have horns and walls high enough to keep out the sky. I've been in chains half my life. This is just one more prison, dressed up in white stone." She stares at me, and for an instant I see raw pain behind her harsh gaze. I recall that many humans, especially from dark elf-controlled regions, endure unimaginable cruelties. The Bastion might actually feel less brutal compared to some experiences. Yet it's still a cage. I inhale slowly, forcing my tone to remain level. "Our courts dictate that sabotage of a recognized vessel is punishable by death. That's not my personal invention. I'm offering a means to stay that sentence, at least temporarily." Her mouth twists. She looks away, refusing to let me see the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. It's the first time she doesn't hurl a retort, and it tells me more than any words could. Stepping back, I nod to the guard. Unchain her ankles as well, but keep a close watch. I meet her gaze again. You'll start with the armory's inventory tomorrow. A guard captain named Davor will oversee your tasks. She narrows her eyes. And if I refuse, then you go to the arena at dawn. I'm certain you'll fight well, but a single human can't outlast the Bastion's champion. Silence. Her shoulders slump a fraction, though her defiance remains. This is a devil's choice, she says at last. Call it what you like, but it's all you have. I turn to leave, the torchlight casting my shadow along the stone floor. As I approach the door, her voice stops me. Why keep me alive, Warden? She asks quietly. You said knowledge is valuable, but is that the only reason? I pause, not turning around. My pulse gives a peculiar jump. Memories swirl. Vera's letter, the day I read that manifest. The guilt of letting the Senate's laws overshadow my personal debts. We never know when an enemy might become an ally, I reply softly. That's reason enough. She doesn't respond. I step into the corridor, letting the door close behind me with a heavy thud. Davor stands outside, arms folded. He glances at me with curiosity. She's secured. Yes, unchain her, but keep her under watch. She starts tomorrow in the armory. A small frown creases his brow. Understood. Sir, if you don't mind me asking, did she tell you anything of use? She hinted at contraband on the Dark Elf vessel, potentially dangerous cargo. He nods, apparently satisfied by that explanation. We walk together down the corridor, the torches flickering overhead. You know the Senate might demand to see her in the arena anyway, he adds in a lower voice. Even if she's informative, they've invested a lot of political credit in convicting saboteurs who threaten trade. I clench my jaw. They can wait. I'm the Warden. I have the authority to extract any intelligence I see fit. If the Senate doesn't like it, they can come here themselves. His eyes flick to the scars on my horns. I know what he's thinking. I've faced the Senate once before, in a public trial for the life of my brother. I survived that crucible, so they can't intimidate me easily. Not anymore. We reach a branching intersection where a flight of stairs leads to the upper levels. Davor salutes. I'll see to it, Warden. The prisoner will be guarded at all times. Then he heads off, leaving me alone. My footfalls echo on the steps as I ascend. The weight of the bastion stone seems heavier than usual today. The entire fortress is a testament to Minotaur might, a statement that we stand unbroken on our island. At times, though, I wonder if the real prison is the honor code that keeps me bound here, repaying a debt that can never be erased. Reaching the next landing, I allow myself a moment to gaze through a narrow window overlooking the sea. Pale daylight glitters on rolling waves, the coastline jagged and formidable, just as the Minotaurs prefer. We're not a soft people. We thrive on conflict, forging solutions in the arena. But not every conflict is solved by bloodshed. There are shadows in politics that can't be cut down by a blade. Somewhere below, Nyva Viren is likely pacing in her cell, wrestling with frustration. She came here expecting to be thrown into a ring, and now she's offered a twisted reprieve. I wonder if she even believes it's real, or if she assumes it's some elaborate cruelty. I see that last flash of her eyes in my mind, a mixture of rage and something deeper, hope, maybe, or confusion. Either way, it stirs a strange resolve within me. She saved my sister's life, whether by chance or design. It's no small debt. Yet I can't compromise the Bastion's laws simply to repay her. The best I can do is walk this razor's edge, keep her breathing, and glean what knowledge she has. In return, I'll see if we can bend the rules enough to spare her from a pointless death. As I turn from the window, a guard hurries past, calling out that the next wave of arena challengers is being assembled for training. An unfamiliar heaviness tugs at my chest. Each day I watch men and women fight in that sandy pit, carrying bruises and fear. But I've never allowed sentiment to interfere with justice. Now my stance wavers, challenged by a single name on a manifest. I make my way to the training yard, ignoring the swirl of complicated thoughts. The sun glares down on the wide expanse as a group of guards drills with short swords, their strikes echoing. One or two glances in my direction, but they refocus quickly, aware the warden tolerates no laxity. A swirl of dust and sand stings my nostrils. I fold my arms and survey the yard. Over by a row of weapons stands, a handful of potential fighters practice with battered equipment. Some will enter the arena tomorrow, unprepared for the brutality that awaits them. Others are half resigned to their fate, numb after weeks of captivity. Neva won't be among them if my orders hold. Instead, she'll be in the armory, forced to count blades and secure the racks while guards hover at her shoulder. It's not freedom, but it's better than an immediate pit sentence. That's the best I can give her right now, until I gather enough ground to negotiate with the Senate, or until she gives me a reason to trust her more. As the clang of metal resonates through the yard, I inhale the tang of sweat and steel. My horns feel weighted down than usual, etched with names I cannot forget. The memory of my brother's face in the arena flashes through my mind, gone as quickly as it appeared. I force it down. That pain won't help me here. The sun dips lower, turning the sky a pale gold. Another day in the bastion. Another day overseeing a fortress that holds criminals, spies, and unfortunates in its jaws. My role is to maintain order, preserve Minotaur honor, and deliver justice. Yet justice no longer feels straightforward when I recall Niva's unwavering stare. I exhale, lifting a hand to rub the lines cut into my horns. Each line marks a vow or a memory. The last vow I etched was after my brother's downfall, to protect what remains of my family and never again allow politics to stain my conscience. Whether I want it or not, protecting Neva, for a time, serves that vow. Vera's letter weighs on my heart. If not for this human, Vera might be gone. I'll repay that debt in the only way I can. A postponed sentence, an uncertain reprieve. Tomorrow I will see if Naeva can follow orders. If she can keep her anger from sparking a brawl in the corridors. If she can do more than sabotage and fight. The Senate can protest all it wants. But so long as I hold the keys to this bastion, I make the rules inside these walls. My tail sweeps across the dusty ground behind me. My gaze drifts to the armory doors tucked against the outer wall, shadowed by the fading light. Yes, tomorrow is a test one she might fail or might pass. Either way, I can't pretend I'm indifferent anymore. That single name on the manifest has opened a path I didn't expect. I watched the last of the day's sunlight slip over the battlements, painting the bastion in a fleeting glow. The clang of weapons dulls as the guards wind down drills. In the gathering twilight, I allow myself one final lingering thought. Perhaps this is not just a matter of debts or intelligence. Perhaps it's the first time in years I felt a spark of something besides duty or regret. Then I shut that door in my mind and stride off to prepare for tomorrow's routine. I remain the warden after all, and I refuse to fail my post or my people.
Chapter 3. Neva. I wake to the clang of iron doors and the low snort of a Minotaur guard outside my cell. Dawn light filters through a narrow slit in the wall, but the corridor torches still burn. My wrists ache from yesterday's rough handling, and a dull throb in my side reminds me that this prison doesn't value comfort. If it's not bruises from guards, it's the constant strain of wearing chains meant to keep me compliant. The cell door creaks open, and 2 guards enter. One is a short Minotaur, if such a term applies to anything that stands nearly a head taller than me. The other has golden brown fur and an old scar carved across his muzzle. They carry themselves with that rigid discipline I'm beginning to associate with the Bastion. "On your feet," the scarred one says, voice gruff. I glare for a moment but push off the straw pallet. He might be bigger, but I've never been one to cower. My hair clings to my face in tangled strands as I stand. He nods once. Warden's orders. You're to assist with inventory in the private armory. A humorless laugh escapes me. Didn't realise you needed a human prisoner to count your shiny weapons. His brow twitches. Don't make this harder. Move. They lead me through a series of corridors that twist around the fortress's heart. The bastion is so large, it feels like a city within walls. Each section has its own unique atmosphere. Some halls echo with distant clangs of blacksmiths at work, while others remain tomb-still, as though centuries of secrets lurk in the stone. We pass a group of kimtivkus, indentured workers lugging crates of supplies. A few glance at me with curiosity, but none linger. Everyone here sticks to their duty, including me now, apparently. My stomach churns with tension. I'm not new to forced labour, but the notion of being assigned to Saru's personal domain sets my nerves on edge. I don't care if he's warden or some old war hero. He's still part of the system that keeps me locked away. The guards pause before a tall iron-banded door. One unlocks it with a thick key. Beyond, the private armory opens like an expansive chamber carved from stone. Lamps dangle from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over racks of spears, swords, war hammers, and crossbows. Work tables stand in neat rows, each topped with velvet pads for holding or repairing gear. The space smells of oiled steel and old leather. I take it in, unsettled by how organised it looks. Everything gleams under the light, each weapon meticulously polished. It reminds me of a dark elf forge, minus the chaotic pulses of arcane energy I once despised. Standing near a broad table is Saru himself. He looks up as we enter, his amber eyes briefly settling on me. My gaze fixes on him, marking every detail. His horns curve in an almost symmetrical twist, black at the tips, silver edging highlighting faint scratches. The large shoulders covered in dark sable fur remind me that minotaurs are built for war. Yet there's a particular grace in how he stands, balanced and quiet, like a warrior who has seen countless battles and refuses to be taken by surprise. Even from this distance, I sense a calm that could either be discipline or cold detachment. He's wearing partial armour, simple leather braces and a chest plate that's moulded to fit his towering frame. There are scars along his arms, and a deeper set carved across his collarbone, visible where the armour doesn't fully cover. His presence fills the armoury, as if everything else is overshadowed by his silent authority. Saru acknowledges the guards with a brief dip of his chin. Then he focuses on me. "You came," he says, and though it sounds neutral, I catch a faint current under his words, like he's taking note of my mood. I shrug. Wouldn't call it a choice. He gestures for the guards to wait near the door. "She works here today. Keep an eye on her, but don't interfere unless necessary." The scarred minotaur scowls but nods. He and the other guard position themselves against the wall, arms folded, while I stand rooted, glaring at Saru. He picks up a small ledger and scans it. "I assume you can read numbers?" "Surprise," I retort. I'm not a mindless savage. His expression remains impassive, though I see a flicker in those amber eyes. "Then you can do this job without complaint," he says softly. "Start with the spear racks. Each slot has a tag. Count how many are filled, compare with the ledger, note any discrepancies." I cross my arms over my chest. I didn't realise we were in a competition for best-kept inventory. You're putting a condemned prisoner to work like some loyal scribe. Why bother? I'll end up dead eventually, right? He sets the ledger on the table. "We'll see." "Pathetic," I mutter. "If you think I'll bow and scrape, you're mistaken." A muscle in his jaw tightens. "Do the job, or the arena awaits you immediately. I'm not interested in your grovelling." My breath hitches. There's something about his refusal to rise to my taunts that annoys me more than outright cruelty would. At least with open brutality, I'd know where we stand. But Saru stands tall, calm, detached, giving me nothing to rail against except a stoic wall. I exhale and move to the first rack. The day is young, but I can already tell it'll be a trial. I crouch to check the bottom row, counting spears by brand and length. The ledger is half filled with neat lines of Minotaur script, which I can read enough to match the symbols with the physical weapons. For a while, the only sounds are the scratch of a quill on parchment and my own muttered remarks. Occasionally, I stand and glance over my shoulder, noticing Saru in quiet conversation with one of the guards. He doesn't speak much, just short, measured instructions. Another guard enters, bringing a battered shield, and they discuss repairs in low tones. Sparks of irritation dance in my chest. Something about the warden unsettles me, not because he's monstrous, but because he's so reserved. He's physically imposing, yes, a giant covered in fur and scars. But the bigger issue is the way he can silence a room with a single look. I prefer open conflict over this tense calm. It feels like he's analysing me from behind that unreadable stare, waiting for me to slip. Eventually, I finish cataloguing the first section. While noting the tally, I notice a mismatch in the ledger. The recorded count for a particular style of spear doesn't match what I see. I chew my lip, debating whether to call attention to it or ignore it out of spite. In the end, I decide it's best to see how he reacts. Maybe this is a test. I walk back to the main table, ledger in hand. Saru turns from a conversation with the guard captain. "What is it?" he asks, voice low and even. "Your ledger's off," I say, tapping the page. "These spears. Here." I point to a line referencing a row of short-bladed javelins. "You've got 2 fewer than recorded." He steps closer, and I catch a whiff of worn leather and faint metal polish on him. Being near him magnifies just how large he is. He could lift me one-handed if he wanted. Yet he leans in with precise control, scanning the notation. "Show me," he says. I spin on my heel, leading him to the rack. My boots scuff the stone floor, and I feel his presence just behind. When I crouch to indicate the slots, he stays standing, arms folded as if he expects me to demonstrate the difference. "See?" I count the javelins. "We're short." He studies them, then shifts his attention to me. "You read Minotaur script well enough. Where did you learn?" I swallow, not ready to divulge my entire history. I had time to pick up a few skills. He exhales softly. "Good." He straightens, glancing at the guard captain. "Send someone to check if the missing javelins are in the training yard. They might have been borrowed but not logged out." The guard nods and leaves at once. Saru lingers, his gaze still on me, one brow lifting. "Any other discrepancies?" I shrug. "Not yet, but I'm sure I'll find more flaws in this brilliant system." A corner of his mouth tightens, though not in anger. "Keep looking." He walks away, each step a measured thud of hooves on stone, returning to the main table. I remain behind, a surge of restless energy coursing through me. Something about our exchange feels charged, as if we're testing boundaries in a dance neither of us wants to acknowledge. I resume my task, half hoping to spot more errors, just to prove I'm valuable enough not to kill. Despite my resentment, I know it's a lifeline. If I can prove they need me, maybe I can buy time. I'm not naive enough to think Saru is my champion. But if he wanted me dead, the Bastion's arena would have already swallowed me. I move on to the sword racks next, flipping pages in the ledger. That's when I notice movement in my peripheral vision. Saru approaching again, quietly. He stands close enough that I feel the warmth radiating from his body. "This is the private armory," he says. "Some of these weapons belong to my personal collection. Handle them carefully." I snort, eyes locked on the swords. "You think I'm going to sabotage your precious gear?" He's silent for a moment, then replies, You've done it before. To a ship. My spine stiffens. That was different. I'm sure it was. He's so calm, so infuriatingly calm, that it flares my temper. I slam the ledger shut and face him. My head tilts back just to meet his stare. Do you want a confession? My voice grows sharper. Yes, I set a slave ship ablaze because I'd rather see it burn than let it carry innocent people to chains. And if that puts me on the Senate's death list, so be it. I regret nothing. His gaze flickers, something unreadable stirring there. I'm not asking for remorse, he says quietly. But I wonder if you know what that vessel carried. It wasn't only slaves, was it? My heart thuds. Memories rush in of contraband magic stored in the hull. No, I admit, words bitter. It held other dangerous cargo. Did you want me to wait while they shipped it off for profit? Saru doesn't respond immediately. Instead, his gaze roams my face, as if he's searching for cracks in my armour. I hold steady, refusing to break. Your intentions might have been noble, he says at last, but you still killed a noble heir, someone with ties to the Senate. There are consequences. That's your way of telling me I'm doomed anyway? He doesn't nod, doesn't shrug, just stands there, large arms folded. If you choose to see it that way. Fine, I mutter. I'll do this inventory. It doesn't change the reality that I'm a prisoner, and the Senate wants my head. A soft rumble emerges from his chest, like a resigned sigh. I know what the Senate wants. For now, you'll work under my watch, that's all. He pulls away, returning to the front table. This time I watch him for a moment before turning back to the swords. His form is distinct among the weapons, tall, powerfully built, horns curved with subtle engravings near the base. A short pelt covers his shoulders, blending into the well-defined muscle. He moves with careful precision, not a single wasted motion. Every time he shifts or speaks, the room adjusts around him. It's more than mere authority, it's something in his bearing that demands acknowledgement. I tear my attention away and focus on the swords. The tension swirling inside me won't fade. I hate how my gaze drifts toward him when I think he isn't looking, how I'm quietly aware of every time he glances in my direction. The day drags on. I tally short swords, crossbows, even a handful of exotic curved blades presumably obtained in wars or trade deals. Occasionally, I call over a guard or wave Saru off to check an item. Despite my scorn, I'm thorough in my work. Pride or stubbornness keeps me from slacking. As midday approaches, one of the guards hands me a water flask. I gulp it down, pushing past the scratch in my throat from hours spent muttering and tallying. The bastion might be carved into the cliffs, but the interior gets stifling, especially in rooms filled with iron and steel. Saru takes note of my break, but he doesn't comment. Instead, he walks around, reorganizing an open crate of spear tips. From time to time, he instructs a guard to retrieve something from another wing. There's an unspoken system here. Everyone quietly obeys, but I sense a tension. They're all uncertain why I'm being spared from the arena. I press on, determined to show no sign of weakness. My scars itch, a reminder of how many times I was forced into labour in dark elf forges. The memory leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. But the Bastion's brand of captivity is different. I can't decide if it's better or simply another form of control. Eventually, I finish recording the swords. I set the ledger down, rubbing at my strained wrists. Saru notices, stepping closer once more. Done with that section? I give a curt nod. Yes. Swords match the ledger except for one that's out of place. Looks like it belongs in a different classification. He arches a brow. Show me. I bring him to a display near the back of the chamber. A single curved blade rests in a rack among straight longswords. This one, I explain, pointing. It's labelled in the records as a standard longsword, but obviously it's not. The shape is different, The handle's all wrong. I'm guessing it's from an eastern region or possibly a commissioned piece. Saru grips the sword's hilt and lifts it. My chest tightens involuntarily. Not because I fear he'll swing it at me, but because there's something compelling about watching him handle a weapon with such ease. He studies the curve, then nods. You're correct. This is a Kirin blade, probably mislabeled. A faint smile ghosts across his features, there and gone too fast. You have a keen eye. My lips press together in an effort not to snap. I don't want his approval, but some part of me bristles at the possibility of compliments. I told you I spent time around forging. I recognize quality steel. He returns the blade to its place. We'll fix the entry. Anything else? No. Then move on to the crossbows. You know the system by now. I give a mocking salute. Yes, Warden. His gaze lingers a second longer, but he doesn't respond. When he turns, the broad line of his back shifts under his armour, the worn leather revealing nicks that tell stories I doubt I'll ever hear. I tear my focus away before anyone notices. The rest of the afternoon slips into a tense routine. I record, he instructs, guards hover, and an invisible thread of pressure builds between us. Each time I find a mistake, I tell him. Each time he acknowledges it without praise or blame. That subdued approach only stokes my frustration. I want to see him slip, show anger or scorn. Instead, he's as calm as a statue, holding everything under tight rein. By the time I finish the primary catalogue, my back aches and hunger gnaws at my stomach. The armoury door creaks open, and another guard steps in, carrying a cloth-wrapped bundle. Warden, he addresses Saru. Midday rations as you requested. He sets the bundle on a side table and leaves. Saru turns to me. You'll eat. It's not a question. I roll my eyes. Because you're so generous? Because I'm not interested in having you faint on my watch, he replies. Then he gestures for the guards to allow me to approach the table. I reach the bundle and find flatbread, some slices of dried meat, and a chunk of cheese. My appetite flares, and I tear into the bread. While I chew, Saru stands a few meters away, arms folded. Don't you minotaurs eat more than this? I mutter around a mouthful. Or am I just the low priority? He regards me levelly. We eat plenty. You'll have your share when you've earned it. I snort. You're such a beacon of hospitality. Silence. I notice the guards exchanging sidelong glances. One looks like he wants to chastise me for my insolence, but a tiny shake of Saru's head stops him. It's as if Saru tolerates my sarcasm for his own reasons, not out of kindness. When I finish, I wipe my fingers on the cloth. There, fed and watered, back to the chain gang. He steps closer, overshadowing me. You are determined to push. I tense at his nearness. That's what happens when someone tries to put me in a cage. A flicker of something darkens his eyes, maybe memory. I understand more than you think. My throat constricts. No, I doubt he does. But part of me wonders if that line carries a personal truth, some locked memory behind his stoic shell. I huff. Sure. Because living as a revered warden in your fancy fortress must be exactly like rotting in chains. We're practically the same, you and I. He doesn't rise to the bait. Instead, he gestures to the last few racks of crossbows. Finish the job. I bristle, turning away from him, determined not to let his measured calm unravel me further. The crossbows vary in size, from small handheld models to large siege variants that can fire iron bolts capable of piercing thick armour. As I sort them, counting each carefully, I can't stop my thoughts from drifting to his presence. Something about him stirs my anger, but not in the way open cruelty does. He's not an unhinged tyrant, sneering at my pain. He's a looming force, a mind of iron discipline, forging decisions with a detached clarity. That might be worse, in its own way. Because I can't find a crack in that armour to seize. No matter how I prod, He remains unreadable, except for occasional flickers of emotion he quickly smothers. When I finally close the ledger, the lamplight has shifted, a sign that dusk draws near. My shoulders scream with tension, and I'm covered in a fine sheen of sweat from the cramped work. I stride over to Saru, dropping the ledger on the table with more force than necessary. "It's done," I say, "unless you have another pointless chore." He opens the ledger, flipping through pages, scanning the neat columns I've updated. One hand rests on the table, the other tapping a quill against a page. I watch the flecks of muscle under his fur, that endless calm. He reaches the final page and nods. "Well done," he says, voice low. "That's it. 2 words? No condemnation, no real praise, just a curt acknowledgement." My jaw tightens. What happens now? He shuts the ledger and sets it aside. "You return to your cell." "Of course." I cross my arms. Wouldn't want me wandering around, seeing the majestic bastion that might tempt me to break free. A faint exhale escapes him. "You wouldn't get far if you tried." I lift my chin. Maybe not, but I'd still try. His stare narrows, and for a heartbeat, the tension between us spikes. My pulse drums in my ears, half expecting him to lash out or bark an order. Instead, his voice comes out steady. "Captain," he calls to the scarred guard, "escort her back." The guard steps forward, taking hold of the chain attached to my wrist manacles. As he does, I glance at Saru again. Something about his expression suggests he's not entirely indifferent to my anger. Maybe he's wary of it or intrigued by it. I can't let him see any weakness, so I sneer. "Same time tomorrow, Warden?" He meets my gaze. "We'll see." Then he picks up the ledger, turning away, already immersed in whatever organisational duty remains. The guard tugs, forcing me to follow him out of the armoury. I grit my teeth as I depart, the echoes of my footsteps following me down the corridor. My mind replays every moment of tension with Saru, the stoic set of his features, the fleeting flicker in his gaze when I confronted him. Sparks flew between us, though they ignited more frustration than anything else. I despise that part of me notices how he moves with controlled power. I hate that he's not the typical brute I expected. It'd be simpler to face an outright monster. But the Bastion gave me a warden who keeps his distance, letting me see only the faintest glimpses of something beyond that wall of composure. I'm left disoriented, oddly keyed up, bracing for a threat that hasn't come. By the time we reach my cell, the corridor is dim with torchlight. The guard unlocks the door and shoves me inside. The heavy metal slams behind me, the bolt sliding into place. I stand in the darkness for a moment, feeling my breath catch. The day's labour has drained me, yet adrenaline still sings in my veins. I sink onto the straw pallet, pressing a palm to my chest. My heart thrums, a mixture of residual anger and something else, an uneasy flutter I don't want to name. I trace a finger over the raised scar on my forearm, remembering all the times I fought to stay alive in places worse than this. I've faced men who beat me for sport, overseers who barely treated me like a living being. Saru's brand of captivity is different. He wields authority without savage displays. It's unsettling, because I have no clear way to fight back. I can't read him, can't force him into a confrontation that might tip his hand. The day's tension pools in my muscles, too fierce for me to relax. I let out a shaky breath, forcing my shoulders to unknot. Tomorrow I'll do the same task, or maybe a new one. As long as I'm useful, I stay alive. That's the arrangement. Survive by degrees. That's all I can hope for right now. I think of Saru's unwavering face, that giant form wrapped in disciplined silence, and my teeth clench. He wants me to obey, to be a piece of his fortress machinery. He thinks I'll slot into place just because it's better than the arena. But I won't be tamed. No matter how many times I have to count his spears, no matter how many disapproving stares I earn, I won't let him or any other minotaur muzzle my rage. If this fortress tries to break me, I'll snap first and take down whatever I can. Something in that promise anchors me. I ease myself upright on the pallet, pushing past the throb in my ribs, pushing past the tide of thoughts that echo the warden's voice. Maybe I'm just worn thin. Maybe the day drained more from me than I thought. After a time, I hear a faint commotion in the corridor. Guards changing shifts, talk of tomorrow's tasks. Eventually, the noise fades. My cell is quiet. The small slit in the wall reveals a dusky sky that might soon cradle the stars. I lie down, letting exhaustion creep into my bones. Tomorrow, I'll be back in the armory or some other station, forced to cooperate if I want to keep breathing. And Saru will be there, looming and unflinching, testing the boundaries of my defiance. I close my eyes, and just before sleep claims me, I wonder how far I can push him. If I keep pulling at the edges of his composure, will something beneath that stoic exterior flare to life? Would I even want to see it? One thing is certain. I refuse to be docile, no matter how well he organises his fortress or how calmly he meets my fury. He saved me from immediate slaughter, but that doesn't mean I belong to him. I decide again that I'd rather face the arena than surrender my spirit. I whisper to myself, the same vow I made on the deck of that doomed ship. I'd rather burn free than live caged. Then darkness swallows my thoughts, and I drift into restless dreams, the scent of steel and the flash of amber eyes seared into my mind. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world, to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 4. Saru. Dawn arrives with a hush over the ivory bastion, the cold light tracing every tower and buttress. I stand on an upper balcony, watching the courtyard below wake to a new day. Kimtivku's laborers haul crates from the supply wagons. A guard drills a row of prisoners marked for the next arena bout. Normally, I'd review the day's schedule, ensuring each wing runs smoothly. But today, my mind weighs heavy with the knowledge of what the Senate demands. A thin official scroll in my hand bears the High Senate's seal. I've read it 3 times already, but each word cuts deeper. An expedited order for Neva Viren's execution. Signed by Senator Thakur, one of the more influential voices in Milthar's upper chamber. The timing is no accident. Word must have reached them that I've delayed her arena sentence. My attempt at gleaning information about the sabotage. They want her gone before any potential revelations can surface. Perhaps they fear she'll expose their own secrets about dark elf trade. Or maybe they resent that a single human scuttled a vessel tied to noble families. In the Senate's eyes, if she isn't silenced fast, she remains a liability. I run a hand over the scars carved into my left horn. Each represents a vow or a life lost under my watch. I'd hoped for more time, an opportunity to find a legitimate reason to protect her. But the Senate has forced my hand. The only way to prevent an immediate execution is to invoke an archaic law that I never thought I'd have to use. The law states that a human claimed by a Vakok noble cannot be put to death without a full High Senate hearing, effectively granting her a stay from any local sentence. It's a centuries-old clause left over from the era when humans fought in the Minotaur rebellions. Rarely used, it allows a noble to brand a human as a betrothed, placing them under house protection. It's not marriage outright, but close enough in the eyes of the law. And it will scandalize half the Bastion, possibly even provoke the Senate into a more direct attack. Still, I see no other path. If Neva is executed, not only does it weigh against the debt I feel for my sister's survival, but I sense something else stirring in me, something that bristles at the idea of letting a flame like hers be snuffed out for political convenience. My reasons are tangled. Duty, guilt, something intangible that flickered in me each time we crossed paths. I stride inside and make my way down to my office. Guards salute as I pass, curious about my rigid posture. I say nothing, gaze fixed forward. Once inside, I bolt the door and summon Captain Devore. He arrives promptly, shoulders squared. "Warden," he says, meeting my eyes. "Bring Naiva to the main courtyard," I reply, tone clipped. Have at least 4 guards accompany her, but do not harm her. Understood? He furrows his brow. "She'll fight this, sir, especially if we force her out in public." "I know." I place a hand on the official scroll. "The Senate wants her executed today. I refuse." My voice tightens. "I'm invoking the Vakak Crest Law." Devore's eyes widen. He was a soldier before he joined the Bastion, so he's familiar with obscure statutes. "Claiming her publicly as your intended?" He lowers his voice. "That's a permanent mark, Warden." "It's the only way." He gives a terse nod, no argument offered. "I'll fetch her." When Davor leaves, I sink onto a wooden chair, trying to steady my thoughts. Invoking this law means binding her to me. She'll see it as another prison, and in many ways it is. We'll both be tied to a vow that neither of us wants, but it's better than letting Thakur's goons kill her in the night. I close my eyes, hearing the distant clang of the Bastion's gates. A day that began in quiet tension will end in chaos if this goes wrong. Eventually I rise and make my way toward the courtyard. The morning sun highlights every crack in the limestone walls. Crowds of prisoners gather behind barred walkways for their routine work assignments. Guards stand in clusters, conferring over rosters. At the far end of the yard, an arena officer drills a group of potential fighters, each wearing battered leather armor. A hush spreads when I appear, not because I'm overtly cruel or flamboyant, but because the Bastion knows my name. Saru Rektal, once a general, now the warden who answers to no one but the Senate itself. Or so the rumor goes. I take my position near a raised platform used for public pronouncements. 2 Minotaur scribes spot me and scurry to set up a short table with ink and parchment. They assume I'm here to finalize an execution or announce sentencing. They aren't far off, though today's announcement turns that on its head. A commotion stirs near the eastern gate. Devore and 4 guards escort Naiva inside. Even from a distance, I catch the tension coiling in her posture. Her black hair tumbles around her shoulders, framing those sharp green eyes that glint with defiance. She's still wearing the Bastion's plain garb, a rough linen tunic cinched at the waist by a rope belt. Chains bind her wrists, but she walks as though they're not enough to break her stride. They push through the crowd, and Naiva shoots a glare at any guard who dares look at her too long. A flicker of admiration sparks in me. Even surrounded, she refuses to shrink. The surrounding prisoners stop their tasks to stare. Whispers ripple across the courtyard. "Bring her forward!" I command, voice low but carrying. She's forced up onto the stone dais. Devore stands to one side, watchful. A hush blankets the yard, everyone sensing something significant about to unfold. The scribes dip their quills in ink, poised to record. Prisoners peer from behind bars, uncertain. Some recall that Naiva was supposed to face the arena soon. They sense something out of the ordinary. Neva's gaze lands on me. Despite the chains, her stance is proud, eyes blazing. I see the bruise along her jaw, the faint lines of old burn scars on her forearms. She looks furious, alive, untamed. She's always reminded me of a storm contained in a small body, thrashing against confinement. Now her tension is even sharper, no doubt suspecting a final condemnation. "I thought you'd just throw me to the pit," she spits. "What's this farce?" I hold her stare. The courtyard hush deepens, every ear tuned to our exchange. "There's a Senate order," I say, tone terse, "to have you executed immediately." A ripple of alarm sweeps through the onlookers. A few guards shift, and I see a flash of panic in her eyes, quickly replaced by defiance. She squares her shoulders. "So, you're making it public? Let everyone see me die with my back unbroken." I steel my voice. "No! I'm placing you under my protection." The words ring out, each syllable heavy with the knowledge of what it entails. A murmur spreads through the yard. Neva looks at me like I've grown two heads. "Protection?" Her expression darkens. "I don't trust that word coming from your mouth." I can't blame her for doubting, but there's no time to soften the blow. "The Senate wants you gone," I continue. "There's an archaic law that allows a Vakak noble to claim a human who meets certain criteria as a prospective mate. If I do this, they cannot execute you without a full hearing at the High Senate." She goes rigid. "Prospective mate? What are you saying?" Whispers rise in the crowd, some outraged, some curious. I sense every prisoner craning forward, listening to every breath of this confrontation. My chest constricts as I force the words out. "By claiming you, I override the local sentence. The Bastion can't carry out your death order." She bares her teeth in a mocking smile. "How convenient. A brand new collar, courtesy of the warden." My jaw tightens. "I'm not doing this for convenience. It's the only means to keep you alive." She looks around at the gathering throng, voice dripping with sarcasm. I should say thanks, I guess. I ignore her barb, stepping forward. Two of the scribes approach with a glowing iron brand and a small brazier. Custom dictates that the brand is heated to a dull red, enough to sear a crest upon flesh. My insides clench at the thought, but I steel myself. This is Minotaur tradition, a sanctioned mark that seals our fates together. Someone in the crowd calls out, "A human under House Rectal? Is the warden mad?" Others gasp or mutter about the Senate's possible reaction. My horns feel heavier under their judgment. But I press on, knowing this is the only path. Turning to Neva, I lower my voice. "I'll brand you with my crest. It's an old rite, used rarely. Once it's done, you fall under my household. The law states no one can execute you without the Senate's direct ruling." She jerks against her chains. "And if I refuse? Then Thakur's men kill you today." A hush falls between us. Her green eyes are alive with fury, fear, and a flicker of desperation. I can't read all her thoughts, but I sense the war raging inside her. Accepting my brand is the lesser of two horrors. She trembles slightly, though she tries to hide it. Her lips curl into a bitter line. "I hate this." My voice drops almost to a whisper. "You're not alone in that." The scribes hand me the brand. My family crest is a stylized helm with horns over rolling waves, House Rectal's emblem. The iron glows an angry red, heat radiating against my palm. I step closer to Naeva, my heart pounding. She tries to stand tall, defiance still etched in every muscle. She flinches when I approach with the brand. I pause, voice low. "Give me your arm." She meets my gaze, 1,000 emotions rippling in that moment. I see the memory of chains, of dark elf oppression, of forced labor, all flaring across her face. I see how she despises another set of shackles. But the raw need to survive wins out. She thrusts her arm forward, jaw clenched. I set the brand against the skin of her upper forearm. The searing hiss rings across the courtyard. She bites down a cry, eyes squeeze shut. My own breath catches as I watch her muscle tense, the smell of singed flesh rolling over me like a wave of nausea. My chest tightens. A reckless urge claws at me to toss the brand aside, but I grip it steady just long enough to mark her. When I lift it, the crest stands out, bright red and raw on her skin. Her breathing is ragged, sweat beading on her temples. My entire body tenses at the sight of her pain. I hand the brand back to a scribe, struggling to maintain composure. Neva opens her eyes, glistening with unshed tears and fierce anger. Her lips pressed together, refusing to let out a scream. That resilience almost unravels my composure. I step back, lifting my voice for the assembled crowd. By the law of House Rektal, I claim Neva Viren under my crest. Until the High Senate rules otherwise, she's not to be harmed or executed. If anyone defies this brand, they defy me. An uproar spreads among the gathered prisoners and guards. Some stare in disbelief, others murmur curses. A few call out that this is madness. The official scribes scramble to write everything down. Davor moves closer, eyeing me with a mix of shock and loyalty. I turn back to Naiva, who's panting from the pain. The chain linking her wrists rattles as she cradles her scorched arm. She meets my eyes, and the fury there is a bright flame. She looks as though she'd lunge at me if not for her injuries. "You've chained me all over again," she rasps. "How is this different?" I exhale, struggling for composure. "You still live," she snarls. "Life in a new cage. This brand? It's just a mark of your house, not my freedom." My own frustration flares, but I hold it down. It's the only option I had. Do you think I relish doing this? She shudders, her voice is ice. "You only saved your prized tool from the scrap heap, Warden." Any retort dies in my throat. I don't want to hurl words that I might regret. So I grit my teeth, turning toward the guards. Get her wound treated, then return her to a secure cell. Inform the rest of the Bastion that she is not to be harmed. Davor nods, wincing at the tension radiating between Neva and me. The crowd parts, letting them pass. I watch her exit, still bristling with contempt, the fresh brand throbbing on her forearm. My horns feel so heavy than they ever have, carrying the weight of what I've done. A voice pipes up behind me. "Warden Saru, is this wise?" It's an older clerk with streaks of gray in his fur. He stands behind the scribes, hands clasped anxiously. I turn, eyeing him. "Questioning my call, clerk?" He bows his head quickly. "No, sir. But the Senate." "I'll deal with the Senate." A swirl of uneasy murmurs follows me as I stride away from the dais. My heart hammers and my entire body trembles with residual tension. By claiming Naiva, I've set us on a path that few would risk. The Vakkak crest bond can't be undone lightly. And I see the condemnation in the eyes of the onlookers. Some part of me wonders if I've bound us both to a new form of torment. Another part insists I had no choice. She would be dead by now if I hadn't. That knowledge must be enough. I stride down the passageway to my private quarters, brushing off the stares from guards who move aside. Once inside, I close the heavy wooden door and let out a shaky breath. My quarters are sparse. A low table, a couple of chairs, a large trunk where I keep personal effects, a bed with a thick wool blanket. I shrug off my chest armor, letting it drop onto a bench. My horns feel hot, and my chest is tight with adrenaline. It's not fear, exactly more like the aftershock of stepping off a cliff. This moment changes everything. At length, I sit on the edge of the bed, elbows on my knees, gaze distant. Images of Naiva's contorted expression keep flashing in my mind. How she forced herself to hold still while I burned my crest into her flesh. The smell of scorched skin still seems to cling to me. I hate that the brand was necessary. If I were a less honorable Minotaur, maybe I'd let the Senate carry out their will so I could remain unaffected. But that's not who I am. I recall the first time I glimpsed her in the corridor, how her spirit rattled the guards. I think of the past days in the armory, her eyes bright with anger whenever I gave instructions. She's a flame of rebellion in a fortress built on discipline. I sense she might burn me if I stand too close, yet I've chosen to shield that flame instead of snuffing it out. That unsettles me in ways I can't fully articulate. Her refusal to bend resonates with something deep inside me, my own sense of honor, or maybe the guilt that's gnawed at me ever since I spilled my brother's blood. She tears at my defenses by simply existing, forcing me to question whether I can truly carry out the Senate's will if they demand it. A knock rattles the door. I straighten as Captain DeVore steps in. He's out of breath. "Warden, Senator Thakur just arrived at the gates. He demands an audience." The timing is too convenient. "Of course he does. Where is he?" "In the main hall with 2 personal guards." I stand adjusting the straps on my bracers. Let's not keep him waiting. DeVore leads me through the winding halls until we reach a wide atrium used for formal receptions. The walls are lined with tall windows that overlook the sea, giving a sweeping view of crashing waves far below. It's a room designed to display the Bastion's majesty. Now it's a stage for a power play. Senator Thakur stands in the center, clad in expensive robes of dark blue trimmed in gold. Unlike the typical Minotaur build, Thakur is leaner, with cunning eyes and horns polished to a near-metallic sheen. 2 heavily armed guards flank him. He turns when I enter, tail flicking in annoyance. "Warden Saru." His voice is cool. "I've just heard a ridiculous rumor that you invoked the Vakak crest law to spare that human. Please tell me it's a misunderstanding." My hands clench at my sides. "It's true. The brand was placed in the courtyard this morning. I've already had it recorded by official scribes." He narrows his eyes, stepping forward. "You defy a direct Senate order?" I keep my tone steady. "I'm fulfilling my duty as warden. The Senate demanded she face execution here, but I uncovered additional information tied to her sabotage. It's more prudent to keep her alive while we verify what she knows." He scoffs. "So you tie your name to hers? You realize how this looks?" I lift my chin. "I'm aware, but the law is valid, Senator. If you want her dead, you'll have to bring it before the entire High Senate in an official hearing." A muscle near his jaw ticks. "You think the Senate will spare you once they see this as a threat to our alliance with certain trade partners?" Anger flares in my chest. "We have no alliance with the Dark Elves. They remain at best a tenuous trade acquaintance. If that vessel carried contraband, the Bastion must investigate. Unless you have reason to hide such facts." He bristles at my insinuation. "You're overstepping, Warden. A creature who kills a noble heir is a threat to Milthar's stability. I'll not have you tamper with the Senate's authority." I inhale, fighting to remain calm. "Then petition the High Senate. Let them decide. The brand stands. Until they overrule me by official decree, she remains under my household protection." His guards shift uneasily, but Thakur stands firm. "You'll regret this, I guarantee it." His gaze flicks to Captain DeVore, then back to me. "When the Senate convenes, I'll ensure they strip you of your post. You'll be left as an outcast." I meet his threat with silence. Eventually, he exhales in disgust, turns on his heel, and strides out of the hall. His guards hurry after him, uncertain whether to glare at me or keep their heads down. When they vanish through the grand doors, a half-dozen onlookers release the breaths they've been holding. DeVore glances my way, tension etched into his features. That was heated. I nod, still staring at the space the Corps vacated. He'll do what he can to undermine me. We have to prepare for that. So we keep the human alive no matter what. My voice drops. Yes, and we do it carefully. The Senate might send spies or create new charges. We watch her every move, but we don't harm her. Understood? He nods. Understood. Once the room empties, I turn to gaze out the high windows. The sea below is churning, the waves smashing against jagged rocks. It reminds me of Naiva's spirit, relentless, unafraid to crash against seemingly unbreakable walls. Now that I've branded her, she might hate me more than the Senate. But a part of me can't help recalling the moment our eyes locked after I seared her arm. A raw, trembling connection. She was furious, but also alive in every breath, refusing to show weakness. I stand there for some time thinking about how swiftly the day turned on its head. By claiming her, I bound her fate to my name. In Minotaur culture, that's almost as irreversible as a formal marriage vow. Even if we never stand at an altar, the brand is a public statement of intent. I know how the Bastion's population will talk. They'll say the warden took a human mate, they'll sneer, or they'll pity me for losing my way. Let them talk. The alternative was her death. Eventually, I head down the corridor toward the infirmary wing. My footsteps echo on the stone floors. I want to ensure that her burn is treated properly. The brand is an ugly wound if not tended swiftly, and though I cannot undo the scarring, I can at least see that it doesn't fester. The infirmary stands off a narrower hallway. I push through the doors and find a couple of healers tending to various injuries. One is a seasoned minotaur named Roka, who specializes in burn treatments. She acknowledges me with a curt bob of her head. "She's there," Roka says quietly, pointing to a curtained area. "Holding up as best she can." I approach the curtain, hearing hushed voices. A guard stands outside, arms folded. He steps aside at my nod, letting me through. Inside, Naiva sits on a stool, arm extended, her tunic sleeve rolled up to expose the raw brand. Another female minotaur is dabbing ointment over the seared skin. Naiva clenches her teeth at the sting, but doesn't pull away. When she notices me, her entire body stiffens. "You don't have to watch. Haven't you done enough?" I swallow, forcing myself to remain calm. "I came to ensure your arm is treated properly." Her lips press together. She doesn't say anything, but the glare she levels at me is scorching. The healer finishes applying a foul-smelling poultice, then binds it with a loose bandage. It's tinted with an herbal solution that helps prevent infection and reduce pain. "That should do," the healer says softly, stepping back. Neva lowers her arm, cradling it against her torso. The brand is still visible beneath the wrappings, an angry outline of horns and waves. She meets my gaze, and for a moment the silence is so thick that the air tastes heavy. The memory of that sizzling iron brand reverberates between us. "Feels like you ripped off my skin," she mutters, voice raw. I nod, struggling to find words. This was the only choice I had. She stands, favoring her burned arm. "I've heard that before. Every slaver has the same excuse. We had no choice but to claim you, no choice but to collar you. Spare me." I grip the edge of the curtain. "I'm not a slaver," she snorts. "Could have fooled me." Her glare sears through me, stirring a mix of anger and regret. "Without that mark, you'd be dead right now. Thakur was minutes away from ordering your execution." She squares her stance. "Then I'd have died free." A flash of frustration rushes through me. "You call the arena free? That's just another death spectacle. Here, at least you have a chance to breathe, to fight in your own way." She inhales, eyes flicking down to the bandage. "I'd rather burn on my terms than wear your crest." My jaw tenses. "I'm sorry it had to be this way." She doesn't answer. Instead, she exhales a long breath, pain flickering in her features. "Let me go back to my cell. I don't want your pity or your presence." I nod once, stepping aside. The guard outside steps in to escort her. As she moves past me, her shoulder brushes mine, a fleeting contact that leaves my heart thumping for reasons I don't fully understand. She halts momentarily, turning her head slightly as if to say something. But then she marches on, leaving me staring at the empty space where she stood. The healer glances at me, frowning. I realize I'm still gripping the curtain in a white-knuckled hold. Forcing my fingers to unclench, I step away. My limbs feel weighed down by the tension between Naiva and me. As I leave the infirmary, the corridors feel narrower, the walls pressing in. I can't ignore that part of me, that faint flicker of heat whenever her defiance meets my gaze. It's more than guilt. Something about her spirit pulls at me, a spark of life that I haven't felt in my own heart for far too long. The Senate's order forced my hand, but I can't pretend I only acted out of a sense of debt or duty. A deeper thread binds me to her, even if I won't name it yet. She sees me as no better than a captor, and I can't blame her. I did brand her flesh, but I also kept her alive, and that has to matter in the battles to come. I continue down the corridor, lost in thoughts that circle around the same point. I have saved her life, and in doing so, bound her to mine. The brand is meant to protect her, yet it also yokes us together in the eyes of Milthar. She's enraged, and I don't have the words to ease her anger. Maybe time will prove that living is better than dying in the Bastion's sand. Still, her hatred burrows under my skin, clawing at me. I push aside that discomfort, reminding myself that I've faced worse scorn. Let the Senate snarl. Let Neva rage. I'll bear it if it means she stays alive. Because if I fail her now, not only do I betray my vow, but I cast aside the flicker of something new, something strong, growing inside me each time I look into her storm-bright eyes. I enter the main hall again, where the echoes of Thakur's anger still linger. The hush that settled earlier has been replaced by guarded conversation. The Bastion staff likely waits for me to issue fresh orders in the wake of this scandalous move. I can imagine the rumors. The warden has taken a human to his house crest. That's nearly akin to a vow of engagement. Some will mock. Others will watch with curiosity, guessing if I've lost my discipline or if I have a cunning plan. But as I step onto the dais where we keep the Bastion's official logs, I find no simple explanation to offer them. My chest still tightens when I recall Neva's expression of pure betrayal. She's not wrong. I forced this bond on her, yet it was either the brand or death. The logs remain open, waiting for me to update them. My hand hovers over the quill. I pen the official line. Neva Viren, claimed under House Rektal crest by Warden Saru Rektal on the 15th day of Vaku's season. The ink glistens, final and binding. A scribe stands by, reading over my shoulder. He doesn't speak, but I sense his shock. I set the quill down. My horns feel like they bear the weight of a mountain. There's no turning back now. I am entwined with a human prisoner who despises me. The Senate will come at me with all the fury they can muster. The Bastion staff will watch every move, divided in their opinions. And Naiva, shackled by a brand she didn't choose, will continue to spit fire my way. Yet, in the pit of my stomach, I feel that maybe this is the first decision I've made in a long while that aligns with the warrior I once was, someone who believed in saving lives, no matter the cost. Even if it means being cursed by the one life I saved. I stand tall, rolling my shoulders to chase off the tension. Let Thakur conspire. Let the Senate rage. I have an oath to uphold, and whether Nava believes it or not, I won't let her be slaughtered. I leave the dais and walk toward the corridor that leads to my quarters. Tomorrow, the Bastion will awaken to rumors that swirl and swirl. But I won't retreat. I'll face the storm and see if there's a path for both of us to survive. And if that path requires me to hold the line against the entire Senate, so be it. As I pass a window overlooking the open courtyard, I catch a glimpse of the space where I branded her, the scorch marks on the brazier's coals still darkening the stone. That brand is more than a physical burn. It's a bond that neither of us can break easily. And it sets a fuse beneath us both, one that could destroy everything if we can't find a way to stand together. I grip the stone sill, letting the breeze from the sea wash over my face. The salt tang reminds me of the old campaigns, of the vow I made to protect Milthar from corruption. Now, I realize protecting her might also be part of that vow, even if she hates me for it. Even if I have to burn all my bridges with the Senate to keep her breathing. I push off the sill, mind resolved. My horns weigh like anchors, but my spine straightens with purpose. This brand binds us to a dangerous game, yet I refuse to yield. Tomorrow, or the day after, the Senate might arrive in force, or Thakur might move behind the scenes. Neva will likely rail at me for stealing her freedom in another form. Still, I'll weather it. Because in a world of shifting loyalties and a fortress built on iron rules, protecting her is the one thing that feels undeniably right. So let the storms come. I will hold the line.
Chapter 5. Naiva. I wake to find my arm throbbing in a dull, punishing rhythm. The bandage wrapped around the brand sticks to my skin, and every small shift of my muscles reminds me of the fresh burn beneath. This is the warden's doing, Saru. He seared his family crest into my flesh in front of 100 onlookers, shackling me through some ancient Minotaur law. I hate it as much as I hate these grey fortress walls. My cell feels smaller today, even though it's the same cramped space as before. Straw crunches under my boots as I sit up. The narrow slit of a window reveals a rainy morning, with a damp chill drifting in. There's a plate of leftover bread on a small stool near the bars, presumably dropped off by the guard earlier. My stomach growls, but the resentment lodged in my throat makes it hard to swallow. I trace a finger over the bandage's edge. The brand is tender, and I recall the hiss of hot iron, the acrid scent of scorched skin. Most of all, I remember his expression. Saru's eyes calm but grim. He didn't flinch while pressing his crest into me. A quiet hope flickers. Maybe he regretted it. But the memory of that searing agony scorches any comfort before it can settle. Voices echo from the corridor. Boots on stone, hushed orders. One voice stands out among them, a low timbre. Saru. I tense as the footsteps approach my cell. The guard stationed outside gives a crisp nod, then unlocks the door with a clang of keys. Saru steps in, flanked by 2 minotaurs who hover in the doorway. He's wearing his usual partial armour, a chest plate moulded to his broad torso, leather braces that wrap his powerful forearms. I can't help noticing the faint shine of moisture on his dark fur, as though he came here straight from an early inspection in the rain. He stands still, horns angled with quiet authority. My heart thumps with aggravation. "Come to see your prize?" "Check your bandage," he says, voice clipped. "Make sure it's not infected." "Your minotaurs saw to it last night," I snap. "Or was that not thorough enough?" He steps closer, ignoring the jibe. "Let me see." It's not a gentle request. The presence of 2 guards in the doorway kills any notion of refusing outright, yet I feel my rage spike. I hold his gaze for a solid moment, letting him see just how little I appreciate this. Then I yank the bandage down an inch, exposing the raw edges of his crest. The flesh around the mark is an angry red, scabbed in places. He exhales through flared nostrils. Swelling has gone down. He angles his head at one of the guards. "Fetch the salve." I grip my teeth as the guard leaves, returning shortly with a small clay pot. Saru gestures for me to hold out my arm. My first impulse is to jerk away, but the throbbing pain and the guard's watchful stance stops me. Instead, I shove my forearm forward. Saru scoops a small amount of pale green ointment with 2 thick fingers. He carefully pats it onto the burn, the gesture unexpectedly precise for such a massive hand. It stings at first. I clench my teeth and stare at him. He meets my eyes, and for a moment, the tension between us tightens like a drawn bow. His voice is quiet. "This will help it heal faster." "You act like you're doing me a kindness." My voice trembles with unspent fury. "I never asked for your brand." He finishes applying the ointment, then steps back to let me fix the bandage. He doesn't speak right away, and the silence fuels my anger further. At last he straightens. "We need to talk." I fold my arms, mindful of my burn. "Fine, talk." He nods at the guards, and they step out, leaving us alone in the cell. He closes the door behind them, a soft rattle of metal. My pulse kicks up, uncertain whether to lash out or brace for confrontation. A low hush settles. Saru stands tall, arms folded across his chest. "The Senate demanded your execution. Thakur intended to carry it out swiftly. That brand was the only way to keep you alive." I snort. "Why do you care if I'm alive or dead?" A flash of something passes through his gaze. Guilt, perhaps, or regret. Because your sabotage saved someone important to me. My stomach tightens. Your sister, right? The senator. His jaw shifts. Vyra. She was scheduled to board that dark elf vessel. She never did because you destroyed it first. He looks away, horns tilting in a subdued motion. If I let them kill you, it's as though that sacrifice meant nothing. I force a bitter laugh. So I'm your pet good deed. You can't let me die, so I'm stuck with your crest burned into my flesh. I lift my bandaged arm accusingly. That's no better than a slaver's mark. He steps closer, voice dropping. I know you see it that way, but the Senate's order gave me no alternative. Each word is slow, precise. In my culture, this brand grants temporary immunity from the local court. It forces the Senate to hold a formal hearing before any execution. That's time we can use to... Stop saying we. I cut in, throat constricting. I'm not your partner. You did this to me, regardless of your reasons. He doesn't move, but tension ripples under his fur. I understand your anger. No, you don't. The words come out ragged. You walk around with power at your fingertips. You call yourself disgraced, but you're still the warden. You still command every guard in this fortress. Meanwhile, I'm locked here like an animal, now branded by you. Don't talk to me about understanding. He doesn't respond immediately. Silence stretches, thick with anger and unspoken truths. Rain taps against the stone window, and the chill seeps deeper into my bones. He exhales. I can't undo the brand, but I can offer you a different arrangement. He lifts his chin, as if bracing for my reaction. I can move you from this cell to private quarters near my own. You'll be guarded, but you'll have more freedom to move, more space to breathe. A laugh bursts from me, sharp and humorless. More freedom? Let me guess. I'll still have a guard trailing me. That's not freedom. That's a larger cage with your crest pinned to my arm. His amber eyes flicker, betraying a fleeting spark of frustration. Yes, there will be conditions. I can't risk you vanishing into the bastion. The Senate would use your disappearance as an excuse to undermine me. Or they'd suspect you helped me flee. Doesn't matter. I'm still your captive. He takes a measured breath, as though struggling to remain calm. You'd have privacy, a chance to move, perhaps work outside the cell. The brand protects you from being thrown into the arena. Isn't that preferable to rotting here until Thakur finds a loophole to kill you? I ball my good hand into a fist. You think I should be grateful? He doesn't say yes. He just watches me with a gaze that's both guarded and oddly genuine. I'd prefer you live. Those words set off sparks in my chest. My resentment fights with a deeper fear. Part of me knows that if Saru truly abandoned me to Thakur's schemes, I'd be dead by now, my body tossed in some unmarked grave. Another part of me rages that I'm forced to accept his help on his terms. I run my tongue over my teeth, searching for a vicious remark. It dies in my throat because I can't bring myself to say I'd rather die. Deep down, I want to live, just not like this. He steps even closer, his size imposing. Yet there's no overt threat in his posture. He lowers his voice. I'll ask again. Do you want a cell like this one, or do you want a space of your own, with a bed and a door that locks from inside? I wrestle with myself. My pride demands I spit in his face, but the memory of icy nights, rotting straw, and the stink of hopelessness in these prison cells holds me back. Any measure of autonomy might be worth swallowing some pride. I clench my fists, glaring up at him. I'll move, but don't mistake it for gratitude. You hold all the power here. I'm just trying not to die in a stone hole. A flicker of relief crosses his features, gone as quickly as it arrived. Understood. I rub the bandage on my arm, anger still simmering. And if I do something you don't approve of, you'll drag me back to the cage, right? He doesn't deny it, You'll have guidelines. If you follow them, I have no reason to confine you again. I grunt. You're really offering me a deal. Obedience in exchange for a bigger cell. His voice hardens. Or you can choose this cell. That's your alternative. I open my mouth to protest, then shut it. He's not lying. I truly don't have another option except waiting for Thakur's mercenaries or some Senate flunky to finish me off. A wave of frustration crashes over me. Fine, I say at last, forcing the word out. But I owe you nothing. A tension in his shoulders eases, but he doesn't relax fully. Then follow me. The door opens at his command, the guards stepping aside. Saru beckons, and I walk out, refusing to show any hint of weakness despite my burn. The corridor is dimly lit, the smell of damp stone intensifying with each step. One guard leads, the other falls in behind. Saru walks at my side, close enough that I can sense the warmth of his body. We ascend a winding staircase that feels endless. My legs burn from the climb, but I keep silent. The flicker of torchlight reveals tapestries on the walls, each depicting scenes of Minotaur victories. Sea battles, duels in the arena, the goddess Zukiev blessing some ancient king. I wonder if Saru's face might one day appear on a tapestry for forging his own mark on Minotaur history. At the top of the stairs we reach an arched doorway. Saru pushes it open, revealing a short hallway with only 2 doors at opposite ends. He escorts me to the right one, then steps aside so I can see inside. The chamber is modest, but worlds better than my previous cell. A single bed stands near a small window that catches a glimpse of the courtyard below. There's a wooden dresser and a table with 2 chairs. A basin sits in one corner, presumably for washing. No bars or heavy locks from what I can tell, but I assume the door locks from the outside. The guard who led the way waits by the doorway, halberd in hand. Saru gestures for him to stay put. Then he turns to me. This room is yours now. I arch a brow. What's the catch? You'll remain here. You can leave only under escort for tasks I assign. You will not wander the bastion freely. I told you, a larger cage. His jaw tenses. It's protection as much as restriction. You're hated by powerful people, Neva. I cross my arms. I can handle hate. He sighs. They'll do more than hate. They'll kill you. I have to be certain you're not exposed. I want to snap a sharp retort, but I can't deny he has a point. There are minotaurs out there who'd strike me down just to curry favour with Thakur. That brand on my arm may stop them legally, but I doubt every guard will follow the letter of the law if they think they can get away with an accident. Fine, I say. My voice scrapes with bitterness. Welcome to my new prison. Saru nods at the guard, who steps back into the hall. He lingers a moment before following. For a heartbeat, I think he might leave me in solitude, but he closes the door and remains inside, crossing the threshold so it's just the 2 of us. My pulse spikes. The room feels smaller with him in it, his presence sucking the air out of the space. I back up until I'm near the bed, arms crossed defensively. He studies me, those amber eyes flicking to my bandage. Sit, he says, gesturing to the bed. You're still healing. I stay on my feet. I'm not tired. He exhales, and for the first time, I sense a hint of weariness in him. You're angry. Of course I'm angry. You burned your crest into me. You think I'll just get over that? I never said that. He watches me carefully. You can hate me as much as you like, as long as you don't do anything reckless. I clench my jaw, words tangled. Reckless, like try to run. He sets his gaze on me. Yes, or provoke the Senate's allies. I want you alive. Why? The question tears from me. Do you see me as some tool to use against the Senate? Or do you have a guilty conscience because I saved your sister? His posture stiffens. I don't see you as a tool. Then what am I? Silence. His horns reflect the faint lamplight, and in that moment, I sense the churn of conflict inside him. You're a person who deserves more than an execution for saving lives. I bark a harsh laugh. What a heroic statement. I might swoon. The bitterness coats each syllable. Let me guess, you'll pretend this brand was never about your own personal stake. He steps closer, fist tight at his sides. You think I wanted this, binding you to me in front of half the bastion? That is no small matter for a minotaur. It changes everything for me, too. I tilt my chin up, ignoring the sudden leap in my pulse. I never asked for your sacrifice. He snorts. I didn't do it for gratitude. I did it because letting you die would be wrong, and because the Senate's corruption is deeper than you realize. If I can expose that, I will. The fervor in his voice surprises me. There's genuine anger there, a frustration that mirrors mine. Could it be he's truly at odds with the Senate, not just towing their line? I shake my head, unwilling to let his motives sway me. So I'm supposed to believe you're my savior? You mention exposing corruption. What do I care if I remain collared under your house name? He stares down at me, a muscle twitching in his jaw. I never asked you to see me as a savior. Just do as I say, stay alive, and maybe something good will come of this. My chest heaves with resentment. You speak as if I have a choice. A charged silence follows. Rain patters more insistently against the window. My burn throbs in time with my heartbeat. I notice the subtle scents on him. Wet leather, faint traces of iron. He's too close, too large, overshadowing my breath. He breaks the silence first. I'll leave you to settle in. A guard will stand outside day and night. If you need anything, speak through the door. If I summon you, you'll come. The finality in his tone grates on my nerves. You're so sure I'll obey? His gaze flickers, a flash of warning. Don't push. He exhales as though calming himself. Your arm. Don't remove the bandage for at least a day. Let the salve do its work. I swallow thickly. Why the sudden concern? He doesn't answer immediately. His eyes linger on the bandaged crest, and a hint of remorse crosses his features. Because I know what it means to bear scars. Then he turns abruptly, striding out before I can respond. The door shuts behind him, and I stand there, pulses of anger and something else roiling in my chest. I drop onto the bed, wincing when my burn rubs against the coarse blanket. My entire body is taut with leftover tension, but my mind churns with scattered thoughts. I'm out of the dungeon cell. That's an improvement, though it feels hollow. Saru's brand glows on my arm, a daily reminder that I'm at his mercy. The idea of relying on him churns my stomach. He claims it was my only chance, and he might be right, but that doesn't make it any less humiliating. I rub at my forehead, trying to collect myself. The room is quiet aside from the steady drip of rain. After a time, I get up and walk to the window. The courtyard is visible below, dotted with minotaurs moving supplies through the drizzle. A few glance up at my new vantage point. Perhaps they've heard the gossip. The warden claimed a human as his prospective mate. A vile notion, even if it's just for show. The thought of being seen as some docile ornament under Saru's household makes me want to scream. Yet I still prefer this to the arena. At least while I'm breathing, I can watch for a chance to escape. Or maybe find a way to burn the Senate from the inside, the way I burned that ship. My brand stings as if to warn me away from such thoughts, but I cling to them. A chunk of defiance is better than nothing. Footsteps approach outside my door. I tense, half expecting Saru to return. Instead, I hear a guard muttering instructions to someone. Moments later, a soft knock. I have fresh clothing for you. The voice is female, sounding hesitant. I hesitate, then open the door a crack. It's a minotaur servant, short for her kind, wearing a plain shift. She offers a folded bundle of clothing made from rough, sturdy cloth, trousers, a tunic. She glances at my bandage but avoids eye contact. Warden's orders. You may need something warmer. I snatch it, mumbling a curt thanks. She bows her head and retreats, letting me shut the door again. So Saru truly intends to let me live somewhat decently. I hold the garments, fighting the unfamiliar swirl in my chest, anger and a reluctant, flickering gratitude, which I quickly crush. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me accept his gestures as kindness. I toss the clothes on the dresser and slump onto the bed, exhaustion settling over me. The events of the past days weigh on my mind. The arrival at the bastion, the near throw into the arena, the sabotage revelations, the brand. Each memory sets off a fresh surge of bitterness. My life has been one chain after another, no matter where I go. Eventually, hunger drives me to the door. I ask the guard for food, and a short while later, a tray arrives with soup, bread, and water. No one tries to interact beyond that. The guard watches me from the hallway, stone-faced. I sense a swirl of curiosity in his eyes, but he doesn't speak. Perhaps he wonders if I'll attack him or attempt some dramatic escape. The presence of a locked door and his halberd suggests I'd fail if I tried. I eat in silence, my stomach roiling with each spoonful. The brand stings occasionally, forcing a grimace. My mind, however, remains locked on Saru, his unwavering calm, the frustration in his gaze, the subtle way he tries to keep me alive while respecting, or ignoring, my rage. I can't make sense of it. Darkness settles beyond the window, and the bastion's courtyard torches flare to life, painting flickering shadows on the walls. I snuff the chamber's lamp, letting darkness swallow the room. Flat on the bed, I trace invisible cracks across the ceiling above. My thoughts swirl to places I'd rather not tread. Old memories of slave collars, fiery forges, and the stench of death on the burning ship. It's all too similar to a nightmare I can't escape. The brand throbs like a heartbeat in my arm, making sleep elusive. At some point, I drift into a half-doze, only to be startled awake by a presence outside. I hear quiet footfalls, a heavier tread. My pulse quickens, expecting Saru to appear again, but no one enters. The steps fade, replaced by the steady hush of midnight corridors. I curl tighter under the blanket, my body craving rest even as my mind refuses to relent. The bastion feels alive around me, stone walls humming with echoes of the day's drama. I wonder how many minotaurs are still gossiping about this bond forced upon me. Half of me wants to burn the brand off with the same fire I used on the dark elf ship. The other half acknowledges that if I do, my only shield against Thakor vanishes. Saru might be my captor, but he's also the barrier between me and an execution. That fact sticks in my throat like a bitter shard of metal. I hate him for having the power to do that to me, but I also can't deny that I'm alive because of him. At last, I slide into a restless slumber, nightmares of blazing ships and echoing screams tangling with flashes of amber eyes and the hiss of a hot iron pressed to my flesh. My mind wrestles with the brand, the harness of House Rectal, and I wake multiple times, sweat chilling my skin. Eventually, dawn arrives in a slow creep of grey light. The guard outside shifts at some point, replaced by another. I hear them exchanging quiet words about their watch. My arm aches fiercely, the bandage stiff with dried salve. I rise, rummaging in the basin for water, splashing my face. The new clothes hang on the dresser, a reminder that I'm expected to wear them. I peel off the ragged tunic from the dungeon, wincing at how the cloth rubs my burned skin. Then I dress in the fresh garments. They're slightly loose but comfortable enough, the fabric plain yet sturdier than the threadbare shirt I had. A shift in the corridor draws my attention. Moments later, there's a knock. "Neva," a guard calls through the door, voice cautious. "The warden requests your presence in the yard." I clench my jaw at that. Requests. As if I have the luxury of refusing. Grabbing a moment to calm myself, I open the door and confront the Minotaur guard. He glances at my bandage. Need a moment to fix that. I shake my head. Let's just get this over with. He leads me through corridors that I'm starting to recognise, the ones near Saru's private domain, then a flight of stairs descending to a side entrance of the bastion yard. Outside, the sky is overcast, though the rain has calmed. A cool wind ruffles the damp stone, carrying a hint of sea salt. In the yard, several minotaurs train with spears, their heavy steps pounding the ground in rhythmic unison. Others clean up the leftover rain puddles. Saru stands near a low platform, reviewing some sort of ledger with Captain Davor. His horns gleam under the cloudy light, and the partial armour makes him appear every bit the warrior warden he is rumoured to be. He looks up when I approach, eyes sweeping over me in that careful, assessing way. His gaze lingers on my new clothes, then on the bandage. You're healing? I cross my arms, as well as a forced brand allows. Davor gives me a disapproving frown, but Saru just nods. The day's schedule has changed. The Senate demands proof that I'm not coddling you, so I'll have you assist in reviewing the outer perimeter. We have a caravan arriving soon with more prisoners. I want you to help inventory their supplies. A bark of surprised laughter escapes me. Supplies for new prisoners? That's your idea of keeping me busy? He shuts the ledger. Would you rather stay in your room? I glare. Doesn't seem like I have a choice either way. He jerks his head at Davor. You'll work under the captain's supervision. Once the caravan is processed, you return to your quarters. Chained, I suppose. No chains unless you provoke trouble, Saru says calmly, though his stare carries warning. Think of it as a test of trust. I clench my teeth, 1,000 retorts bubbling up, but I swallow them, wanting to see how far he'll allow me to move without shackles. Fine, I say, voice taut, but don't expect me to wag my tail and obey every barked order. Captain Davor exhales, glancing between us. Warden, are you sure? It's decided, Saru interrupts. He shifts his gaze to me. If you cause an incident, I'll lock you up. Understood. My mouth twitches with a sneer. Crystal. We stand a moment, tension sizzling. Despite my fury, I sense a flicker of something else. There's a strange current whenever we face each other, an undercurrent of static that makes my veins hum. I dismiss it as frustration. I can't let him see any vulnerability. Davor places a hand on my shoulder, not roughly but firm. Follow me. I pull away from his touch and trail him across the yard, leaving Saru behind. I can practically feel the warden's gaze boring into my back. Each step reminds me that my body is still sore, especially the raw brand. The memory of how his huge hand held the brand to my skin sparks an angry flush across my face. We exit through a small gate into a side courtyard. There, I see a line of wagons, each with a pair of Minotaur guards checking inside. Davor leads me to a table set up with parchment and quills, presumably for inventory. A few prisoners in chains wait nearby, heads bowed. He hands me a quill. You can write, yes? I roll my eyes. I wouldn't be here if I couldn't. With that, I set to work, verifying crates, noting down contents, cross-referencing arrivals. It's menial, but it's more interesting than rotting in a cell. My mind remains alert for opportunities, but the guards are too numerous for a quick escape. The bastion's outer gates are well fortified, and I see at least a dozen Minotaur soldiers patrolling the perimeter. Time drags as Davor barks instructions. I record the names of new inmates, a mixture of humans and one orc, all battered and resigned. Their wretched expressions remind me of my own arrival not long ago. If anything, my predicament is now worse, branded with a crest I never asked for, forced into a strange status that's neither prisoner nor free. Eventually, the last wagon is processed, and Davor signals me to follow him back inside. My arm aches from the repetitive writing, and my burn throbs. The guard leads me down a corridor, through a winding staircase, and into a part of the bastion I don't recognise. Finally, we arrive at a small alcove near a broad courtyard door. A stone bench sits against the wall, lit by torches. Davor points. "Sit. The warden will speak with you again soon." Exhaustion tugs at me, so I slump onto the bench, hugging my bandaged arm. Davor hovers a short distance away, exchanging words with another guard. Minutes pass in uneasy quiet. My thoughts drift to Saru again, how he watched me in the yard. The weight of his attention pressed on me like a physical force. I half expect him to appear, but he doesn't. Time stretches. My eyes grow heavy, lulled by the warmth of the torches. Before I realise it, I drift into a light doze, mind swirling with half-formed images. The brand, the ship's inferno, Saru's quiet voice. "Get up," someone rumbles. I snap awake, blinking. The warden stands over me, expression unreadable. I surge upright, scowling to mask my embarrassment. He nods to Davor, who steps aside. "Come with me," Saru says, voice low. No explanation. I follow him through a winding corridor that leads to the base of a stairwell. The presence of 2 armed guards behind us quashes any idea of flight. We climb until we reach a heavy wooden door. Saru opens it, revealing a simple chamber, a modest table, a single shuttered window, and shelves lined with dusty tomes. He gestures me inside, then closes the door behind us. The guards remain in the corridor, presumably. My heartbeat quickens at being alone with him in such a confined space. The tension from earlier flares again. He regards me for a moment. "You did the inventory without incident." I cross my arms. "Surprised?" A faint twitch of his lips. Almost a smile, but not quite. "Pleased. I told you we can do this without locks and chains, if you behave." A flare of anger dances up my spine. "I'm not a rabid animal. I can be civil if your minotaurs don't push me." His eyes flick to my bandage again, then back to my face. "Still hurt?" I huff. "Of course. But I'll live." He stands near the table, arms folded, and something shifts in his expression. "Look, I'm trying to find a path for you that isn't a death sentence. I know you hate this brand, but I won't apologise for keeping you alive." My nails bite into my palms. "I didn't ask for your pity." He exhales through flared nostrils. "It's not pity." We stare each other down. A silent clash of wills. The air in the chamber crackles, though neither of us moves. My pulse thrums, and a subtle heat winds through my gut. I despise the brand and everything it stands for. Yet some small part of me acknowledges that he's not revelling in my suffering. If anything, he looks just as frustrated. At length he breaks the quiet. "You said you owe me nothing. Fine. But for your own sake, follow the rules so the Senate doesn't have an excuse to override the brand." I set my jaw. I'm not an idiot. I know Thakor wants me dead. He nods, face darkening. "He does. Let me handle Thakor. You just stay alive." A swirl of bitter laughter rises in me. "That's all it takes. Stay alive, do your chores, be your docile prisoner." His voice drops an octave. "You think I want docile from you? I've seen your spark. That's exactly why I—" He hesitates, eyes shifting away. "It doesn't matter. I won't demand you kneel or bow." A strange pang settles in my chest at the raw edge in his tone. I can't decipher it, but I sense the weight behind his words. "Then what do you want, Saru?" He presses his lips together, as if uncertain how to answer. Then he puts a hand on the table, knuckles whitening. "I want you to realise that your life has value, that if I have to protect it through a brand, so be it." I reel at the confession hiding in that statement, but my pride rises up. "You're the one who acts like you hold all the cards. My life may have value, but it's locked in your fortress." He looks at me then, eyes full of some unspoken conflict. "And I'll unlock it if I can." but not at the cost of you dying. That final statement rushes over me with unexpected force, stealing the breath from my chest. A tangled mixture of gratitude and fury floods my veins. I want to lash out, to remind him he forced me to bear his crest. Yet an odd warmth glows deep in my gut, a reluctant awareness that he's fighting battles on my behalf. Lightning flashes outside the shuttered window, followed by a distant rumble of thunder. He breaks the moment first, stepping back and running a hand over one horn. You can return to your quarters for now. A guard will accompany you. Rest. Let your burn heal. I bristle at the command, but my voice emerges subdued. Fine. He doesn't respond further, only opens the door. The two guards outside snap to attention. I slip past him, refusing to meet his eyes again, but the electricity lingering in the space clings to my skin like the aftermath of a storm. The entire walk back to my new room, my mind churns with his words. A part of me despises how easily he makes me waver, how his calm gaze stirs confusion in my head. I vow not to let it weaken me. I still owe him nothing. I still resent every thread of captivity. Yet somewhere beneath the anger, a small flicker of grudging respect flickers, no matter how hard I try to snuff it out. Back in my room, I bolt the door behind me and press my forehead to the wood, inhaling shaky breaths. The brand twinges under its bandage, a physical reminder of the harsh truth. We're bound in a forced alliance. Sparks fly whenever we clash, the tension scorching my insides. I hate it. I also can't seem to turn away from it. For now, I'll rest. I'll gather my strength. Tomorrow might bring a new confrontation, or fresh orders from the Senate, or some cunning move by Thakur. But for tonight, I'll lie here in the quiet, refusing to bend. If Saru can keep me alive until I find a real chance at freedom, so be it. Thunder rumbles again, a low drum that resonates through the fortress. My gaze drifts upward, the ceiling a blank canvas while thunder rattles the windows in sync with the unrest in my chest. One thing is certain. My life in the Bastion has taken a new shape, chained to a brand I despise, and tethered to a warden who sees me as something more than just a casualty. I vow not to yield, no matter how many times he says he wants to protect me. If I must live with his crest, I'll do so on my terms, fighting for every scrap of autonomy. And if sparks continue to fly between us, I'll wield them as a weapon, forging my path through fire and defiance. The brand may mark my flesh, but my spirit remains my own.
Chapter 6. Saru. I step into the administrative hall at dawn, braced for the wave of whispers that has rolled through the Bastion ever since I branded Naiva. Conversations hush as I pass. Some of my officers glance sidelong, uncertain how to approach. They all know the rumor. The warden has taken a human bride. I want to ignore that talk, but it crackles in the corridors, stirring apprehension and fueling speculation about my intentions. Two guards fall in behind me, their hooves echoing on polished stone. The sun's first rays peek through narrow windows, illuminating dust motes in the air. I march toward the main table where Captain Devor and a few other senior officers gather with scrolls of daily tasks. They look up when I arrive, tension etched on their faces. Devor stands straighter. "Warden," he greets, setting a ledger aside. I scan the parchment-littered tabletop. "I want an update on the night watch. Any incidents?" He clears his throat, his tail flicking once in a telltale sign of unease. "A few scuffles in the lower cells, nothing major. But there's talk in every wing about your claim on the human. Some prisoners are stirring trouble, saying if you can brand a human, perhaps they can bargain for special treatment too." I dig my fingertips into the wooden surface. They misunderstand. Nava's brand was a legal measure to avert her execution. That doesn't extend to anyone else. I glance at the officers, each wearing a guarded expression. "Spread the word. The Bastion's discipline remains unchanged. If they test me, they'll find no leniency. A couple of them nod. One ventures, "We understand, Warden. But the rumor runs deeper than normal chatter. They're calling her your human bride. They think you might elevate her above the rest." I inhale slowly, keeping my composure. That rumor ends now. She's a quartermaster under my orders, that's all. The brand ensures her survival until the Senate decides otherwise. They exchange uncertain looks. Even Devore, loyal as he is, frowns. "So you want to give her an official position?" That's what I said. My voice is measured but firm. "We're short-handed. Assign her as quartermaster. She'll handle ration logs, supply distribution, and oversight. Her status will keep certain prisoners from challenging her too openly, assuming they value their lives." A flicker of surprise crosses Devor's face. He nods, then scribbles on a parchment. "Yes, Warden. We'll formalize that. Should I gather a few guards to escort her around the bastion?" "Yes. 2 assigned to her at all times. Don't leave her alone in the corridors." My tail swishes, betraying the tension that churns inside me. I still feel that moment when I pressed iron to Naiva's skin, the hiss of flesh searing under my crest. The guilt weighs heavily, yet I keep my features calm. "I'll inform her of these duties myself." A subordinate rushes in, saluting with a fist to his chest. "Warden, trouble in the western courtyard. Prisoners refuse to move crates unless they receive some guarantee of better conditions." I grit my teeth. "I'll deal with it." Before I leave, I eye Devore. "Bring Neva to me once you've prepared the official logs. I want her on the job by midday." Devore salutes again. "Yes, Warden." I stride out, a couple of guards close behind. The swirling gossip in the corridors feels tangible, like a stale air clinging to the walls. Every Minotaur I pass flicks an ear or casts a sidelong glance, trying to catch any sign of hesitation from me. I give them nothing. The western courtyard bustles with activity, crates and barrels waiting to be hauled. A group of prisoners stands defiantly, arms folded, while a few guards pace in agitation. The prisoners mutter about the brand, about favoritism. When I arrive, they fall silent, but hostility crackles like a drawn bowstring. One, a middle-aged Minotaur with deep scars across his horns, steps forward. "Warden, we demand equal privileges. If a human can earn your crest, why not the rest of us?" I plant my hooves and fix him with a stare. "You misunderstand. She's under my crest to prevent an unjust execution, not to grant her special rank." A scoff ripples through the prisoners. Another speaks up, voice thick with scorn. "Could have fooled us. She walks around without chains while we sweat and labor. Didn't she kill Minotaur allies on that dark elf ship?" I clench my jaw. The Senate's propaganda has twisted her sabotage into an attack on Minotaur trade routes. "The Bastion's law stands. You follow your assigned tasks, or you face consequences." That stirs curses from the group. They start to spit arguments about hypocrisy, about me protecting a human. I meet each glare with unwavering calm. "You have an issue? Take it to the open forum next week. Until then, the Bastion's work continues." None dare to directly defy me, but their grudges simmer. With a snarl, the lead prisoner stalks off to begin hauling crates. The others follow, muttering. I look to the guards. "Keep an eye on them. If they cause unrest, notify me immediately. No brutality unless necessary." A guard dips his head, stepping aside as I walk deeper into the courtyard. My horns ache with the tension of holding the Bastion together under the weight of these rumors. The brand was the only way to save Naiva's life, but it's become a wedge in the fortress's fragile stability. Still, I'd do it again if it means preserving her from Thakur's blade. I take a moment to scan the bustling yard, the scaffold where new shipments arrive, the archway leading to the southern wings. This place has been my domain for years, a fortress of stone and iron that's shaped me as much as I've shaped it. Now a single brand threatens to fracture the order I fought to uphold, or perhaps it only reveals the cracks that were always there, fueled by Senate corruption. A commotion draws me to an impromptu ration station. A few Minotaurs and humans wait in line for their midday meals. They look uneasy, glancing every so often at the armed guards. Word must have spread that the warden is bestowing tasks on a branded human, fueling confusion over how the old rules apply. I say nothing, just observe. Some flinch at my presence, others bare their teeth in half-hearted attempts at intimidation. I keep my posture composed, reminding them I'm no stranger to conflict. When the line clears, I catch sight of Devore entering the courtyard with Naeva in tow. She's wearing plain trousers and a slightly oversized tunic. The bandage on her arm is smaller now, revealing a glimpse of the crest. My crest. The sight knots my gut. She notices me across the yard, eyes narrowing. There's a flicker of challenge in her expression, as if bracing for another confrontation. I stride over, ignoring the prying eyes around us. The midday sun glares overhead, casting sharp shadows on the ground. Devore salutes. Warden, as you requested, I've outlined the tasks for her quartermaster role. She'll handle inventory logs, supervise distribution, and manage supply requests from the guard captains. I nod. Understood. My gaze shifts to Naeva. Follow me. We'll talk in a quieter space. She tenses but walks beside me, two guards trailing at a discreet distance. I lead her toward an alcove off the courtyard, a narrow space framed by tall columns. When I stop, she crosses her arms. This better not be another brand session, she says, voice bristling. I hold my ground, keeping my tone calm. No, it's your job. This fortress needs a quartermaster who can read, write, and keep track of details. You proved you have those skills. She scowls. I suppose I should thank you for the opportunity. That's not required. My horns feel hot under the sun's glare. But if you sabotage the Bastion's records, you only hurt yourself. She studies me, jaw clenched. The bandage on her forearm draws my eyes again, recalling the memory of her trembling when I pressed the iron to her skin. I force the image away. Devore has your schedule, I continue. You'll handle the main supply yard in the mornings, then move to smaller distributions in the afternoon. Guards will be present. If anyone harasses you, report it. She shifts her weight. Right, because I'm your brand, so that makes me your responsibility. Her tone is scathing, but there's a note of resignation beneath it. I lean in slightly, lowering my voice. I didn't do that brand for sport. I did it to keep you alive. If you despise me for it, fine. But we have a problem here. The Bastion is on edge. We need stability. Your role helps that. Her expression tightens. Your precious order. And if I don't comply? I exhale. Then you go back to the cell. The Corps eventually finds a way to push for your execution. I'm trying to give you a path that doesn't lead to your death. She stares, eyes dark and conflicted. I sense her rummaging for a cutting reply, but something stills her tongue. Finally, she jerks her chin in grudging acceptance. Fine, I'll do it. I step back, gesturing toward the courtyard. Then get started. The quartermaster station is next to the ration tables. Captain Devore can show you where the logs are kept. She gives a curt nod and heads off, her posture tense. My gaze lingers on the scars beneath that bandage. I recall how I noticed similar burn marks on her shoulders. She must have endured intense heat in some forge or chaotic environment. A primal urge to ask about them gnaws at me, but I hold my silence. We're not at a place where such questions would be welcomed. When she disappears into the flow of workers, I stand a moment longer, ignoring the curious stares of a few Minotaurs. They watch me as if expecting me to crush her spirit any second, or hoist her up as some revered figure. I do neither. Instead, I walk away, heading to the northern section where the guard headquarters is located. I must keep the Bastion's daily operations running smoothly, even with half the fortress gossiping about the brand. By midday, I've dealt with 2 more minor disputes. Some orcs who arrived last week refused to share space with human inmates, claiming old grudges. One confrontation ended in shouts, but no blood spilled. My staff is exhausted, half expecting an outbreak of major violence. I issue orders for additional guards to patrol the corridors connecting the main yard to the living blocks. The bastion thrums with tension, but so far, it's not boiling over. I return to the courtyard. The sun hovers overhead, and my shadow stretches across the paving stones. I spot Naiva bent over a table, updating a ledger while Davor points to a stack of crates. She scribbles, tucks a quill behind one ear, and marches over to direct a pair of Minotaur inmates who shuffle uncertainly under her watch. A bruise along her jaw, likely from earlier scuffles, stands out against her tan skin, but she doesn't seem bothered. She moves like someone determined to see the job done, ignoring side glances or muttered insults. I drift closer, arms folded. Davor spots me and nods, stepping aside so I can observe. Neva addresses the inmates, calm but firm, telling them which crates need to go to the southern wing. They balk at her instructions, but she stands her ground, chin raised. She's half their size, yet she radiates a defiance that hushes their complaints. Eventually, they mutter curses and haul the crates away. When she turns, she catches sight of me and narrows her eyes. "Here to supervise me, Warden?" I resist the urge to bristle. Observing the quartermaster at work, I see you've adapted quickly. She lays down her quill, rubbing her sore wrist. "I've managed a forge before, sorted cargo. This is similar." She glances around, noticing the restless crowd. "The real problem is no one trusts me." I incline my head. "They trust you enough to follow orders. Or at least they comply out of fear of crossing me. But I don't say that out loud." She doesn't smile. "They'd rather spit in my face, but you're looming behind them, that's all." She shrugs, then lifts a ledger, scanning the pages. "I found 2 crates unaccounted for. Might be a scheduling oversight." My gut tightens. If crates are missing from the official log, we could have contraband slipping in. Or perhaps it's just a lazy record keeper. "Which crates?" She taps the entry, handing me the ledger. Our fingers brush, and an odd spark jolts through me. Her eyes flick up, showing surprise, but we both ignore it. I read the note. 2 crates labeled grain reserves unlisted in the Bastion's main inventory. A small discrepancy, yet it could be significant. I pass the ledger back. "Good catch. Investigate. Report to me personally if you suspect anything illegal." She sets her hand on her hip. "I will." Something in her voice suggests she takes a small pride in uncovering mistakes. Her gaze lingers on me, as though she has more to say, but she pulls back. "Devor, let's check the supply yard again." He nods and they head off, leaving me standing in the courtyard, strangely unsettled by that fleeting spark of contact when she handed me the ledger. I shake off the sensation. We have bigger concerns than a stray jolt of awareness. The day presses on, duties piling up. I handle a dispute between 2 guard captains, each claiming the other withheld supplies. By the time I circle back to the yard, the sun is dipping toward the horizon. The sky burns orange and torchlight flickers from sconces on the bastion walls. Nava leans against a table, scrawling final notations into the quartermaster ledger. Sweat gleams on her brow, her sleeves rolled up to reveal the bold lines of my crest on her forearm. The brand is healing, though the skin around it remains red. She moves gingerly, occasionally wincing if her arm brushes something. I approach, placing my hands behind my back. The yard is calmer now. Most prisoners have returned to their blocks, guards patrolling in small clusters. "You've been at this all afternoon," I say quietly. She looks up from the parchment. "Had to reorganize half the supply logs. Some were a disaster." She sets down her quill. "Done now." I glance over the piles of notes. "Efficient?" She lifts a shoulder. "I prefer the word thorough." Then her lips tighten, expression dimming as if remembering she's still a captive. "Anything else you need from me, Warden?" I hesitate, noticing a sliver of weariness in her eyes. Have you eaten? She snorts. Had a bite earlier. Don't worry, I won't starve on your watch. She shuffles the parchments together. I guess I should bring these to your office. I take them from her grasp, ignoring the prickle of awareness when our fingers collide again. I can read them later. For now, rest, but remain in your quarters once the evening bells sound. She nods. Don't worry, I won't wander. You have guards posted outside my door anyway. That's to protect you, I say, sharper than intended. She arches a brow but stays silent. I sigh, controlling my temper. I've heard rumors that certain inmates resent you enough to plan violence. The presence of guards deters them, that's all. She exhales, gaze flicking away. Fine, let's not argue about it. I notice a new bruise peeking above her collar, probably from a scuffle we never saw. My insides twist. If someone attacked you, you can tell me. She brushes it off, setting a hand over the mark. Minor scrap, I won. Her voice is tight. I'm used to fending for myself. A complicated ache stirs in my chest, but I keep my tone steady. You don't have to fight alone. Not here. She gives me a look that blends sarcasm with something softer. Easy to say when you're the warden with half the fortress at your beck and call. I swallow a retort, stepping back. My body pulses with conflicting urges, duty, guilt, and a strange protective impulse I can't quite name. Return to your quarters. I'll review these logs. I gesture with the stack of papers. She nods once, posture stiff. Lead the way. We leave the yard, walking side by side through corridors lit by flickering torches. The air is thick, scented with hot stone and old iron. Guards step aside as we pass, eyes darting curiously. The two assigned to her follow at a respectful distance, vigilance plain on their faces. When we reach the hallway leading to her room, I stop outside her door. The torches cast dancing shadows on the walls. Here, I say, stay inside after the bell. The bastion can be unpredictable at night. She unlocks the door with a key the guard hands over. I know. Thanks for the reminder. Her tone is neither grateful nor mocking. It's something in between, a reluctant acceptance of her reality. Before she disappears into the room, I speak more softly. You did well today. She grips the doorway, tension flickering in her knuckles. If you're expecting me to bow in gratitude, you'll be disappointed. I expect you to survive, I reply, voice a notch above a whisper. That's all. Her eyes flick to mine, a sudden hush stretching between us. I catch the faint trace of her breathing, the flush along her neck, the mark on her arm that ties our fates in a way neither of us chose. The heat coils in my stomach, potent and confusing. I push it down. She steps inside, closing the door with a firm click. I linger in the corridor for a long moment, ignoring the curious guard who stands watch. My heart beats faster than it should. The exhaustion of the day weighs on me, but some part remains electrified by our exchange. There's friction in every look she gives me, a spark that sears more than any brand. I turn abruptly and make my way to my office, the stack of supply logs under my arm. I can't let personal entanglements cloud my role as warden. Yet I can't deny the primal protectiveness that flares whenever I see her threatened, or the jolt of awareness every time we're close. Perhaps it's guilt, or maybe something deeper that I'm not ready to name. In the quiet of my office, I settle at the desk, the lone lamp casting warm light on the parchment. A swirl of thoughts tumbles through my mind as I scan Naeva's notes. Her handwriting is steady and precise, listing missing crates, daily rations, and distribution times. She's done more in one day than many quartermasters accomplish in a week. The bastion needs that diligence right now. I brush a hand across the brand etched into my own shoulder decades ago, the emblem of House Rectal. It's different from the fresh one I pressed onto her. Mine is old, a mark of heritage. Hers is an unasked-for chain. I wonder how she copes with that forced bond each time she sees it. She must resent me more than she shows. Sighing, I sift through the logs, focusing on the missing crates. 2 labeled as grain reserves never appeared in the official records. That might be an oversight, or it might point to contraband. If it's contraband, the Senate could use it to further undermine me. Or worse, some unscrupulous faction inside the Bastion might be running a covert operation. Time slides by, measured by the guttering lamp flame. I piece together each detail. No firm conclusion emerges. I'll have to ask more questions tomorrow, check storerooms personally. My eyes burn from reading. Leaning back, I roll my shoulders, letting the day's tension weigh them down. A faint knock on the door drags me from my thoughts. Davor steps inside, face drawn. "Warden, sorry for disturbing you." I wave a hand. "Speak." He sets a small parchment on my desk. Another report. Guards found a prisoner beaten in the laundry wing. He's alive, but badly hurt. He claimed it was retaliation for speaking out about the brand. My lips press into a hard line. "Which prisoner?" Davor sighs. "A minotaur named Rivat. He was complaining that you favor a human over your own kind. The rumor is he insulted you, and someone decided to silence him in your name." Cold fury stirs in my stomach. In my name? I never ordered such a thing. I know, but the rumor remains. He's unconscious, can't identify his attackers. Some inmates are calling it your brand of vengeance. Davor grimaces, tail lashing. This is getting out of hand. I surge to my feet. Lock down that area, question everyone. This fortress runs by law, not covert beatings. Whoever thinks they're doing me a favor is wrong. "Yes, Warden." He hurries out, leaving me alone again. I stand there, fists clenched. The brand was meant to save a life, not spark vigilante brutality. Now some fanatic might be punishing those who speak ill of me or Neva. My temples pound with the realization that controlling the Bastion is like gripping water no matter how tight I hold. Some always slips through. Snuffing out the lamp, I leave my office and patrol the corridors, checking a few late-night guard stations. The silence of the Bastion after dark is heavy, the torches casting shadows that seem to flicker with suspicion. Each cell block I pass, I sense the tension, the unrest that hums just below the surface. At last I retreat to my quarters, shoulders aching. I shed my chest armor and sink onto the edge of my bed, horns practically throbbing with the day's stress. Outside my door I hear the steady shuffle of guards changing shifts. I close my eyes, breath ragged, images swirl. Neva's furious glare, that ephemeral spark when our hands brushed, the bruises on her skin, the fresh brand. My duty is to keep her alive, preserve order, and undermine the Senate's corrupt aims. Yet the Bastion's balance feels more precarious than ever, teetering under rumors and resentments. And beneath it all, a part of me is drawn to her fire, an ember that defies every rule. I grit my teeth, forcing such thoughts away. She's a prisoner under my protection, not a partner. My chest constricts at the memory of her defiance. The day ended without a major riot, but tomorrow will bring fresh challenges. The missing crates, the anger in the cell blocks, Thakker's quiet machinations, none of it rests. Pulling a thin blanket over me, I dim the lantern. Darkness closes in, except for a faint glow from the corridor. The Bastion's stones seem to breathe around me, steeped in centuries of conflict. Perhaps the fortress itself senses the brewing storm. I recall how Neva looked at me when we parted, wary, resentful, yet not entirely dismissive. It's a small thread of uneasy connection. For now, that must be enough. I lie back, exhaustion tugging at my limbs. My mind churns with images, the battered inmate in the laundry wing, the malicious rumors, the 2 unlogged crates, Nava's bright, challenging gaze. The mark etched into her skin binds us in ways I never foresaw. As sleep drags me under, one truth cuts through the haze. I can't let the Bastion consume her, but I also can't let her unravel the order I fought to maintain. Keeping both intact may very well break me. Tomorrow I will continue this precarious dance, stepping between the Bastion's demands and my own convictions, protecting a human who wants nothing from me but survival, while ensuring the fortress remains intact. The tension is potent, a live wire crackling beneath every step. And in the midst of it all, I feel a tug, an unspoken connection that beckons me closer to the flames, even as I command myself to keep my distance. Sleep creeps over me at last, though my dreams spark with images of swirling shadows and the echo of Niva's defiant voice. The Bastion stands tall in my mind's eye, its walls blazing under an unforgiving sun, while the brand I placed on her arm glows like a beacon in the night, a vow I can't ignore yet hardly understand. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 7. Neva. I rise before dawn, the torchlight in my chamber still flickering against stone walls as I splash cold water onto my face. My new quarters are a far cry from the cell they dragged me into weeks ago. There's a small bed, a battered table with a half-empty jug of water, and a narrow window that admits the first pink threads of morning. It's enough to keep me from feeling caged, even if I remain under lock and key after nightfall. My arm aches. The brand Saru left on me is healing, but every time I catch sight of the swirling crest, my stomach clenches. I haven't forgiven him, but life has forced me to accept that living under his roof, under that scorching emblem, beats dying in the arena. That's how I start each day, stifling the urge to curse him and reminding myself that survival matters more than pride. I dress in serviceable clothes, a simple tunic over sturdy pants. The linen is coarse, but at least it's clean. Today's schedule is printed on a parchment that Captain Devor slipped under my door. Quartermaster duties in the supply yard, inventory tasks in 2 separate wings, and a final review of the newly arrived crates. Since my assignment began, I've been up to my neck in Bastion logistics. Odd how quickly a person can adapt. Just a moon ago, I half expected to die in the arena, and now I'm balancing ledgers and mediating squabbles. A low knock signals the guard assigned to me this morning. I open the door, and a tall minotaur stands there, spear in hand, expression neutral. "Ready?" he asks. I nod, stepping out into the corridor. He falls into place, trailing me down the winding staircase that leads to the main yard. The fortress is already stirring. A cluster of minotaurs hustle past with rolled parchments, and the distant clang of a blacksmith resonates from the eastern tower. I smell hot metal and old stone, a combination that reminds me of dark elf forges. Yet here, there's a strange order, like gears meshing in a well-tuned contraption. I can't decide if that order comforts me or makes my skin crawl. Reaching the courtyard, I confirm the day's tasks with Captain Devor, who awaits by a large wooden table set up near the supply yard. He's methodical, listing the shipments that need my attention, the guards assigned to help me. While he talks, I notice Saru observing from a short distance. Even when silent, the warden commands attention. Tall, broad-shouldered, horns that curve with imposing grace. It's impossible not to feel his presence, a heavy weight in the air that pinches my breath. He studies me for a moment. Our eyes lock, and I swear some electric current flickers between us. Neither of us speaks. Eventually, he turns away to speak with an officer. I exhale, chest burning. Heat lashes across the mark on my skin, a cruel reminder of who owns my fate. When Davor finishes explaining the tasks, I gather a quill, inkpot, and ledger. All right, I say. Let's check the morning distribution. My guard, today named Krav, follows me to the row of stacked crates. A group of prisoners stands there, 2 humans and 3 minotaurs, each wearing chain manacles. They're assigned to heavy lifting, and I see wariness in their eyes when they notice me. I straighten my spine. We need to move these crates to the southern wing, I say, voice calm. The logs show a shortfall in rations there. You, and you, grab that cluster. The rest handle the smaller barrels. One of the minotaurs scowls. I don't take orders from a human. I glance at Krav, who steps forward, expression grim, but I hold up a hand. It's not about me. This is the job. The faster we move these crates, the sooner you return to your block and can rest. He snorts, but his posture relaxes. Begrudgingly, he and the others heft the boxes. The humans glance at me, uncertain. I nod in acknowledgement, trying to convey that I won't be an unreasonable taskmaster. They shuffle off, muttering under their breath, but they comply. A small victory. Once they're gone, I check the ledger, verifying each crate's label. Krav stands nearby, quietly observing. You handle them well, he remarks. I shrug. They don't want me here. But I'm not here to punish them. Just do the job. He nods. Better that than a riot. I can't argue with that. The Bastion's tension is thick enough to taste. Word travels fast in these halls. A human wearing the warden's crest is telling them what to do. Some resent me, others are curious. I just want to stay alive and keep the fortress from swallowing me whole. With the morning distribution underway, I head to the supply yard's interior, a wide enclosure lined with torches, even in daylight. The Bastion's architecture is imposing. Great pillars of pale stone, archways that tower overhead. Workers flow through, hauling sacks of grain or rolling barrels of salted fish. The smell of brine churns my stomach, but I keep calm, grabbing a sheaf of notes. Another day, another inventory. I spot a commotion near a cluster of stacked barrels. A pair of minotaurs, each bristling with hostility, are locked in a heated argument. One shouts about a missing ration, the other accuses him of theft. 2 guards hover, uncertain whether to intervene. I sigh, stepping closer. If a fight breaks out, the entire yard might descend into chaos. Hold on, I call, raising my voice just enough to draw attention. My guard accompanies me, eyes shifting warily. What's the problem? A dark-furred minotaur with a broken horn scowls. My ration was short. He claims I signed for it. I say I never saw it. His opponent, a grey-furred minotaur with a savage scar across his muzzle, huffs. We have records. Your name is on the distribution list. The broken horn jabs a finger. I can't read. My brand might be there, but I didn't get that ration. This is exactly the type of dispute that could blow up if not handled carefully. I eye the guards, but they wait for me to speak. It occurs to me that my role as quartermaster extends beyond just counting crates. I'm also the face of the Bastion's order. Strange. All right, I say, keeping my voice even. We have a ledger for that. Let's confirm who collected what. The broken horn glowers. Easy for you to say. You expect me to trust some numbers on a page I can't read. I set my jaw. The Bastion's logs aren't perfect, but it's what we rely on. If your brand was used to sign, I need to see it. He bares his teeth. Don't toy with me. My guard shifts behind me, tension radiating from him. I step around a barrel, lifting the ledger Davor gave me for the day's ration distribution. Flipping through, I find the block of entries for these 2 minotaurs. Name? The broken horn crosses his arms. Hector. I scan the pages. Here, there's a mark for Hector, but no second sign for the same ration. Could it be someone forged your brand? Grey Muzzle growls. He's lying, trying to get extra rations. Hector clenches a fist, steps forward. Keep your mouth shut. I don't lie about my food. I work for every scrap in this fortress. A crowd gathers, drawn by raised voices. No one wants to intervene yet, possibly hoping I'll fail. My chest tightens. I can't let them see me hesitate, or the situation might erupt. I exhale. Hector, if you swear you never signed, we'll check the supply. I won't punish you for an unclaimed ration. Let's confirm if the number of rations matches what's left. Grey Muzzle's eyes flash. What if he's faking ignorance? The logs say brand used. That's official. I force a small, tight smile. Official can still be tampered with. Let me do my job, or we'll let the warden handle it. That mention of Saru quiets them. Even if they scoff at me, they won't risk the warden's wrath. With a curt nod, I signal them to follow me to the ration stack. We walk in tense silence, the ring of onlookers trailing behind. My guard keeps close, hand resting on the hilt of his weapon in case fists fly. Reaching the ration stacks, I scan crates, cross-referencing with the ledger. Then I physically count each sealed package. The crowd shifts, muttering. My heart thumps faster with each tally. This must appear petty to them, but it's exactly these small issues that spark bigger fights. If I can settle this fairly, maybe it'll ease some friction. When I finish, my brow furrows. We have 1 extra ration in the list that isn't here physically. The total is off by 1, meaning someone signed for a non-existent ration. Grey Muzzle's face contorts. What are you implying? I tilt the ledger, showing him the precise tally. It means your records claim 1 more ration was given out than actually exists. Hector's brand is on that line, but no physical ration was accounted for. Either someone forged it, or the ledger keeper made an error. Hector looks ready to snap at Grey Muzzle, but I hold up a hand. Calm. We need the ledger keeper to verify the signature. That's the only way to figure out if Hector was cheated, or if someone scammed the system. The onlookers murmur. A few nod grudgingly, acknowledging a method to the madness. I glance at Krav, who steps forward. I'll fetch the ledger keeper, he offers. Wait, Hector says. If you realise my brand was misused, do I get my ration or not? I tap the crate. We can't conjure an extra one from thin air, but I'll mark your name for a replacement from the next shipment. That's the best I can do right now. Grey Muzzle seethes. And who takes the blame for forging brand usage? My tone hardens. Whoever did it will face Minotaur punishment. You know what that means. A hush falls. Everyone in the Bastion knows that forging official records leads to harsh consequences. If not a sentence in the arena, then forced labour or worse. For a moment, the tension sizzles, but it's no longer directed at me. They see I'm willing to handle the problem fairly, not just point fingers or shrug it off. Hector's shoulders drop an inch. All right, he says, voice grudging. I'll wait. Grey Muzzle scowls but nods, seemingly mollified that we're investigating. Krav strides off to find the ledger keeper, leaving me with a crowd of watchers. A faint sense of triumph flickers in my gut. I diffused a potential brawl with logic, not brute force. That might be how Saru would handle it too, but I'd rather do it without threats. Get back to your tasks, I say. I'll send word when the ledger keeper arrives. They disperse, whispering among themselves. Some side-eye me warily, but there's less hostility in the air. I rub the back of my neck, tension draining as the group thins out. A flicker of heat stirs beneath the sigil etched into my skin, a quiet whisper that freedom remains a fantasy. Still, there's strange comfort in settling a fight without blood. In dark elf lands, this would have ended in blades or spellfire. Here, words are currency. I return to the main yard, continuing my rounds. Next up, inventorying newly arrived crates from a distant port. The boxes smell of salted fish, strong enough to make my nostrils burn. I note each label: dried cod, spiced eel, barley flour. A gloved guard helps me pry open the lids to verify the contents. He coughs at the pungent odour, but I just keep scribbling. This is my job, after all. As midday sun beams over the fortress, I pause to accept a tin bowl of stew from a ration station. My appetite is lackluster, but I force down a few mouthfuls. I'll need energy for the afternoon tasks, finishing the supply count, then meeting with a guard who claims to have new crates missing from the logs. Another headache. While I eat, I sense a shift in the courtyard's atmosphere. People give me a wider berth, not out of fear but cautious respect. A couple of times, inmates or lower-ranked minotaurs nod in recognition rather than spitting at my feet. It's not acceptance, not yet. But it's less pure hostility. Perhaps they see I'm not just Saru's brand, nor do I crave bending them to my will. I'm trying to keep the wheels of this fortress from grinding them into dust. After lunch, I cross paths with Saru again. He stands at the far end of the yard, speaking with a cluster of guards. My gaze drifts to him without meaning to. He's so distinctly minotaur. Towering frame, horns with silver-etched tips, dark fur over rippling muscle. Yet it's not just his appearance that draws attention. There's a quiet authority about him. He doesn't shout, doesn't posture. He just occupies space like a mountain. He looks my way, and that spark flares again. I freeze, heart thudding. We're separated by a throng of workers, but it feels as if no one else exists for a split second. Then a prisoner carrying a heavy crate stumbles between us, and the moment snaps. I focus on my ledger, pretending I wasn't staring. When the afternoon grows hot, I find my last assignment for the day, the southern corridor, near the ring that leads to the Bastion's training yards. Davor asked me to verify how many weapons racks are left there. The corridor is dimmer, the stone walls slick with condensation. I follow a narrow passage that echoes with the sound of distant shouting. Someone sparring, perhaps. Krav points to an iron door. That leads to the old weapons store. You sure you want to go alone? I shake my head. I'll be fine. Let's just check it quickly and get out. He unlocks the door, revealing a cramped storeroom with dusty racks along the walls. Old spears, chipped swords, battered shields, relics of past battles. The place smells of rust and neglect. I run a finger over a spear's edge and find it dull as a spoon. While Krav stands watch, I count each weapon, matching the list pinned to a board. It's hopelessly outdated, so I scrawl fresh notes. That's when I notice a set of footprints in the dust leading to the far corner, where a stack of crates stands partially hidden. My pulse quickens. I glance at Krav. Did anyone tell you about crates in here? He shakes his head. No, why? I approach carefully, the stale air making me cough. The crates bear no markings, which is unusual in the Bastion. Someone always stamps them. Squatting, I lift one lid. Inside, I find old scraps of metal, some tools, a few sealed jars. I open a jar to discover a thick, tar-like substance. My stomach churns. Krav frowns. What is that? I dip a fingertip near it, sniffing. My eyes water. Smells like some kind of pitch or black oil. Possibly flammable if exposed to heat or a spark. My mind flashes to the sabotage I pulled on that dark elf ship. Something like this could have fueled a massive fire. Why is it here, hidden and unmarked? Contraband, maybe, or leftover war supplies. I replace the lid, wiping my hands on a rag. We should tell the warden, I say, though bitterness seeps through me at the thought. He needs to know there's unmarked stock in a disused storeroom. Krav nods. Agreed. Could be from an older era, but best to be safe. I finish noting everything, then we lock the room. My stomach simmers with unease. This fortress is full of secrets. If someone is stashing flammables or other contraband, it might tie into the missing crates I've been tracking. Each day, I uncover more puzzles. I clench my bandaged arm. If I can unravel this, maybe I'll prove my worth enough that the Senate can't just sign my death. As we head back to the courtyard, commotion erupts near the edge of the supply yard. Raised voices carry through the air. Another dispute. I hurry forward, ledger tucked under my arm. A group of 5 stands in a half ring, 2 humans and 3 minotaurs. A pair of them are inches from trading blows. Their expressions are twisted with anger, and tension surges like a wave. I call out, "Hey, what's the problem?" One of the humans, a wiry fellow with pitted scars along his cheeks, hisses, "They took our space in the queue. We've waited to collect rations, but these brutes shoved us aside." A minotaur with striped fur curls a lip. "We don't take orders from the likes of you. Move along, human." The ring tightens. My heart pounds. If they start throwing punches, we could have a full-blown riot. Guards cluster nearby, uncertain whether to wade in. I swallow my frustration. The Bastion's threat of punishment might quell this, but I sense pride fueling both sides. "Look," I say, voice firm. "No one's cutting the line. We have an established queue. You 2 humans were next. Let them get their rations, then the rest can follow. That's the rule." The striped fur minotaur snorts. "You dare talk about rules?" His gaze drops to the sigil scorched into my flesh. "Your entire presence is a sham." Anger flares under my skin. I step closer, ignoring the squeak of protest from Krav behind me. "You want to challenge the warden's brand? Fine. Let's see how that ends for you." He bares his teeth, but behind him, another minotaur grips his shoulder, whispering caution. The humans watch me with a mix of wariness and curiosity. My pulse thrums at the near confrontation, but I hold my stance. Queue remains first come, first served, I say, forcing an even tone. Anyone defying that will face Bastion discipline. You know what that involves. Silence. Then, grudgingly, the striped fur minotaur backs off, letting the 2 humans pass. The tension breaks, replaced by mutters and averted glares. The queue resumes, and a small crisis is averted. I let out a silent breath. One of the humans tosses me an almost friendly nod. "Thanks, Quartermaster." It's a fleeting acknowledgement, but my heart stumbles. Some faint sense of trust flickers in the crowd. I glimpse Saru at the perimeter, watching. Our eyes meet, and there's a pulse of understanding that runs deeper than words. He dips his chin, almost imperceptibly. I break the gaze, forcing myself to focus on the tasks at hand. By the time the sun sinks low, my legs ache from constant pacing across the yard. Yet the day hasn't ended in chaos. I might even call it success. Once the final rations are distributed, I reorganize the logs, storing them in the small administrative kiosk. A hush blankets the Bastion's open courtyards, tinted orange by the waning light. I turn, and there he is, Saru, standing a few paces away, arms folded across his broad chest. The same quiet power emanates from him, as though the fortress itself bends around his presence. Something flutters in my stomach. Annoyance, wariness, something else I don't want to name. "Warden," I say, voice curt. "Need something?" He studies me, those amber eyes reflecting the sunset's glow. "Heard you settled multiple disputes today without an incident." I shrug. It's what the quartermaster does. His gaze drops to the fresh bruise on my forearm. "You took a punch?" I exhale. recalling the scuffle with the striped fur minotaur. Just a graze. I lie. My arm stings, but it'll heal. No big deal. He inclines his head, silent for a beat. I detect something like approval in his stance. Shoulders not quite as rigid, tail relaxed. You helped maintain order. Well done. A strange warmth seeps through my chest at his praise, though I clamp it down. I'm just doing my job. Doesn't mean I'm on your side. His brow furrows. I'm not asking for that. Then he pauses, as though wrestling with words. But you're proving yourself. The Bastion sees it. I snort softly. So they see a human who's not cowering in a corner, that's all. His jaw tenses. That matters here. Fear rules many prisoners. You're showing them a different path. He gestures around at the guarded corridors, the stacked crates, the watchful eyes. A fortress is held by more than iron. Attitude counts. I blink, unsettled by the sincerity in his tone. You speak as if you respect me. He shifts, horns glinting in the fading sun. I respect anyone who holds the line. That's how I led armies. The memory of him as a general, someone said he was unstoppable on the battlefield, flits through my mind. Right, I say, struggling for nonchalance. Well, if I'm done here, I'll see you tomorrow. More logs to fix. He nods, stepping aside to let me pass. Our gazes brush, and there's that spark again, like a live wire between us. My breath catches. It's infuriating, this flicker of tension that makes my pulse skip. I won't let it weaken me. Good evening, I mutter, hastening to my quarters. My guard matches my pace, confused by my abrupt departure, but I'm too rattled to care. Something about Saru's quiet acknowledgement kindles a swirl of conflicting feelings in my gut. Reluctant gratitude, lingering anger, and a bizarre primal awareness that he's no mere jailer. Back in my room, I bolt the door and collapse onto the small stool by the window. The brand stings, as if it senses my turmoil. I yank off my tunic's sleeve, studying the crest. It's healing well, scabbed over at the edges. The pain is less physical now and more symbolic. No matter how many disputes I settle, how many tasks I complete, I'm still wearing the warden's mark. I recall the day he seared it onto me, the agony, the fury in my heart. I hated him then. I still do, in many ways. But the fortress hums differently from the dark elf cities I knew. Minotaur law can be rigid, but there's a core of order that's missing from the twisted cruelty under dark elf rule. Here, if I show competence, they might respect me, even if grudgingly. In dark elf lands, my only worth was as a forging slave or an occasional scapegoat. My mind drifts to that final exchange with Saru in the courtyard. The faint pride in his tone, the understanding in his gaze. It unsettles me how a single glance can stir such confusion in my chest. Is it just relief that he's not punishing me? Or is there some flicker of mutual recognition that neither of us wants to name? I laugh under my breath, a harsh sound in the quiet room. I must be losing it. I set my ledger aside, rubbing tired eyes. The Bastion's no paradise, but I can't deny that I've seen hints of fairness. They settle arguments with reason or a clear set of rules, something I rarely witnessed under Dark Elf rule where whim and cruelty reigned. Here, no guard has whipped me. None has locked me in a box without food for a minor offence. They watch me closely, but I'm free to walk the halls under escort, a bizarre half-liberation. Exhaustion seeps through me. I strip down to a thin undershirt lying on the bed. The mattress is lumpy, but it's better than cold stone. I stare at the ceiling, mind racing with the day's events, forging brand usage, contraband in old storerooms, prisoner disputes. The Bastion is a labyrinth of secrets, and I'm caught in its heart. Yet I'm forging a path, clinging to the single advantage I have, Saru's crest. The brand keeps me alive, though it also binds me to the warden's fate. I roll onto my side, watching moonlight drift through the narrow window. My thoughts circle back to the lethal tension that swells whenever Saru and I lock eyes. Every step I take, I sense him watching, measuring. Maybe he's just doing his job. Or maybe he sees me differently, as more than just a prisoner wearing his name. A flicker of memory surfaces, his quiet voice praising me for upholding order. My chest tightens, confusion tangling with a grudging sense of satisfaction. I don't want his approval. Not truly. Yet the Bastion's quiet acknowledgement that I'm no mere savage, that stirs a glint of pride I can't fully tamp down. Sleep claims me in fits and starts. I dream of corridors that twist infinitely, stone arches that open onto raging seas, and a brand searing my skin again and again. At one point I start awake, heart pounding. Outside, a guard shifts, footsteps echoing on the tiles. I sink back into uneasy slumber, images of minotaur horns and swirling sigils haunting me. Morning comes too soon, light creeping through the window. My body aches from the prior day. Despite that, I haul myself upright, pulling on my clothes for the next round of tasks. Another day as quartermaster in a fortress that both imprisons and strangely empowers me. Another day balancing tension, forging fragile trust. The brand twinges as I flex my arm, a constant reminder that my survival is built on an uneasy alliance with the warden. I grip my teeth, determination flooding my veins. I will not let this brand define me. If the Bastion demands I keep their engine running, so be it. I will do it my way, with cunning instead of brute force. Maybe I'll never be free in the truest sense, but at least I can carve out a space where no one can break me again. Stepping into the corridor, I find the morning guard waiting. We exchange curt nods, and I head off to meet Davor for the day's tasks. Life in the Bastion continues, tension swirling beneath every calm surface. But as I pass an open window, I glimpse the fortress courtyard stirring awake, minotaurs and humans alike bracing for another day. I steel my spine, telling myself I can handle it. If I can face the dark elves and sabotage an entire ship, I can survive as quartermaster in a minotaur fortress. And if Saru crosses my path with that quiet gaze again, I'll meet it with my own unflinching stare, determined not to yield to the confusing spark that lingers between us. Because I am Neva. I have lived through forge fires and the wrath of malevolent masters. This Bastion, with its complex rules and rumoured bride mark, will not claim me as another silent victim. I step into the sunlight of the courtyard, ledger in hand, and the day begins anew.
Chapter 8. Saru? I stare at the oil lamp on my desk, watching the flame dance in the heavy silence of my office. Each flicker casts shadows that seem to mock my state of mind. The Bastion never truly quiets beyond these walls. Guards pace the halls, inmates murmur, and steel clangs in distant training yards. But here, within these 4 stone walls, I feel the old memories closing in like a tide. My brother's face haunts me tonight, as it often does. The memory arrives without warning. That final arena match, the roar of the crowd, his stubborn pride forcing us both into a fight to the death. We locked horns under the scorching sun, each blow reverberating through the dust and the jeering spectators. I can still feel the moment his eyes glazed over, the lifeblood soaking into the sand as I held the sword that ended his life. Duty, they called it. An honor-bound duel demanded by the Senate to resolve a family dispute. I obeyed. The crowd cheered, and my soul fractured. Some nights I can almost smell the blood. I close my eyes, muscles tensing at the phantom sting of guilt. My hand drifts to the brand on my right shoulder, a symbol of House Rectal. It was never meant to carry such remorse, yet I've borne it since that day as though it weighs more than any set of armor. At length, I rise from my chair, ignoring the half-written letter to the Senate that sits on the desk. Endless politics revolve around Nava's brand. Some senators whisper that it's a ploy. Others seethe that I would degrade my station by protecting a human. Their missives demand explanations or threaten repercussions. But I can't quell the memory of how her sabotage saved my sister, or the flicker in Naiva's eyes that challenges everything I thought I knew about condemnation. Shaking my head, I exit the office, stepping into a corridor lit by guttering torches. The hour is late, but I won't rest until the turmoil in my chest dies down. My hooves strike the stone with a muted echo as I pass a row of tall, arched windows. Beyond them, the moon bathes the bastion courtyard in pale light. The swirl of cold air through each window helps steady my breathing. A guard on patrol stops to salute, but I wave him on. I'd rather roam alone. My steps lead me deeper into the fortress, guided by an impulse I can't fully name. Perhaps I'm searching for a sign that I can be more than a man haunted by the past. Perhaps I'm simply restless. I find myself in the southwestern wing, a labyrinth of old storerooms and forging alcoves that rarely see use. It's a half-forgotten area filled with broken racks and leftover gear. The corridor glows faintly from sparse torches. Movement at the far end snags my attention, a small glimmer of reflected light. I slow my pace, ears pricking to catch any faint sound. A rhythmic tapping resonates, metal striking stone. I edge closer, keeping my breathing hushed. The corridor opens into a wide chamber with an abandoned forge in the corner. Once, the Bastion used it to repair weapons when the main smithy was overrun, but it's been largely neglected since the war cooled. In that faint torchlight, I see her. Naiva. She's crouched over a slab of broken stone, pressing the tip of a scavenged tool against some scrap metal, shaping it with purposeful strokes. The brand on her arm stands out in the flickering glow, a silent claim that ties her fate to mine. My heart gives an uncomfortable lurch. She's so absorbed she doesn't notice me at first. The room is warm from a small brazier she's lit, embers crackling quietly. Her face is set with fierce concentration, sweat beading at her temple. I linger, uncertain whether to announce myself or observe. My instincts say to speak. My curiosity bids me to wait. A sudden clang echoes as she strikes the metal against a makeshift anvil. The piece glints faintly, the shape akin to a crude blade. Not a weapon to challenge a minotaur's sword, but sharp enough to matter in close quarters. My jaw tenses. Any prisoner forging a secret blade invites punishment. Yet as I watch her intense focus, another sensation roots me in place. A fractured reflection of my own survival drive, that same edge of desperation that once pushed me to train relentlessly for the arena. She lifts the metal shard, brow furrowed. She tests the edge with a fingertip, then grimaces. Not keen enough, she whispers to herself, voice thick with frustration. The quiet words echo in the deserted chamber. I clear my throat, stepping into the hazy circle of light. You're persistent. She startles, dropping the blade with a sharp clang. Her gaze snaps to me, wary and furious in equal measure. Warden, she says, breath unsteady. The brazier's embers reflect in her eyes, that trademark spark alive. Didn't realize you were so fond of late-night strolls. My posture remains rigid, arms folded across my chest. Could say the same for you. This corner is off-limits unless assigned. You're forging something. She scoffs, struggling to hide her racing heart. I'm making a small tool. The Bastion's inventory is short on decent knives for everyday tasks. I arch a brow. And you decided to do that alone at this hour, without permission? Her lips twist. I handle the supplies anyway. Might as well improve them. A tense silence settles. I glance at the half-formed blade on the stone, noticing the rudimentary technique. She's using leftover metal scraps, hammered out with a chunk of iron that serves as a poor excuse for a smithing hammer. The brazier is rudimentary, fed with coal she must have pilfered. An officer would typically seize her for this. I know that, but part of me is unwilling to punish her for resourcefulness. I remember forging my own weapons in dire times, cunning solutions demanded by war. She looks at me as if bracing for an outburst. Instead, I step forward, my voice low. Why risk it? She grips the edge of her makeshift tool. I can't go unarmed in this fortress. Not truly. Everyone hates me prisoners, some guards. I needed something just in case. My chest tightens, even if the Bastion's law forbids it. She lifts her chin. You'd prefer I trust your brand to keep me alive? Might be enough for formal challenges, but not every corner of this place is so official. Her voice softens with a thread of bitterness. I see how some watch me. One day a guard might turn the other way and I'll end up dead in a corner. My jaw sets. She's right that hatred lingers, fueled by prejudice or Senate propaganda. The brand is official, but dark hallways and a single determined attacker could ignore official lines. Guilt gnaws at me. I gave orders for your protection, I say quietly. A dark laugh escapes her. Orders don't stop a knife in the back. Orders didn't stop an inmate from throwing a punch at me yesterday. I need something more tangible. The glint in her eyes dares me to refute her logic. Instinct begs me to snap, that her forging crosses the line, that hidden blades breach every protocol I uphold. Another part sees the raw fear beneath her defiant exterior, reflecting a shade of my own memories. I recall standing in the arena, convinced no law or vow could truly keep me safe from a blade aimed at my heart. Instead of scolding, I tilt my head at the scrap metal. That shape needs refining. You're leaving too many rough edges. Surprise flickers across her face. She glances at the blade. I know. I'm working with junk. The heat's not enough to mold it easily. Stepping closer, I crouch near the brazier. Its embers glow orange, the heat licking at my fur. The combined scents of coal dust and molten metal stir an echo of the old arena forges. My voice is subdued. Let me see. She hesitates, then hands me the half-shaped blade. I examine the thickness, the uneven curve. If you want a better edge, you need a stable anvil and a real hammer. These lumps of iron aren't suitable. Her mouth forms a faint sneer. I use what I can find. Not like the Bastion's main smithy will welcome me. True. My shoulders slump a fraction, and if you tried, the rumor mill would devour you. Her stance shifts, tension radiating. So are you about to confiscate this? I weigh the shard in my palm. It's heavy enough to cut if sharpened further. The guard in me says yes, confiscate it. The part of me that knows the desperation of survival says no. I stand, handing it back. Not today. She frowns, suspicion plain. What changed your mind? I inhale, recalling the old ache of losing my brother in that blood-soaked arena. You're forging a blade to protect yourself. I fought for survival once too. She reads something in my expression, the flicker of regret I can't disguise. Her hostility ebbs, replaced by curiosity. You mean the war? Or the arena? I look away, swallowing. The latter. My voice tightens. Sometimes the laws we follow don't guarantee safety in the ring. A blade can do that. Neva lowers the metal shard, a furrow of empathy crossing her face. I heard rumors something about you fighting your own kin. Is that true? Pain floods my chest. Yes. The single word tastes bitter. I see the question in her eyes, and for once, I don't hide from it. The Senate demanded we resolve a dispute in the arena. My brother believed it was his right to challenge me. We had no choice but to fight. I killed him. She exhales, all sarcasm gone. That's a heavy weight to bear. I can guess you didn't want that outcome. My throat is raw, memories stirring. I obeyed. He wouldn't yield. The crowd. I force a breath. They celebrated a resolution, but I left that ring in chains of shame. Some said it was a matter of honor, but I can't see it that way. She sets the scrap blade aside. Why do you stay in the bastion, then, if it haunts you? A wry laugh escapes me. Because leaving would mean betraying the vow I made. My father built a legacy here, and my sister still holds a seat in the Senate. If I run, I desert them. If I remain, I carry guilt. The bastion is where I can keep my honor, or what's left of it. She presses her lips together, studying my face. And part of that honor includes branding me so the Senate can't kill me? I nod once, heart pounding with conflicting emotions. Yes, I might not have handled it delicately, but letting them bury you without a fight would have been worse. She's silent, flicking her gaze to the embers. The harsh lines of her posture soften marginally. I hate the brand, but it's kept me breathing. She says the words quietly. I don't know what to make of that. I sigh. Nor do I. A hush falls, broken only by the slow crackle of burning coal. The hush allows me to notice small details. The burn scars mapping her arms, each telling a story of forges or punishment. Her clothes cling to her lean frame, damp with sweat from the heat of the brazier. I sense her vulnerability here, forging a clandestine blade in the depths of the fortress. And for reasons I can't fully articulate, I'm not angry. I might even admire her resilience. At last, she crouches again, picking up the chunk of iron she uses as a hammer. If you're not stopping me, are you going to help? I blink. You want me to? She lifts a shoulder. You were a general once. You must know a bit about forging weapons, or at least shaping metal to your advantage. I hesitate. The idea of forging a secret blade with her is madness, but I can't deny the odd pull in my chest. We'll keep this quiet, I say at length, voice low, but we need a better approach. Her brows lift. I'm listening. I scan the chamber, eyes landing on a heavy anvil half buried under debris. That anvil! Clear it! I stride over and push aside broken planks and dusty armor scraps. Beneath them lies a solid chunk of iron. With some effort, I heave it upright, the squeal of metal on stone echoing. Neva steps up, the corners of her mouth twitching in gratitude. Better than a rock slab. She sets her half-finished blade on it. Now what? I grasp a battered smithing hammer from the clutter. You hold the piece steady. I'll strike where you show me. We heat it in the brazier between strikes. She quirks a skeptical look. Coals might not be hot enough for a perfect forging. We'll manage. This is just an improvised solution. I gesture for her to bring the glowing scrap from the brazier. Here. She positions the metal. Our arms brush as I stand behind her, hammer raised. The contact sends an unbidden spark up my spine, an immediate reminder of the tension that's become so familiar between us. We ignore it, focusing on the metal. I exhale, bringing the hammer down in measured blows. Clang, clang. Each strike resonates in my bones, a rhythmic echo reminiscent of the old forging days. Naeva braces the piece, sweat collecting at her temple. She murmurs corrections, telling me where to shape the edge. I follow her direction, staying mindful of her fingers near the sizzling scrap. With each strike, the blade's outline grows clearer, the metal bending to our joint effort. The hush of the bastion seems distant, overshadowed by the clang of hammer on steel. Eventually, she pulls the piece away. Cool it, she says, nodding to a bucket of water. I plunge it in with a hiss of steam. For a fleeting moment, we share a look her gaze is charged, appreciation flickering through her guarded expression. My own chest tightens with an odd sense of camaraderie. We repeat the cycle. Heat, hammer, shape. I'm acutely aware of how our movements align, each step methodical. She stokes the brazier. I handle the hammer. She sets the angle. I deliver the blow. The synergy is unexpected. Two very different people, forging something small but potent in the bastion's shadows. Time warps. When I finally set the hammer aside, my arms ache from the repetitive strikes. She tests the blade's edge, brushing away flakes of slag. It's still crude, but it has a sharper line, a faint curve that could slice if handled well. She exhales softly, a kind of contentment in her voice. This will do. We share a moment of quiet triumph. She sets the blade against the anvil, blinking back exhaustion. My own heart thuds with a mixture of pride and unease. What we've made is far from perfect, but it's enough to keep her safer. Still, the rational side of me stirs. You know, if any guard finds this, you'll be questioned, possibly thrown in the arena. She drags her thumb along the metal, testing its edge. If it comes to that, I'll say it's for quartermaster duties, cutting ropes, opening crates. A tool, not a weapon. I grunt. That might fool them, or maybe not. She shrugs. I'll take the risk. Better than walking these halls unarmed. Her eyes flick to mine, a spark of defiance mingling with a strange, reluctant trust. Thanks for not reporting me. I swallow the knot in my throat. I'm not here to punish resourcefulness. Her gaze dips to my chest plate, then lingers on the brand etched into my right shoulder, a testament to House Rectal. Her own brand on her arm is healing, the scab less angry now. You talk a lot about rules, Warden, but you break them when it suits you. A faint huff leaves me. I choose which battles matter. An ironic smile twists her lips. We might have that in common. A flash of memory stabs me. My brother's defiance in the arena, his stubborn grin as he challenged me. He believed he'd show the Senate that House Rectal was unstoppable, that the old ways demanded a victor. Instead, we both lost. My chest tightens. Neva shifts, noticing my expression. I'm not your brother, she says quietly, as if sensing the swirl of pain I can't fully hide. I push aside the old ache. No, but you have a similar spark. Stubborn, resourceful. That's why he insisted on the duel. I grimace. He thought only one of us could stand at the apex. She lowers her gaze to the newly forged blade, absorbing the confession. The Senate forced your hand. Yes, I didn't see a way out. The memory tightens my throat. He died, and I was named Warden, an honor-bound role to pay my debt for the chaos the duel created. She gently sets the blade aside. You keep telling me how the Bastion runs on rules, but I see it's also shaped by regrets. Her words strike deep. Regrets that I live with daily. She eyes me with a flicker of empathy. I realize we're standing close. Too close. The brazier's fading warmth mingles with our combined heat. Her hair, damp with sweat, falls across her brow, and I notice she's trembling faintly from exhaustion, or perhaps from the emotional weight of this conversation. An urge rises to reach out, to brush back that strand of hair. Instead, I tighten my posture, reminding myself of the boundaries that keep us from calamity. Let's get you back to your quarters. It's late. She nods, scooping up the crude blade. She tucks it under a scrap of cloth, a half smile on her lips. I won't brandish it unless I have to. See that you don't, I murmur, stepping aside. We exit the chamber, navigating the dim corridors. I lead, listening for any sign of patrolling guards. Twice we pause as footfalls draw near, but the guards pass by an adjacent hallway. My heart pounds heavier with each careful step. The secrecy of what we've done leaves me torn. If the Bastion discovered I aided her in forging a blade, it could be seen as betrayal. I feel oddly liberated, though, as if I've given her a shield I never managed to give my brother. Eventually, we emerge into a better-lit corridor connecting to the main living block. The flicker of torches announces we've reached safer territory. She cradles the cloth-wrapped blade against her side, eyes scanning for eavesdroppers. A guard stationed at the far end glances our way. I assume a neutral expression. Escort her to her room, I command him, voice clipped. I'll speak with you tomorrow, Neva. She meets my gaze. something unspoken passing between us. Her jaw flexes, and I see the conflict in her eyes, a swirl of gratitude, defiance, and confusion. Finally, she just nods. Tomorrow. The guard leads her off, and I remain, watching until she disappears around a bend. My own breath comes out shaky. I rub my horn, the older scars etched there, telling tales of battles survived. I can't remember the last time I broke protocol for a prisoner. I can't recall ever forging something for someone who might one day use it to kill. Yet I'm not sure if I regret it. She's forging her path. I see in her that raw determination I once had before the arena forced me into a role I never wanted. She's an ember that refuses to be extinguished, and part of me respects that so fiercely it almost hurts. I leave the corridor, treading a route back to my quarters. The bastion's corridors feel emptier, though flickers of torchlight cast dancing shadows on every wall. My mind churns with the day's events and the revelations of tonight. Images of my brother's final moment weigh heavily, but so does the memory of how Naiva's eyes lit with fierce focus at the anvil. That same unwavering spirit, teetering on a knife's edge between life and death, driven by necessity. When I reach my chambers, I latch the door and lean against it, exhaling. The thick walls offer little solace from my swirling thoughts. I picture Naiva holding that blade, feeling some measure of security. I picture the Senate's reaction if they discover this. My stomach knots. I know the risk, but I can't bring myself to regret letting her arm herself. I strip off my chest plate, chest muscles aching from hammering. The memory of forging resonates through my arms, as though my body still vibrates from each strike. The brand on my shoulder stings, reminding me that everything I do here is bound to House Rectal, my father's name, my brother's memory, my sister's place in the Senate. Protecting a human forging contraband is the last thing tradition would expect. I cross to the low table near the window, pouring water into a clay cup. The taste is metallic and lukewarm, but I gulp it down, trying to soothe the dryness in my throat. My reflection in the window glass is ghostly. I see the carved lines on my horns etched for those I've lost. That day in the arena left a mark that no brand can overshadow. She's not your brother, I remind myself. Her fate doesn't have to end in your blade. I close my eyes, recalling how she stood at the brazier's glow, forging her own destiny. If I had allowed my brother to yield, if I had fought the Senate's demand more fiercely, would he still be alive? The question gnaws at me. Perhaps I see a second chance in her, a chance to choose differently and protect a life instead of snuffing it out. I move to my bed, dropping onto the edge. My horns feel heavier than usual, as though burdened by revelations that keep piling up. In the hush of the night, I let my mind drift, replaying the forging session in that abandoned chamber, the synergy of our motions, the clang of metal meeting metal, the flickers of unspoken understanding that bridged the chasm between warden and prisoner. What am I becoming? Forging an alliance with the one I forcibly branded. The question resonates. Duty demands I maintain distance. But every day she erodes my barriers by showing a tenacity that mirrors my own. My chest tightens when I recall her eyes, bright with purpose. Maybe I need that spark to combat the numb weight of my guilt. I collapse onto the mattress, eyes unfocused as the ceiling blurs overhead. What was meant as a sterile tactic, a seal burned into her skin to override the Senate's kill order, has become something far messier. With each passing moment, she carves a place for herself here, not just with steel, but with purpose. And with each strike, she cracks open something in me I thought long sealed. I remain awake, letting these thoughts swirl until the bastion's torches burn low. Outside, a guard calls out to another, the echo carrying through stone halls. Darkness presses at the windows. My mind replays the final moments of my brother's life in the arena, the sun glaring overhead, the crowd chanting, his blood on my hands. I recall the vow I made never to fail someone again, if I could save them. Perhaps that vow led me to brand Neva, despite every rule. Tomorrow, the Bastion will continue its ceaseless demands. The Senate might send new threats. Prisoners will test us. Yet a small, secret corner of me holds on to the memory of forging metal with Neva tonight, crafting a dangerous shard. The guilt remains, but for the first time in ages, I sense something other than regret. A quiet, simmering hope that I can choose differently than I did in the arena. That I can shield instead of slay. I close my eyes, the night's weariness at last claiming me. My dreams are scattered. Glimpses of the Bastion's corridors lit by flaming braziers, the clash of metal in a distant ring. And amid that swirling haze, an image of Neva turning to me, holding out a blade we forged together, as though offering a truce we both crave and fear.
Chapter 9. Neva. I stand beneath the high arches of the Bastion's eastern corridor, tapping my foot while I wait for a cart of rations to arrive. The morning light filters through tall windows, revealing dust motes dancing in the air. Around me, minotaurs hustle with crates and scrolls, each engaged in the fortress's ongoing routine. After a restless night, the bustle feels jarring. I keep reminding myself to breathe, trying to find my balance among the noise. Pain flares beneath the scabbed crest on my wrist whenever I move it. Saru's mark, small, but sharp enough to cut through my thoughts with fury if I let it. But I can't deny it's protected me from immediate death, at least in formal terms. The Bastion's laws might respect a brand, yet individuals with grudges don't always obey. I wonder how many more days I'll manage before another confrontation flares. A junior guard wheels in the supply cart at last, sweat beading on his muzzle as he halts in front of me. "Quartermaster," he says, a little out of breath. "These are the ration bags for the southern blocks." I nod, scanning the contents. Sacks of flour, dried fish, salted beans. I scribble each item into my ledger. The guard shifts uneasily, avoiding my gaze. He's trying not to stare at the brand. I ignore him, finishing the tally with brisk efficiency. "That's all," I say, voice cool but polite. "Get them to the staging area. We'll distribute by noon." He salutes, rather awkwardly, as if he doesn't know how to handle a salute to a human, and rolls the cart away. I turn, heading for the side passage that leads to the distribution yard. My mind churns with half-formed thoughts about reorganizing the storehouse. We keep uncovering unlogged crates, hidden corners, contraband, overlooked relics from old campaigns. Hard to say. As I step into the yard, crisp sunlight greets me, along with the hum of morning activity. Prisoners line up for chores, supervised by watchful minotaurs. The smell of old hay, steel and brine mingles in the open air. I hold my ledger close, weaving between stacks of crates. A few minotaur labourers notice me, offering nods or sidelong stares. The tension between me and them remains. Some see me as an intruder, others grudgingly accept. I'm just following the warden's orders. I'm halfway across the yard when something tugs at my instincts. A tingle of wrongness creeps up my spine. I pause by a tall pile of sacks, glancing around. The usual guards are in their positions, but there's a group in the far corner that draws my attention. 3 minotaurs dressed in the Bastion's uniform, though something about their stance radiates unease. They stand close together, whispering, eyes flicking in my direction. One rests a hand on the hilt of his short sword, posture tense. I swallow. My brand might protect me from official orders of execution, but it won't stop individuals if they decide to take matters into their own hands. Even with the resentment swirling in the Bastion, I've never seen these 3 before. Could they be new arrivals or men loyal to a senator who hates me? Something about them sets my nerves jangling. They break apart suddenly, making a show of directing the flow of traffic. I watch them discreetly, continuing my route to the storage area. Just as I near a narrow corridor, the same 3 slip away from the main yard. My heart beats faster. I consider calling for Captain Davor or another guard, but I hesitate. I can't jump at every suspicion, Some inmates and guards already assume I overstep. Still, I decide to stay alert. Stepping into the corridor, I find it mostly deserted. The bastion's thick walls muffle the yard's noise, leaving only the echo of my footsteps on the stone. I notice fresh scuff marks on the floor, as if someone moved crates recently. The corridor leads to a small storeroom, one we plan to repurpose. A prickle of awareness ripples over my skin. The air feels too still, as if even the distant clangs of the fortress fade. I shift my grip on the ledger, scanning for movement. Light from a single torch flickers along the corridor's length. Something about that half-burned torch sets me on edge, like it was left here deliberately. Footsteps, soft, calculated. I pivot just as a shape lunges from a recess. A heavy forearm swings toward my head. I duck on instinct, adrenaline spiking. The blow whips past my temple, slamming into the wall behind me with a dull thud. I stagger backward, heart slamming in my chest. A Minotaur guard emerges from the gloom, eyes cold and intense. Another guard flanks me on the right, brandishing a short spear. My suspicion about the three from earlier was correct. They aren't just passers-by. They've come for me. They give me no time to shout or run. One lunges, catching my shoulder in a crushing grip. Pain sparks as he tries to slam me against the wall. "Easy," he rasps, voice brimming with menace. "We'll make this quick." I snarl, twisting free, jabbing an elbow into his midsection. My smaller frame wriggles out of his hold, ignoring the searing ache in my shoulder. I stumble, nearly dropping the ledger, cursing the fact that I'm pinned in this narrow space with no easy exit. The second guard thrusts the spear. I jerk aside, cursing under my breath, letting the ledger clatter to the floor. My mind races. If I can break free and sprint into the yard, someone might help. But these two block the corridor, and I sense the third looming behind them. Even if I scream, who's to say they'll care? They wear the Bastion's uniform. People might assume I'm just a troublesome prisoner. The first guard leaps forward again. I raise an arm to shield my face. He backhands me, sending me crashing into the stacked crates. My back meets splintered wood, the wind knocked out of me. That ring of impact reverberates in my skull, stars dancing in my vision. Gritting my teeth, I scramble for the small blade I keep hidden in my boot, the one Saru helped me forge. My fingers grasp the hilt, heart pounding. If I must fight, I'll fight. I refuse to die like a cornered rabbit. The second guard laughs harshly. "So you do carry a weapon. Figures." He lunges again, spear tip gleaming. My body moves on instinct, sidestepping the strike. I slash with my small blade, aiming at his arm. He recoils with a hiss, blood welling from a shallow cut. But the corridor is cramped, and his companion darts in, pinning my other arm. In desperation, I slam my knee into his gut. A meaty thud, followed by a wheezing grunt, but he doesn't release me. My mind whirls. They're bigger, stronger. One lucky hit, and I'm done. The brand might shield me from official orders, but these men serve someone outside the normal chain, someone who wants me silenced. Possibly Thakur. That malevolent senator must have planted loyal guards in the bastion, waiting for a moment to strike. The second guard tears the blade from my grip, tossing it aside. A savage grin twists his muzzle. He raises the spear again, ready to finish this. My pulse roars in my ears. Fury and a flicker of regret surge through me. I survived slavery, sabotage, and forced branding, only to die in a dusty corridor. Suddenly, a fierce shout echoes. Thunderous footfalls pound toward us. The spear-wielding guard glances up in alarm. The next instant, the corridor explodes with violence. Saru barrels in, horns lowered, smashing into the guard from the side. The impact sends the guard crashing into a stack of crates, splinters flying. The spear skitters across the floor. The other attacker curses, releasing me. I collapse to my knees, gasping for air as Saru whips around, tail lashing. His voice resonates, rough and controlled. Stand down. Now! They don't yield. The second guard, injured but not subdued, lunges at Saru with a dagger. Saru sidesteps, grabbing his wrist in a crushing grip. The guard howls, dropping the blade. With a swift motion, Saru twists his arm behind his back and hurls him into the wall. Pain blossoms in my own chest just watching it. Saru's raw strength is staggering. The guard crumples, dazed. The third attacker, the one I glimpsed earlier, emerges from behind crates, brandishing a short sword. He snarls something about Thakur's orders. Saru's horns tilt in a lethal arc. "Thakur has no command here," he growls, voice as cold as midnight. The guard swings the sword. Saru blocks with a forearm clad in partial armour, then slams a fist into the attacker's gut. The Minotaur doubles over, spitting curses. Saru rips the sword from his grip, eyes blazing. For a heartbeat, I think Saru might run him through. The corridor crackles with tension, dust swirling from collapsed crates. My breath catches. Instead, Saru grips the guard's collar and hurls him bodily to the floor, planting a hoof on his chest. "Stay down," Saru warns, words clipped. The guard wheezes, pinned beneath Saru's weight. All around, the carnage lies scattered, crates splintered, my ledger pages fluttering, 2 guards groaning in pain. Saru stands, chest heaving, horns angled with lethal intent. He spares me a quick glance, verifying I'm alive. My heart hammers at the fierce expression on his face. A warrior's rage, cold but precise. One of the guards tries to rise, defiance twisting his muzzle. Saru silences him with a crushing blow from his elbow, sending him sprawling again. "Enough," he snaps, voice echoing off the stone walls. The corridor is quiet aside from ragged breathing. I scramble upright, pressing a hand to my side where bruises bloom. My lungs ache from the assault. The small blade lies on the floor, kicked aside in the chaos. I retrieve it, swallowing a surge of gratitude and anger all at once. If Saru hadn't intervened, I push that thought away, refusing to dwell on my near end. Saru shifts his attention to me. "You're hurt." My limbs shake, adrenaline coursing. "Bruised, not broken." My voice trembles, more from shock than fear. I look around at the 3 guards lying incapacitated, blood trickling from cuts, the stench of sweat and rage thick in the corridor. He exhales, dropping to one knee beside the guard pinned under his hoof. "Who ordered this?" No response. The guard spits, refusing to speak. Saru's jaw sets, muscles in his neck taut. "You serve Thakur, don't you?" A flicker of defiance in the guard's eyes is answer enough. Saru glances at the others. "All of you. Senator Thakur promised you something, didn't he? A reward if you removed the brand from existence." Silence. The prone Minotaur's glare, hatred evident. Saru's hoof presses more firmly on the leader's chest, drawing a strained groan. "I could end you," he says softly. "But I won't. The Bastion has laws." He gestures for me to step back, then calls out. Moments later, a pair of actual loyal guards appear, alarmed by the commotion. Their eyes widen at the scene. Saru orders them to seize the attackers. The battered men resist weakly, but the loyal guards subdue them, snapping manacles into place. I lean against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. My entire body throbs, fresh bruises aching. Saru finishes giving orders. He strides over, gaze flicking to the smear of blood on my temple. "You need the infirmary." I grit my teeth, wincing. "I'll live. Just help me find a bench or something." He scans my injuries. His anger hasn't fully subsided. Tension vibrates under his fur. With surprising gentleness, he sets a hand on my uninjured shoulder, guiding me down the corridor to a bench near a side alcove. Each step echoes in my ears. When we reach the bench, he lowers me onto it carefully, crouching beside me. "Breathe," he says, voice controlled. I meet his eyes, caught off guard by the concern I see there. He used to view me with distant calculation, but now his brow furrows with genuine worry. "Can you walk to the infirmary, or do I carry you?" I almost scoff, but the throbbing in my ribs cuts me short. "I can walk." He inclines his head. "Then we'll go, but slowly." He stares at my battered form, jaw clenched, as though blaming himself for not foreseeing the attack. "I shouldn't have let you wander without more guards. Thacker's men wait for moments like this." My gaze drops to my brand, a bitter laugh welling up. "You think a bigger escort would matter if they're from Thacker's ranks? They were uniformed bastion guards. Anyone can be an enemy." The memory of being pinned surges again, fear mingling with rage. His expression darkens. "No, they won't try again. I'll see to that." I nod, attempting to stand. Pain lances my side, and I bite back a gasp. Saru instantly offers an arm for support. I hesitate, then grip it, letting him bear some of my weight. He's warm, solid. This is the Minotaur who forcibly branded me, the same one who helped me forge a blade in secret. And now, the one who saved my life, possibly at the cost of inciting more fury from Thacker. My emotions whirl in confusion. We set off toward the infirmary. The corridors blur, echoes of passing staff and curious glances. Whispers spring up behind us, rumours already forming. A few onlookers catch sight of Saru helping me limp along, the scarring on my arm in plain view. The warden escorting his human bride, they'll whisper. My cheeks burn, not from shame, but the wild, tangled ache of gratitude and exposure. I loathe dependence. Still, I'm glad he came. The infirmary stands at the bastion's southern wing, a vaulted space lined with cots. A stern-faced Minotaur healer bustles over, taking one look at my bruises and barking for bandages. I sink onto a low cot, hissing as I clutch my side with a wince. The healer instructs me to breathe, pressing carefully to check for breaks. Pain flares, but it's manageable. Saru steps aside, crossing his arms, watchful as the healer examines me. The old Minotaur snorts. "Your brand is intact, but you'll have bruised ribs. No break. Lucky." I stifle a grimace. "Yes, lucky." The healer slathers a pungent salve on my bruises and lightly wraps my midsection with linen strips. I swallow the discomfort, refusing to cry out. Saru lingers, silent, tension etched in every line of his posture. The entire time, I feel his gaze like a physical weight. When the healer finishes, I attempt to stand. He waves me down. "Rest. Another hour at least. The warden can come back for you." I open my mouth to protest, but Saru's low voice cuts in. "Listen to him." He steps closer, arms still folded but voice gentler. "You need to recover." I sigh, sinking into the cot. "Fine." The healer fusses a bit more, then returns to checking other patients. Saru moves to a quieter corner, beckoning me to follow if I can walk a few steps. He leans against a stone pillar near the back of the infirmary, where the cots are fewer and the hum of wounded murmurs dims. With caution, I rise and shuffle over, ignoring the jabs of pain. Once we're relatively alone, he faces me. My gaze sweeps over him, blood spatters on his bracer from the fight, the tension in his horns. "You risked a lot," I say softly, surprising even myself. He exhales, eyes flicking to the linen bandages around my torso. "I swore you'd remain unharmed under my crest. Letting Thacker's men kill you would make me a liar." A twisted laugh slips free. "You don't owe me that." He shakes his head, voice low. "It's not just about owing. I won't watch another person die when I can prevent it." Another reference to his brother, I guess. My anger toward him wavers, overshadowed by the memory of how he tore through those attackers without hesitation. He could have killed them, but he chose restraint. Instead of seeing him as my captor for a heartbeat, I see him as a shield, Someone who'll break bones to protect me. I shift, wincing. I didn't expect you so quickly. He meets my eyes, that quiet intensity returning. I felt something was off. Heard rumours of certain guards moving suspiciously. I followed them. A swirl of emotions floods me. Relief, gratitude, and a flicker of guilt that I can't hold on to pure hatred of him. He might have forced this brand on me, but he's also the reason I'm breathing right now. Thank you, I manage, voice hushed. He nods once, as if unsettled by sincerity. You're welcome. Then he shifts, glancing down at the dried blood staining his arm guard. I'll have them face trial for attacking you. No Senate directive can pardon them from this treachery. My stomach clenches. Trial might not matter if Thacker twists everything. He probably has allies in the Senate who'd call it an unfortunate misunderstanding. Saru's jaw sets. Then I'll push harder. The Bastion's law stands. That brand outranks any senator's personal vendetta. If Thacker tries to save them, he'll reveal his hand. A grim satisfaction stirs in me, though I also fear how Thacker might retaliate. He'll be furious. Let him rage. He lifts a shoulder. I've faced worse. I study his face, noticing the lines of stress. He's exhausted, emotionally or physically, but he stands tall for my benefit. Something cracks in my chest, seeing him like this, fierce, stoic, protective. A sliver of genuine respect worms its way past my defences. I loathe feeling indebted, but I can't pretend his actions are meaningless. He glances at my bandages. Rest. The Bastion can run a day without you. Don't push your luck. I force a wry smile. I have tasks. Quartermaster duties can't wait. His brow creases. They can. You nearly died. My reply catches in my throat. Another wave of shock hits me. The realization that minutes ago I was pinned under a guard's arm, a spear poised to end me. The memory sends a shudder through my battered body. I clench my fists. I hate relying on you, I admit softly, but I'm glad you showed up. He nods, acknowledging the conflict in my words. I understand. His expression darkens, a swirl of guilt or regret lurking. I gave you that brand. It's my duty to uphold it. I lean against the pillar, fatigue sinking in. Duty, I echo, voice brittle. One day, maybe I won't need that brand to stay alive, but for now. Yes, he says quietly. For a moment, we're both silent, letting the reality settle. The day's chaos has underscored how precarious my position is. Even the Bastion's uniform doesn't guarantee loyalty if Thacker's gold or threats sway them. The healer passes by, casting a disapproving look at me for standing. I shift awkwardly. I should lie back before he scolds me again. Saru dips his head. I'll handle the formalities. Keep your blade close, the one we forged. My eyes widen slightly. He's acknowledging that hidden weapon openly. You're not confiscating it. He shakes his head, a faint spark in his gaze. No, just be smart. My throat tightens with unexpected gratitude. I will. He hesitates, then places a broad hand gently on my uninjured shoulder. The warmth of that touch steals my breath, stirring a precarious flutter in my chest. For a second, I see a glimpse of something beyond warden and prisoner, something complicated and raw. We break apart. He steps back, voice returning to its calm authority. Rest now. I'll post loyal guards to watch this wing. No one will approach without my knowledge. I nod, swallowing. He strides away, boots echoing on the stone floor. Part of me wants to call after him, to ask questions that swirl in my head. Another part is grateful for the space. My pulse remains frantic, the day's near-death experience colliding with the realization that Saru has become my fiercest ally. How did we reach this point? Returning to the cot, I lower myself with a sharp wince. My ribs throb, and the memory of the attack replays in my mind. Thakur's men nearly had me. If Saru hadn't arrived... I close my eyes, struggling to steady my breathing. The brand hums on my arm, a twisted symbol of the line between life and death. For so long, I hated him for pressing that iron into my flesh, but he used that power to safeguard me. The thought unsettles my carefully built walls. We're no longer purely captor and captive. There's more complexity now. He's still the warden, but in that corridor, he was my protector. Minutes blur into an hour, and I drift in and out of a half-doze. The bastion's low hum seeps through the infirmary's walls, punctuated by the occasional moan of a wounded inmate or a guard's barked order. My body aches, but my mind churns with fresh questions about Thakur's next move. The senator's hatred isn't a rumour anymore. He stepped out of the shadows, deploying loyal men to kill me. Saru's intervention might keep me alive, but it could also escalate Thakur's vendetta. Eventually, the healer returns, checking my bandages. Satisfied that nothing is broken, he clears me to leave if I can walk steadily. My limbs protest, but I refuse to linger. The corridor outside is guarded by a pair of stern-faced minotaurs I recognise as part of Saru's personal detail. They incline their heads, letting me pass. I guess he wasn't lying about posting loyal guards. Slowly I make my way toward my quarters. My left side flares with each step, a grim reminder of how close I came to losing everything. Gritting my teeth, I push on. The bastion's corridors swirl with rumours. Some inmates whisper that the warden nearly killed a squad of guards for me. Others claim it was just a random brawl. Either way, I sense a shift in how they look at me, more caution or perhaps grudging respect. If Saru was willing to break bones for me once, maybe he'll do it again. At last, I reach my door. A smaller minotaur guard stands watch, offering a brief salute. He unlocks the door, letting me inside. My room is still Spartan, but it's mine, far better than a cell. I lock the door behind me, exhaling as I slump onto the bed. Pain flares again, and I clench my fists. 1,000 thoughts flood my head, but one stands out. How Saru's eyes blazed with fury when he saw me pinned by Thakur's men. He tore through them, unstoppable, yet he didn't kill them. If he'd unleashed lethal force, no one would question it. But he chose justice, not execution. That choice resonates with me. I recall the worst cruelties I saw in dark elf cities, where men in power revelled in bloodshed. Saru's method is different, brutal but still tempered by a sense of law. I palm my ribs. My entire body trembles from the aftermath, but a flicker of warmth seeps through the cracks. He's not merely playing a role for politics. He risked his own stance to rescue me, an indentured human whose sabotage outraged the Senate. I hated him for branding me, but now I see a glimmer of a deeper code within him, something that might be honourable in a world that so often spits on honour. Dropping my head onto the pillow, I stare at the ceiling. The pain in my body pales compared to the confusion in my chest. I can't ignore that he saved me. I also can't ignore the brand that binds me. How am I supposed to reconcile those truths? Sleep tugs at me, adrenaline fading. My eyes drift shut. Maybe tomorrow I'll return to my quartermaster duties, battered but alive. Maybe I'll figure out a strategy against Thakur. But in this moment, I let exhaustion claim me, lulled by the memory of Saru's voice, that commanding thunder that cut through the corridor like a blade. As I slip into uneasy dreams, I hold on to one certainty. I'm still standing, and it's thanks to him. The warden might be my captor in name, but he's also the shield that kept me breathing today. The swirl of gratitude and resentment warps in my mind until I surrender to oblivion, half whispering a silent vow that no matter how tangled this becomes, I won't fall to Thakur or anyone else. I will live, brand or not, and if Saru stands with me in that fight, I won't turn him away.
Chapter 10. Saru. I wake at dawn, the bastion's chill clinging to my fur. Sleep came in fragments, visions of Naeva pinned against crates, the impact of my horns slamming into her attackers, and Thakur's hidden hand pulling the strings. It leaves a taste of iron on my tongue. I push aside the tangled blankets, crossing to splash water on my face. The reflection in the metal mirror shows tension in my jaw. Last night's events still burn in my mind. Today, I carry out the sentence for those rogue guards. My authority might stir another wave of controversy, but they attacked a marked prisoner. This fortress demands accountability, no matter a guard's rank. The memory of how she looked after that ambush, breathing hard, bruised but unbowed, spurs me to act. I can't allow Thakur's supporters to undermine me, brand or not. I dress in my usual partial armor, checking each strap with care. The grooves on my horns ache faintly, a reminder of how close I came to losing control last night. Yet I'd do it again without hesitation. My guards wait outside the door, saluting as I emerge. We walk briskly through winding corridors, passing other minotaurs who lower their heads in respect. Some exchange glances, they've no doubt heard the rumors. The warden battered 3 fellow guards to protect a human he branded. Whispers follow me wherever I go, but I ignore them, focusing on the day's grim task. The open-air forum sits near the western wing, a wide courtyard ringed by stone columns. Here, disputes are heard, punishments declared, and lesser sentences pronounced. Beyond it, the Colosseum looms, a place for major crimes or official challenges. For these 3 traitors, I've decided a punishment that isn't execution, but still severe enough to deter others who might conspire with Thakur. They wait in chains, each kneeling, flanked by loyal guards. Their injuries remain visible bruises, a limp, fresh bandages from the infirmary. Many onlookers gather, curious to witness the warden's brand of justice. A handful of prisoners, plus off-duty minotaurs, hush as I step onto the raised platform. The morning sun pierces the courtyard, casting stark shadows across stone. I scan the crowd. My horns tilt. I spot Naeva at the fringe, leaning against a column, her arm bound in linen from her bruised ribs. Captain Davor stands beside her. It's good she's here to see the Bastion's process, though I can't guess her reaction. She has no reason to trust our laws, yet I want her to witness how we handle traitors. I clear my throat, letting silence fall. The 3 kneeling guards glower, their resentment undisguised. My tail swishes in controlled arcs. These men violated the Bastion's code. They attacked a prisoner under my crest, conspired with an outside force to commit murder, and tarnished our uniform. My voice resonates, each word clipped. By the Bastion's law, they face sentence today. One tries to spit a retort, but a guard knocks him silent. Another braces his shoulders, refusing to speak. I address them calmly. You have a choice. Forced labor for 5 years or the arena. A ripple of unease stirs the crowd. The arena is no small matter, but forced labor under the watchful eyes of the Bastion is also grueling. Typically, minor offenses get short stints in labor, but attempted murder is serious. I'm offering them a chance to fight for freedom, or toil away under guard. They exchange fearful looks. Then the ringleader, the one who pinned Naeva against the crates, bares his teeth. We won't submit, he grates. I tighten my jaw, scanning his features. He's still bruised, but defiance seethes in his eyes. Then you choose the arena. My voice is unyielding. You'll face 3 fights. Survive them, and your sentence can be reduced. Fail, and you die. A hush spreads. Even among this fortress, talk of fighting in the arena is always sobering. The other 2 guards keep silent. One nods once, bleak acceptance in his face. The ringleader spits to the side. We'll see you burn for this, Warden. My expression never wavers. Take them. Loyal guards haul the trio to their feet. The crowd parts, letting them pass. When they vanish into the corridor that leads to holding cells, I shift my attention back to the silent watchers. Let it be known, I say evenly. No brand, no rank, no gold from the Senate can override Bastion law. Attack a marked prisoner. Face justice. Murmurs ripple through onlookers who soon disperse. Some head to their duties, others linger in small knots, discussing the harshness of the punishment or the spectacle of the warden defending a human. I step down from the platform, scanning for Neva. She remains by the column, posture guarded. Her eyes flick to me. I approach, maintaining a measured pace. She stands straight, arms crossed over her bandaged ribs. Captain DeVore nods in greeting and quietly slips away, giving us space. We stand a moment in the courtyard's hush, the sun casting shadows across the stones. Her voice emerges softly. So that's your version of justice. I keep my tone calm. They chose the arena. Forced labor would have been safer. She exhales, gaze flicking to the corridor where the guards were taken. They'd rather risk death than toil for years. That's quite a statement. I nod. The arena can be a quick end or a path to redemption. It depends on a fighter's skill and will to survive. Her brow knits. Does it ever feel wrong? Making them fight for freedom like it's some game? There's no mockery in her voice, just genuine curiosity. I absorb the question, recalling the day I spilled my brother's blood in that same arena. Sometimes, I admit, each syllable weighed. But Minotaurs nearly destroyed each other through constant war in the past. The arena is how we channel disputes now. She studies me, silent for a beat. I see. You give them a chance, at least, though it's brutal. My chest tightens. Brutality is carved into our history. This is the system we built to prevent endless civil war. She rubs her arm where my brand marks her skin. Better than no recourse at all, I guess. I sense she's still uneasy. The Bastion's methods must remind her of dark elf cruelty, yet there's a difference. We keep an element of choice. Her expression softens, though tension remains. You let me witness that sentence for a reason, she murmurs. Wanted to show me how your fortress handles traitors? I meet her eyes. Yes. I also wanted you to see that your life holds weight here. Attacking you has consequences. A flicker of surprise. My life? Or your crest? I pause, considering how to respond. Both, I say at last, voice low. They're tied. But it's more than that. If I let them attack you without repercussions, the Bastion crumbles from within. She nods, acceptance laced with wariness. Her hand drifts to her bandaged side, a slight wince crossing her face. My ribs still ache, she mutters, but at least I can stand. I gesture to a quieter passage off the courtyard. Walk with me, gently. I prefer the infirmary, but I assume you'd refuse. She snorts softly, letting a hint of humor rise. I'm not going back to the infirmary unless I'm dying. The smell of antiseptic is worse than charred steel. A reluctant smile teases my lips. Come on. I lead her away from the forum, ignoring the curious glances of a few stragglers. We cut through a side corridor that overlooks a small garden courtyard, one of the few bright spots in this otherwise austere fortress. It's mostly ornamental, a place for Minotaur officials to find a moment's peace. Hardly used, thanks to the Bastion's ceaseless demands. We step beneath an archway, entering the courtyard. Sunlight spills across trimmed shrubs and a modest fountain that gurgles softly. The stone path is worn but clean, ringed by columns carved with ancient runes. I glance around, confirming it's empty. She pauses, taking in the greenery. Never thought I'd see a garden in a fortress. Where I come from, everything was metal and smoke, no room for plants. I watch her quietly. The mark on her arm stands out stark, unflinching. A reminder of vows neither of us chose. And yet she looks strangely at ease here, surrounded by hedges and calm. We keep it for visiting dignitaries, or those who need a breath of peace, I murmur. I come here sometimes to think. She turns, arms folded lightly over her midsection. It's odd. This fortress feels so militant, but then there's a garden and a system of law that doesn't revolve purely around fear. I'm still getting used to it. I nod, hearing the faint confusion in her tone. Minotaurs balance discipline with honor. At least that's the ideal. We fail at times like those guards did. A breeze rustles the leaves, carrying a hint of floral scent. We stand close enough that I notice the faint bruise along her jaw from yesterday's attack. My fists clench at the memory of her pinned down, breath ragged. I step back, controlling the surge of anger that bubbles within. How are your injuries beyond the ribs? She lifts a hand to her bruised jaw, fingertips grazing the tender skin. Elkie, nothing worse than what I've dealt with before. Relief washes through me. Good. A pause. I'm sorry you had to face that. Her eyes flick to me, searching for honesty. You didn't put the blade to my throat, but I appreciate the intervention. My throat tightens. They won't threaten you again. I let that promise hang in the air. The breeze cools my fur, tension throbbing beneath the surface. We walk slowly along the path, each step echoing on stone. She's not exactly comfortable by my side, but neither does she recoil. It's a careful truce. I notice how the sunlight glints on her hair, highlighting the scars that lace her forearms, burn marks from forging, or from punishments inflicted by cruel hands. My gaze shifts away, respecting her privacy. A swirl of guilt prods me, recalling how I branded her. I keep those feelings hidden, forging calm outwardly. She breaks the silence, voice careful. What will happen to them in the arena? I exhale, recalling the savage realities of that sand. They'll be given basic armor, a set of standard weapons. Then they fight in a ring for the public. If they win 3 consecutive matches, they can rejoin labor or have a reduced sentence. If they lose... I let the words trail off. She nods grimly. A harsh fate. Harsh but fair. I struggle not to recall my brother's final moments. Without that system, we drown in vendettas. I glance at her. Why ask? She shrugs, wincing a bit. Curiosity. I've seen the Dark Elf approach to punishment, no chance to fight or appeal, just torment. Here you give them a sliver of possibility. Doesn't make it gentle, but it's less monstrous. A faint tension eases in my chest at her acknowledgement. We try. She halts near the fountain, resting a hand on its edge. The water trickles, lapping at a stone basin, softening the fortress's ever-present hush. She stares into the water's surface, reflection wavering. I heard talk you nearly ended them on the spot, she says quietly. Some said you considered killing them outright. I tense. I was furious, but that's not how I handle justice. Even traitors get a hearing in the Bastion. She glances up. You keep surprising me. I swallow hard, sensing the shift in her tone. Less anger, more puzzled respect. That's good, I hope. Her mouth quirks, a hint of wry humor. Maybe. Then she hesitates. I can't pretend this brand is forgotten, but I see you're not the same as the masters I knew. You're not a sadist. I incline my head. No, I have enough ghosts. No need to add more. A hush falls, thick with unspoken understanding. She turns from the fountain, eyes scanning the courtyard. You do realize the Bastion won't react well if they catch us alone like this. They love gossip. I gesture around at the deserted space. We're in plain sight, technically. Anyone can approach. The corner of my mouth lifts in a nearly playful smirk. Besides, they already gossip. She huffs a faint laugh. True enough, let them gossip. We linger a moment longer. Then the reality of our day presses in. She has quartermaster tasks, and I have a fortress to oversee. I clear my throat. This evening, I'll be in my office. There's a stack of supply issues we need to resolve. If you're well enough, come. We'll review them together. Her eyes narrow. An official meeting? I shrug. Yes, but We can share a meal while we work. Devore can have something brought up. She regards me, suspicion and curiosity warring in her expression. A meal not in the mess hall? I nod. If you like. We need an hour or two to handle these logs thoroughly. Better to do it in private than with half the bastion eavesdropping. She cocks her head. Fine, but if this is some ruse to corner me... It's not, I interject, tone firm. Strictly business. My door stays unbarred. She crosses her arms, scanning my face for signs of trickery. All right, I'll come by at sundown after final distribution. I release a small breath. Agreed. Then I step aside, gesturing for her to return. She moves slowly, favoring her bruised ribs, but strides with more confidence than I expect. I linger behind a moment, letting her vanish into the corridor. My heart beats faster than usual, a reminder of how each exchange with her sparks new friction in my chest. The day passes in a blur of duties. Checks on the prison blocks, a brief argument with a merchant captain complaining about dock tariffs, a conversation with Captain Devore regarding Thakur's probable next move. Whispers swirl that Thakur might challenge my decisions in the Senate, but no direct message arrives. By late afternoon, my horns ache from tension, though. I press on, meeting with the armory staff to ensure no further contraband seeps in. As the sun dips, I finally retreat to my office. The space is cramped with shelves of bastion records, a heavy desk, and a window that overlooks the southwestern courtyard. Outside, the sky glows with the hues of evening. Purples and golds streak across the horizon. I exhale, rearranging a stack of ledgers, ensuring we have everything needed for the supply review. My mind drifts to Neva, wondering if she'll actually come. The subtle spark in her eyes earlier suggests she will, albeit grudgingly. A knock at the door disrupts my thoughts. Enter, I say, voice even. Captain Davor steps in carrying a covered tray. A faint aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread wafts from it. He sets it on a side table. As you requested, Warden. A meal for two. He glances around, curiosity flickering. Shall I remain outside? I nod once, ignoring the twinge of awkwardness that tries to surface. Yes, that's all. He salutes, slipping away. I wait, restless, each passing minute amplifying the sense of crossing an invisible line. This isn't a date, but it's more personal than standard protocol. At last, another knock quieter, hesitant. My pulse quickens. Come in, I say, forcing calm. The door opens, revealing Naiva. She stands with the satchel slung over one shoulder, presumably containing additional logs or notes. She's still bruised, but she's changed into a clean tunic, her hair loosely braided. Her marked arm is exposed. She scans the room, the lamplit shelves, my desk cluttered with papers, the untouched tray. Then she steels herself and steps inside. Are we truly working? She murmurs. Or did you lure me here to read me Senate propaganda? I give a faint snort. Supplies and distribution, I promise. I gesture to the chair across from my desk. Sit. You're still healing. She sets her satchel on the floor, settling gingerly. The faint catch in her breath betrays her rib pain, but she squares her shoulders. I've had worse, she says in that clipped tone, half defensive, half proud. I pull out a ledger. Then let's begin. We have 2 shipments unaccounted for in the southwestern storehouse, plus those missing crates of pitch you mentioned. She nods, resting her forearms on the desk. Her expression shifts into focused mode, scanning the parchment I hand her. We talk logistics for a while, how the crates might tie into an older ledger, or if certain smugglers are exploiting the Bastion's sprawl. Our conversation flows smoothly, each question answered with precise detail. Her competence impresses me more each day. Eventually her stomach growls softly, and she flushes, pressing a hand to her side. I stand, retrieving the tray from the side table. We should eat. She tenses. All right. I remove the cover, revealing roasted fowl, a modest portion of grilled vegetables and fresh bread. 2 simple plates rest beneath. There's also a pitcher of water, no wine. I decided to keep our minds clear. She watches me distribute the food, apprehension flickering in her eyes. I pass her a plate. Dig in. She glances at it, hesitant. Seems I'm well fed for a prisoner. I arch a brow. You're quartermaster now. Besides, you need strength to do your job. She picks at the food, tasting a bite of the roasted meat. After the first nibble, she tears more from the bone, appetite piqued. I settle across from her, eating quietly. The aroma calms some of my tension. This might be the first time we've shared a meal in private, not a forced ration line or a corridor scuffle. The silence feels heavier for it. Between bites, I break the quiet. How's your side? She shrugs, exhaling slowly. Sore. The wrap helps. I'm still wearing it under this tunic. I nod. Good. The Bastion's healers might not be gentle, but they're thorough. She smirks. I noticed. A pause. Thank you for letting me rest earlier. Sometimes I think you'd rather have me working non-stop. Not at the expense of your health, I murmur. Silence settles again, but it's less hostile than before. We finish most of the meal, exchanging occasional remarks about supply routes and the potential tie to Thakur's contraband. At one point, she speaks of how certain shipments from Dark Elf territories contain hidden compartments. Her knowledge of sabotage is invaluable. I record her insights, realizing she's more vital to this fortress than the Senate will ever admit. When the plates are nearly empty, she sets hers aside, leaning back with a slight wince. My gaze flicks to the bandages peeking from her tunic's edge. Concern wells in me, though I keep it curt. Pain returning? She presses her lips together. It's manageable. I reach for a small jar of herbal salve on the desk, one I keep for muscle aches. Try this, it helps with bruising. She eyes it warily, then takes it. No hidden poisons, right? Her tone is half joke, half genuine caution. I shake my head, lips curving faintly. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't need a jar of salve. A faint grin pulls at her mouth, then fades. She uncaps the jar, sniffing. Strong stuff. It's standard Minotaur remedy. Rub it where you ache. She nods, setting it in her lap for later. We linger, the meal done, ledgers half forgotten. My tail flicks, that underlying tension re-emerging. She glances around the dim office, noticing the older battle reports on a side shelf. So, you keep records of your campaigns here? I stand, crossing to a shelf. Yes, some documents detail the old arena wars, the ones that shaped our traditions. She steps up behind me, careful not to brush too close. You read them often? I let out a breath. Sometimes. To remember what we overcame, or where we failed. She lifts a hand toward one scroll, then lowers it. I used to think Minotaurs were all brute force. Now I see you have a system, harsh but structured. I face her, noticing how the lamplight plays across her features. The mark on her forearm is scabbed over, no longer raw, but I recall the day I seared it. Guilt mingles with the faint hum of closeness. We're not simple beasts. My voice is quiet. We fought hard to end internal slaughter. Now we hone conflict in the arena or through codes. She looks up, meeting my gaze. It's more than I expected. I guess I owe you some respect for that. My chest tightens. I never wanted your servitude, just your survival. Her eyes flick to my horns, then back. You got both, for now. A thrumming silence hangs between us. She's so close, her breath gently stirring the air. My instincts war with reason. We are warden and marked prisoner, a brand forcibly placed. Yet we fought side by side, hammered metal together, shared pain. That synergy sparks through the tension. I sense she feels it too, but we remain locked in place, each uncertain. At length I step back, gesturing to the desk. We should finish. The supply logs won't rewrite themselves. She blinks as if shaken from a trance. Right. Let's do that. The words come out softly. She slips back to her chair, drawing her satchel closer. I exhale, returning to my seat. We bend over the ledgers, methodically sorting data on shipments, cross-referencing contraband possibilities. The closeness remains, but we channel it into work, letting practicality anchor us. Time drifts. The lamplight gutters as we wade through page after page, scribbling notes. At one point, her voice cracks the hush. We need to check if last month's logs match any of these missing crates. She points to a line item referencing a certain storage bay. I suspect there's an overlap. I nod, scanning the mention of pitch. My memory stirs. She found a stash in a hidden storeroom. We'll verify tomorrow. If it's part of Thakur's infiltration, we can use it as leverage. She cocks her head. Leverage to do what? My grip on the quill tightens. Expose him. Or at least corner him enough that he can't orchestrate more attacks. I pause. If you find proof, it may buy you further protection from the Senate. They'll see your worth in uncovering corruption. Her eyes narrow. You think the Senate values truth over politics? A bitter laugh almost escapes me. Not always. But if Thakur threatens others' profits or stability, they might sacrifice him to maintain equilibrium. She sets her quill down, focusing on me. And what if that fails? My chest constricts. Then I'll keep you alive, brand or not. She stares, the weight of that promise thick in the room. Eventually, she nods, gaze dropping to the ledger. The quiet that follows is charged, but no longer suffocating. We continue working until we've organized the data. At last, I close the final ledger, rubbing the bridge of my snout in fatigue. That's enough for one night. She yawns, wincing at the motion. Agreed. I stand, stretching out stiff limbs. You should rest. Those ribs need recovery. She gathers her notes, moving slowly. Right. Then her mouth twists with faint humor. Thanks for the meal. My tail flicks. My duty. A moment passes, neither of us sure how to end this night. She fiddles with the salve jar. I'll use this. Might help me sleep. I nod. Good. If you need anything, let Davor know. We'll keep more loyal guards by your quarters. She grimaces. Fine. Better loyal than turncoats. I walk her to the door. She lingers, looking up at me with an expression I can't fully read. The hush is almost tender. Then she clears her throat, stepping away. Good night, Warden. I bow my head slightly. Good night, Quartermaster. She exits, boots echoing down the corridor. My heart thumps in the silence. I remain by the door, resisting an impulse to call her back. Instead, I close it gently, leaning against the wood. The lamplight flickers, casting shadows across the desk where 2 empty plates remain. We hardly labeled it a meal at all, but for a few hours we shared more than forced interactions, no direct hostility, just conversation and the sense that we've stepped over a threshold toward cautious understanding. I blow out the lamp, letting darkness wash over me. My horns ache, my body weary, but my mind refuses to settle. Each time we meet, something shifts between us. An unspoken bond forged from necessity and sharpened by defiance. I recall her battered face from that corridor, how her eyes narrowed when I arrived like a thunderclap of violence. And later, in the garden, the brush of sunlight on her hair, the hesitant curve of a half-smile. This fortress remains a crucible of tension. Thakur's schemes, the Senate's demands, my own haunted regrets. Yet tonight's quiet collaboration with Neva soothes some of the weight on my chest. We might never rid ourselves of the brand that started this, but for now, we manage. We adapt. We survive. Slipping from my armor, I drop onto the bed, staring at the ceiling's worn arches. My horns rest against the pillow, throbbing with the day's exertion. If someone told me a moon ago I'd share a meal with the human I branded, treat her injuries, defend her from traitors, I'd have laughed in disbelief. Now, the memory of her determined gaze makes my heart pound in ways I'm not ready to name. Sleep hovers. elusive. My thoughts wander to the open courtyard, the new punishments in place, the quiet of the bastion at night. No matter how many battles I fight, I'm never fully at ease in these walls. But if I can protect her from Thakur, if I can channel justice without drowning in bloodshed, maybe I'll find a measure of redemption. The brand that binds us might serve more than politics. It might be the spark that leads us both out of our past shadows. Exhaling, I close my eyes, letting exhaustion drag me under. The echoes of her voice float through my mind, that final moment when she hesitated at the door, unsure, but not afraid. The bastion stands silent around me, and I sense we've taken one careful step toward bridging the divide. How many more steps remain? I don't know, but for the first time in years, I drift toward sleep with a touch of cautious hope.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 11. Neighbour. The morning light presses through my narrow window, painting the floor in soft gold as I finish dressing for another day in the bastion. Each muscle still aches from last week's attack. The bruises linger, but I won't let them slow me. My reflection in the small metal mirror shows faint purple bruises ghosting along my ribs, the bandage now hidden beneath a fitted tunic. Saru's crest mars my arm, scabbed, healing, an unwanted sigil turned unlikely shield. A short rap at the door pulls me from my thoughts. When I open it, a Minotaur guard assigned by Saru stands ready. He doesn't speak much, just offers a curt nod of acknowledgement. This is my silent sentinel, loyal to the warden, a buffer against further ambushes. I suspect he's bored trailing me, but the attempt on my life means we can't be lax. Outside my quarters, the bastion hums with purposeful energy. Minotaurs hurry along the main corridors, weapons clinking, scrolls tucked under arms. Humans in indentured uniforms shuffle in single file, carting supplies from storerooms to ration stations. The fortress is like a living beast, each hallway a vein pulsing with daily tasks. I exhale, preparing for the tide of quartermaster responsibilities. My first stop, the main yard, where a new batch of prisoners waits in chains for assignment. I push through the large wooden doors leading to an open courtyard, ringed with marble pillars. Bright sun glares overhead, and the heat intensifies the smell of sweat and damp stone. Captain Davor stands near a row of benches, scanning a roster. He spots me and waves me over. "Quartermaster," he says. "We've got 5 new arrivals. One's a known Chaos Mage." His tone is cautious. "We keep them bound and magic damped with a standard collar, but keep your distance. No telling if he can slip free." My skin prickles. Magic. It's not something I've encountered often in Minotaur territory, given the people's resistance to direct enchantment. But elves thrive on chaotic spells, forging illusions or illusions. I bite back a scowl, recalling the horrors I witnessed in dark elf forges. I set my jaw, determined not to let the memory control me. "All right," I say. "I'll note him. Where do you want them assigned?" Davor checks a parchment. "We'll split them up. 2 to the southern labour wing, 2 to the supply yard. The Chaos Mage goes to minimal tasks under heavy guard. Just log their details and ensure no contraband sneaks in." "Understood." I flex my bruised shoulder, ignoring the dull ache. My guard shifts behind me, watchful. Davor leads me to a far corner of the yard, where the new arrivals wait in metal collars. One of them, a tall, lanky minotaur with hollow cheeks, trembles. Another, a broad-shouldered orc, stands stiff, jaw clenched. But the third figure draws my immediate attention, a wiry human with pale, almost greyish skin. A collar of black iron circles his neck, etched with faint runes that shimmer in the sunlight. That must be the Chaos Mage. Davor hands me the roster. Name, Arkiel, he says in a low murmur, pointing to the mage. Convicted of illegal spellwork in the borderlands. He's dangerous. Keep your distance if the collar fails. My throat tightens. I'll keep it in mind. Chaos magic can be unpredictable, especially if someone meddles with the runes or finds a loophole. For a moment my chest constricts, remembering the dark elf ships I sabotaged. Cargo holds brimming with contraband spells. I grip the roster, steeling myself. I approach them, ledger in hand. The guard behind me stands at my shoulder, presumably ready to intervene if anything goes awry. Davor remains close too. I run down the usual questions: name, prior station, reason for imprisonment. The first two answer with resigned shrugs. Then I step before Arkiel, who tilts his head, eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "You're the quartermaster," he says, voice pitched too softly. "The human with a brand." I stiffen. I am. My brand is visible through the slit in my sleeve. I notice how his gaze lingers on it, a dark curiosity flickering in his expression. He chuckles under his breath. Fate brings odd couplings. A minotaur's crest on your arm. Maybe you should have embraced magic instead. I swallow, refusing to engage in that taunt. Name, Arkiel, I read from the roster. Any special conditions aside from the collar? Davor's voice comes from over my shoulder. He's scheduled for minimal labour, no contact with other prisoners unless supervised. He nods to the mage. Disobey, and you'll face the arena. Arkiel's grin widens, revealing uneven teeth. I'd prefer the collar. The arena bores me. A chill crawls up my spine. I wave the roster. Assign him to basic crate stacking with watchers. That is all. He laughs again. Yes, quartermaster. He lifts a hand as though to toy with the collar, but a guard barks a warning. He lowers it, though the spark in his gaze unsettles me. I turn to Davor. We have enough guards in the supply yard to watch him. He nods. I'll arrange it. You best keep moving. I exhale. The next hour passes in a flurry of standard intake, scanning rosters, verifying no illicit items. My mind keeps drifting to Arkiel, that smirk on his lips, the collar runes that shimmer with faint magic. If it fails, or if he finds a way around it, we might have chaos spells loose in the bastion. The idea curdles my stomach. By midday I finish the intake logs, passing them to Davor for final stamping. Hunger gnaws at me, but I decide to check on the supply yard's new arrivals first. With a wave of thanks to Davor, I head off, guard trailing behind. We cut through a corridor bustling with inmates carrying crates. The clang of metal and the scrape of heavy boxes sets my teeth on edge. At the supply yard, rows of half-empty crates line a series of tables. A few minotaur overseers bark instructions, and there, near a stack of empty barrels, stands Arkiel. A pair of guards flank him, each armed with short swords. Arkiel's collar glimmers in the bright sun, the runes faintly pulsing if I look closely. He lifts a crate, depositing it on a nearby cart without complaint. The entire time, that unsettling grin never quite leaves his face. I approach carefully, verifying he's actually doing the assigned work. Any problems? I ask the guard on the left. He shakes his head. None yet. He keeps babbling about how easy crate stacking is. Arkiel chuckles, stretching his arms. It's not so bad. I've had worse tasks in other jails. He glances at me, eyes narrowed. Though I wonder, quartermaster, how you ended up with that crest. Your aura's interesting. A flame behind a locked gate. A jolt of unease ripples through me. The mention of an aura pricks at old rumours I tried to bury. I fold my arms. Focus on your job. He picks up another crate, smirking. Of course. I sense the guard's tension, so I step back, scanning the rest of the yard. For the next hour, I monitor general tasks, verifying crates' contents, checking ration distribution. My guard stays a short distance away, letting me navigate on my own. My bruised ribs ache, but I press on, determined to prove last week's attack hasn't broken me. At length, I pause near a corner of the yard where idle crates sit, rereading the morning's logs. A prickling sensation crawls over my neck, making me glance up. Arkiel stands a few paces away, his watchers momentarily distracted by a small commotion near the gate. His collar still glimmers with those runes. My pulse kicks up. He steps closer, that unsettling grin fixed. You bustle around like you own this place. My jaw tightens. I have a job to do. Return to your assigned spot. He tilts his head, voice dropping. It's fascinating. A human wearing a minotaur's crest, but brimming with something else. I sense a blockade around you, as though magic can't quite sink in. My stomach clenches. You're speaking nonsense. Back off. He ignores my command, lifting a hand as if to conjure a minor spell. My breath catches, fear skittering along my veins. The collar should dampen him, but what if it's malfunctioning? He utters a few guttural syllables, words reminiscent of dark elf incantations I once overheard in the forges. A faint shimmer forms in the air between us. I brace for pain, or a flash of scorching magic. Instead, I feel nothing. The shimmer fizzles, collapsing into a swirl of harmless sparks that vanish before touching me. Arkiel's eyes widen in shock. The collar hums, runes flaring bright. He hisses, stepping back, confusion etched on his face. How? You're not Minotaur. That collar shouldn't... My heart thunders. I recall vague rumours from my past, whispers about null-born humans selectively bred by elves for magic nullification. I always told myself it was a myth, or at least not relevant to me. But now, confronting Arkiel's fizzled spell, dread churns in my gut. If I am null-born, it explains why chaos magic fails near me. But that revelation can be dangerous. If the dark elves learn, or if the Senate finds out, they might exploit me or lock me away. I swallow, forcing my face to remain impassive. Get back to work, I say, voice cracking with tension. My guard, noticing the exchange, hurries over, glaring at Arkiel. He sees no sign of magic, just a minor scuffle. Arkiel stares at me, puzzlement overshadowing his previous smirk. He starts to speak, but the guard shoves him away. Move, the guard growls. You have crates to carry. Arkiel staggers, then laughs low, eyes flicking to me with unspoken interest. He resumes stacking, collar runes flickering with frustration. My mouth is dry. I glance around, noticing other workers too distracted to notice the fizzled spell. Relief mingles with terror. I can't let them see this. I retreat to a quieter corner, breath uneven. My mind races, recalling old hush-hush talk of null-born lines, humans bred by elves centuries ago to quell chaos magic. Dark elves would kill or re-enslave them if discovered. The Minotaurs might do worse if they suspect I carry a magic immunity that could shift the balance of power. I clutch my bandaged ribs, panic twisting in me. Everything I've built here, my reluctant alliance with Saru, my role as quartermaster, could crumble if this truth emerges. My guard steps up, concern furrowing his brow. You all right? That prisoner get rowdy? I wave a dismissive hand, fighting to steady my pulse. He tried to spook me with nonsense. The collar kept it in check. He nods. Chaos mages like to bluff. Let me know if he tries again. I force a tight smile. Of course. Then I excuse myself, claiming I need to check on other tasks. Inside, dread simmers. I can't reveal this to Saru. He's the Bastion's warden, bound by laws. If he learns I'm potentially nullborn, it might shift everything. The Senate likely views me as either a weapon or a liability. Thakur could use me or end me. Knowledge like mine is never safe in their hands. I hurry out of the supply yard, each step painful on my ribs, but overshadowed by the swirl of panic in my chest. The corridors pass in a haze, guards saluting or ignoring me. My thoughts tangle. If Arkiel decides to mention my apparent resistance, will the rumour spread? Could he blackmail me somehow? I want to confront him, but that would draw attention. So I keep walking, forcing composure. I reach my quarters and lock the door, leaning into the chilled wood as my breath stutters. That magic, fizzling, breaking, flickers through my memory. A sharp ache radiates from the sigil carved into my skin, as if warning me I'm already knee-deep in Minotaur power games. Nullborn blood would only sink me further. Maybe if I stay small, I'll slip beneath their notice. A quiet knock startles me. Neva, a deep voice calls. My pulse surges. Saru. I consider ignoring him, but he's persistent. Are you there? I exhale, trying to calm my racing heart. I unlatch the door, stepping back so he can enter. He glances at my drawn face, concern flickering in his amber eyes. I heard Arkiel acted strange. The guard said you left abruptly. I swallow, cursing how quickly news travels. He tried to spook me. Nothing serious. My voice sounds thin. He steps inside, letting the door close. You look shaken. I stiffen, refusing to meet his gaze. He's a chaos mage. The collar dampens him, that's all. Saru studies me, arms folding. You're trembling. Did he cast something on you? Panic flutters in my gut. It fizzled. No harm done. I force a wry scoff. It's just old memories stirring. The dark elves used chaos magic in their forges. I hate seeing it again. His expression softens, tension easing. I see. If you need relief from dealing with him, I can reassign your duties. I bristle, not wanting pity. No, I'm fine. The lie tastes bitter. I'll handle it. He exhales slowly, stepping closer. His presence looms, comforting yet daunting. You can confide in me. My throat tightens. Confide what? That a chaos mage rattled me. I'm alive, brand intact. Move on. I fold my arms, hating how my voice wavers. He frowns, tail swishing in agitation. All right, I won't pry. Then his tone gentles. But if Arkiel tries anything again, tell me. A flurry of conflicting emotions churn. Some stubborn, aching part of me longs to trust him, to confess the truth about my blood. But the wrist coils too tightly, so I simply nod. I promise. He watches me a moment longer, then inclines his head. I'll leave you to rest. When he slips out, the emptiness of my room returns. My heart thrums, half relieved he didn't sense the deeper secret, half guilty for hiding it. He's shown me kindness I never expected, yet I can't fully trust him with this. With shaky hands, I unbuckle my belt, letting myself slump onto the stool by the narrow window. Through it, I catch a glimpse of the Bastion's courtyard, guards patrolling. If they find out I can nullify chaos magic, I'll either be branded an asset or an enemy. Either way, my freedom vanishes. Time crawls, my ribs ache and the brand throbs like a silent reproach. In the late afternoon, I stir, deciding to check the southwestern storerooms for any new shipments. Occupying my mind with mundane tasks might stave off the panic. So I don't wait for my guard to knock. I step out, meeting him in the corridor. We walk in silence, tension thrumming in my limbs. In the southwestern storeroom, a musty chamber full of crates and half-forgotten equipment, I set about verifying logs. An orc prisoner lifts boxes, watched by a minotaur overseer. The orc sneaks a wary glance at me. I wave him off, too preoccupied to scold or chat. My ledger in hand, I compare item codes to the stacks. My thoughts keep drifting back to Archeal's fizzled spell. If Dark Elves or the Senate learn I might be nullborn, how would that change my life? A clatter behind me makes me whirl. The orc stumbled, dropping a crate, cursing. The overseer barks at him. I realise I'm too jumpy, reacting to the slightest sound. Exhaling, I push on, finishing the inventory. It's all correct, no missing items. One small victory amid a swirl of worry. By the time I'm done, the sun has dipped lower, shadows stretching across the bastion's corridors. My escort leads me back toward the living blocks. A hush looms, as though the fortress waits for nightfall. I consider heading to Saru's office again, but the memory of my panic around magic halts me. I need to process this alone. Once in my quarters, I lock the door. My mind whirls, sleep far out of reach. Instead, I pace, testing my bandaged ribs with each step. The brand stands stark on my forearm, a symbol of forced survival. This nullborn rumour is a second brand hidden beneath my skin. Both weigh me down. Long minutes pass, the corridor outside growing quiet. At last, exhaustion sets in. I slump onto the bed, letting my eyes flutter shut. Dreams come swiftly, twisting with old memories. The dark elf forges, arcane engines thrumming, robed mages chanting vile spells. I see them lash out with chaotic fire, but in my dream, it fizzles before touching me, leaving them outraged, and me stumbling into the night. I jolt awake, heart hammering. The bastion is dark, a single torch outside my door casting shadows. I rub my eyes, cursing the nightmares. My breath remains ragged, half expecting Archeal or some other chaos wielder to burst in. Shaking my head, I lie back, focusing on the slow in and out of breathing. I vow not to let panic rule me. I have to hide this nullborn trait, at least until I figure out who can be trusted. The following day arrives too soon, but I throw myself into routine tasks again, hoping the busyness will keep Archeal away from me. Davor mentions the Chaos Mage was reassigned to a lesser area, still with watchers. My relief is palpable. I attempt to avoid crossing paths with him, though a coil of fear thrums in my gut. My side still aches, but I push past it, ensuring rations are delivered on schedule. Around midday, I realise I'm heading down a side corridor with a handful of crates, a route less patrolled. My guard left to help quell a minor squabble, promising to catch up. The corridor stands empty, torchlight flickering on the worn stone. My footfalls echo. Anxiety twists inside me, recalling the last time I was alone in a corridor. I press on, refusing to cower. The corridor turns a corner, revealing a set of old storage doors. My job: verify if any new shipments arrived. I open the door, stepping into dust-choked dimness. Musty air greets me. Shelves line the walls, and crates lie stacked in haphazard rows. I rifle through them, scanning for updated labels. It's all quiet. Then footsteps approach outside, quick and light. My heart lurches, mind flashing to Archeal or some other foe. I pivot, stepping behind a tall shelf. The door creaks open, lamplight dancing across the floor. Through a gap in the crates, I see a single figure slip inside, someone in uniform. I hold my breath, hoping they pass without noticing me. But the figure lingers, rummaging through a chest near the far wall. My pulse thunders. A moment later, they curse softly, muttering about where the runes are hidden. My brow furrows. Runic items? Contraband? Something to do with the Kur's infiltration. I clench my fists, deciding to confront them, but before I can step forward, another shape appears in the doorway. 2 of them. I freeze, uncertain if this is a friendly supply check or a conspiracy. The second figure hisses, "Check faster. We can't be caught. The warden's goons lurk everywhere. Thacker's men. My blood runs cold. If they discover me eavesdropping, they might kill me on the spot. I remain perfectly still, blending into the shadows. They rummage more, cursing that the pitch crates must be relocated. Another mention of pitch crates. That ties into the mystery crates I found. My heart pounds as I piece it together. Someone is smuggling pitch or contraband, possibly for sabotage or black market trade. Suddenly, a faint noise behind me. My boot scraping the shelf. It echoes in the silence. The two figures go still. One brandishes a dagger, stepping closer to where I hide. My breath stalls. I have no guards to save me, no time to run. Then a muffled shout echoes from the corridor. My guard, presumably, calling my name. The two figures curse under their breath, dropping whatever they were doing. They slip out, letting the door bang shut behind them. I remain unmoving for a few heartbeats, adrenaline roaring in my veins. Finally, I exhale, carefully emerging from my hiding spot. Shaken, I check the chest they were rifling through. It's empty but smells faintly of something acrid, maybe leftover pitch or magical residue. My mind spins. If Thacker's men are smuggling these runes or pitch, it could be linked to further sabotage. I grip the crate for support, fear and anger coiling in my chest. My guard bursts in moments later, panting. "Neva, why are you in the dark?" I swallow, forcing composure. "Inventory check. Nothing's here." My voice trembles. He frowns, noticing my shaken state, but I wave him off, stumbling out of the storeroom. My mind is a storm of half-answers: null-born lineage, contraband pitch, the Kerr's infiltration. It's all building to something, and I stand at the centre, precarious. That evening, I return to my quarters, locking the door firmly. My thoughts swirl with what I heard, the lingering dread that if Thacker's men discover my potential null-born trait, they might weaponize it or sell me to the highest bidder. In the silence, I rub my temple with slow fingers. I have no one to confide in. Saru might help, but how do I trust him with something so volatile? I pace until the moonlight spills through the window. Each breath feels short. The memory of Arkiel's fizzled magic haunts me, the knowledge that contraband runes and pitch swirl around me, and Thacker's men prowl these corridors. I realise, with a shiver of clarity, that everything is converging on a single point. My secret might emerge unless I find a way to bury it or harness it. Rest eludes me. Eventually I collapse onto the bed, heart pounding. My arms hug my bruised ribs, the brand on my forearm catching the moonlight. This brand was forced on me for my survival. Now I face a deeper secret that might unravel me. Tomorrow I'll muster the strength to investigate more. For now, I let exhaustion drag me under, trying not to dream of fizzled spells and hidden contraband. Trying not to see the possibility that the blood in my veins holds more danger than any brand or fortress code.
Chapter 12. Saru. I'm halfway through reviewing the day's discipline reports when a runner bolts into my office, panting hard as if he sprinted across the entire bastion. My quill stills over the parchment, ink threatening to blot. The young Minotaur tries to speak, gulping air. "Senator Thakur," he manages. "He's here, Warden, at the main gate. He demands an audience." Annoyance flares, but I keep my tone level. "A surprise visit, of course." I set the quill aside. "Tell him to wait in the outer hall. I'll be there shortly." The runner salutes, hurrying out. I stand, shrugging into my chest armor with practiced efficiency. Each buckle's click grounds me. Thakur rarely shows up in person. If he's come now, it's with renewed pressure about Neva. I sense another attempt to tear her from the bastion. At the door, 2 loyal guards join me. We navigate corridors thrumming with latent tension. Whispers swirl. Thakur marches in with an entourage, likely hoping to exploit any weakness. I refuse to give him one. My hooves echo on stone as we round a final corner, entering the wide chamber known as the outer hall. Tall pillars, torches guttering in iron brackets. There he is, in all his rigid poise. Thakur stands near the center, wearing a finely tailored robe of dark blue trimmed with gold. It's a formal statement of his senatorial rank. 6 guards flank him, each armed and radiating arrogance. Minotaurs working nearby keep their distance, uneasy. I let my own guards fan out at the edges of the space, ensuring I'm not alone. He turns at my approach, lips curving into a thin smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "Warden Saru," he says, voice edged with condescension. "You've been avoiding the Senate's requests." I keep my face impassive. "I've received your letters. I see no reason to alter the Bastion's decisions." He gives a low laugh. "Your branding of that human was a grave step outside tradition. The Senate demands you relinquish her to our care. Or do you fancy yourself above due process?" "I fancy nothing," I reply coolly. "Bastion law stands. No prisoner under a Vakok crest can be seized without a full hearing. Your so-called demands do not override that." His brow furrows, horns glinting in torchlight. "You cling to ancient codes. Meanwhile, the Senate's patience wanes. That mortal is a threat. You know she destroyed a vital trade route." My horns tense at his brazen tone. "She destroyed a dark elf vessel smuggling contraband. I see no reason to penalize her further. She's under my watch, serving the Bastion. If you want her, present a formal challenge in the Senate chambers." He steps closer, ignoring the subtle bristle of my guards. "Then hear me plainly. The Senate has grown tired of your coddling. This brand you gave her will not hold forever. I can gather allies to demand you stand down." My tail flicks once, a tight motion. "You're welcome to try. The Bastion's law is older than your alliances. Naiva remains here, protected." He exhales, a faint snort. "Perhaps you've grown soft, Saru. Time in the Bastion has dulled your edge. You once fought your own brother in the arena. Some said you killed him with ease. Now you shelter a human. Curious." My fists clench at the mention of my brother's death, but I keep my voice even. "I do what's right for the Bastion. This conversation is over." His eyes narrow, frustration flickering. "We shall see. I'll call upon Senate authority soon, and you'll regret your stubbornness." Without waiting for a dismissal, he turns, his guards moving in unison. They stride away, arrogance trailing like a pungent scent. My men watch them go, tension etched on their faces. I remain still, forcing a slow breath. Thakur's threat is clear. Gather Senate support to undermine me. Fine. Let him scurry behind bureaucratic walls. I have the Bastion's code and House Rektal behind me. After a moment, I signal my guards to disperse. One steps forward, brow creased. "Warden, do we fortify her security?" I nod. "Double the watch near her quarters. Keep loyal eyes on every corridor. Thakur's men might try a covert snatch." He salutes, hurrying off. I remain in the hall, ignoring the onlookers who scurry away now that the confrontation is done. My rage simmers. I loathe how Thakur dredges up my brother's death, twisting it as if I'm some savage beast. I might have taken his life, but that fight haunts me daily. I channel the fury inward, letting it sharpen my resolve. Naiva is under my brand, and I'll fight the entire Senate if I must. At last, I stalk away from the hall, heading to where I suspect Naiva is likely in the supply yard or checking inventory. I want her to know Thakur arrived. She deserves to understand how the stakes have risen. Along the route, a messenger confirms she's finishing a distribution near the armory. I pick up the pace, tail flicking with pent-up frustration. I find her in a wide corridor stacked with crates, ledger in hand, surrounded by a few Minotaur laborers. She glances up, noticing my approach. Something in my expression must warn her. She dismisses the workers with a curt nod, stepping forward. My guards linger discreetly. She tilts her head. Thakur's here? I exhale through flared nostrils. He demanded your handover. I refused. He threatened a Senate move to remove you forcibly. Her features tighten, tension flickering in her jaw. So he's doubling down. Great. I run a hand over my horns, trying to calm. Yes, he's pressing the Senate's authority. We must be ready for anything. She sets aside the ledger, crossing her arms. So, what now? We wait for them to storm the bastion with official writs? I grunt. I'd like to see them try. But let's not be reckless. A pause. We can't have you undefended. Thakur might attempt covert means or incite conspirators. She curses under her breath, gaze flicking to the crates. You're doubling my guard? I nod. Yes, and there's another matter. Your combat readiness. If a cornered confrontation arises, you must handle yourself. She narrows her eyes. I can fight well enough. I keep my tone firm but not unkind. Well enough for standard brawls, yes, but Minotaur combat is different. Let me show you more advanced stances. She hesitates, recalling last time. Then she sighs. I guess it can't hurt. I give a short nod. Good. We'll train in the southwestern courtyard. It's quieter there. We finish her current distribution checks, ensuring the crates match the logs. Then we slip away, accompanied by 2 loyal guards who keep a respectful distance. The southwestern courtyard is a modest expanse of packed earth and old stone pillars, a favored spot for those who prefer privacy. Late afternoon sunlight slants across the space, casting long shadows. I gesture to a weapon rack at one edge, retrieving 2 wooden practice swords. She stands a few paces away, scanning the courtyard. A gentle breeze ruffles her dark hair. The day's tasks have left her with a faint sheen of sweat on her brow, bruises from earlier scuffles still visible on her arms. Yet she stands with quiet determination. I hand her 1 wooden sword. We'll refine footwork. That's key in Minotaur styles. Firm stance, but flexible enough to pivot. She grips the practice blade, testing its balance. Fine, show me. Stepping back, I lift my own blade in a neutral guard. Stand wide, I say. Ground your weight. Let your knees bend slightly so you can move quickly if the opponent shifts. She mimics my posture, and I circle her. She's improved since last time, though her left side remains stiff from bruises. I prod her stance, adjusting her foot angle. Shift your left foot out. Good. Keep your shoulders aligned. She nods, biting her lip in concentration. Her posture locks into place. I step in front, demonstrating a basic slash pattern. She imitates me, the wooden sword swishing through the air. Our guards watch from a distance, but I sense their mild surprise seeing the warden instruct a human prisoner in Minotaur techniques is unusual. I ignore them, focusing on her progress. We trade light blows, wood clacking. She moves well, though occasionally wincing at a sudden motion that strains her healing ribs. Each time, I pause to let her catch her breath. She refuses to complain, forging ahead with fierce resolve. My respect for her tenacity grows. Eventually, I raise a hand. Stop a moment. She halts, panting. What is it? I approach, setting my wooden sword aside. Your upper stance is decent, but your foot placement drifts. Let me correct it. She tenses as I step behind her, but doesn't protest. Gently, I rest my hands on her hips, adjusting her angle. My heart thuds. The moment crackles with unexpected intimacy. She goes still, breath hitching. You see how your feet align? Center them under your shoulders, not off to the side. She swallows, nodding. Got it. I move one hand to her shoulder, easing it back so her posture straightens. My fingers brush the warm skin just above her tunic's seam. A faint tremor courses through me. We're alone in this quiet courtyard, dust swirling in the late afternoon light. Her scent, sweat, faint soap, a hint of tension fills my senses. I struggle to remain composed. She inhales, voice tight. I see, so my stance is more stable. I clear my throat. Yes. I step away, reclaiming my sword before I do something reckless like linger in that closeness. Now, lunge at me! Her eyes flick with a spark of challenge. She lunges, blade angled. I parry, shifting side to side. Our wooden swords meet with soft thuds. She grits her teeth, trying a low strike. I pivot, returning a controlled tap to her blade. Each connection vibrates in my arms. She curses lightly when I disarm her with a neat flick, sending her sword clattering. Then she staggers, nearly losing her balance. I lunge forward, catching her around the waist before she hits the ground. Her hands grip my forearm, eyes wide as she regains footing. We freeze, breath mingling in the hush. My pulse pounds. Her body is slight against mine, the brand on her arm a silent reminder of forced ties. Yet standing here, it feels less like bondage and more like a tenuous bond we're forging day by day. She stares up at me, shock and a flicker of something else in her gaze. I help her straighten. She clears her throat, stepping away, cheeks flushed. Thanks. I nod, voice gruff. Watch your momentum. You're overextending. She rubs her bruised side, nodding stiffly. Right. A wave of awkwardness descends. We retrieve the wooden swords, continuing a few more controlled exchanges. Each time we clash, I sense the tension part hostility, part attraction, part shared determination. She's learning swiftly. After several passes, sweat beads on both of us, the courtyard's heat stifling. At last, I lower my practice weapon. That's enough for today. You've improved. She stands there, chest heaving, eyes gleaming with reluctant pride. I might survive if someone tries to corner me again. She sets the wooden sword down, massaging her wrist. I appreciate the lesson, even if it's complicated. Complicated, I echo, letting the word hang. Everything about us has complicated the brand, the Cour's threats, her ambiguous status. We do what we must. She nods, crossing her arms. I won't let Thakur drag me away. The raw determination in her voice resonates with my own vow to protect her. I sense a fierce synergy, overshadowing the chafing brand. Footsteps echo along the courtyard entrance, and we turn to see a lone Minotaur guard approach, bowing. Warden, urgent matter in the west corridor, a scuffle among prisoners. I sigh, tension returning. All right, I'll handle it. I glance at Naeva. You can come if you want, or rest. She squares her shoulders. I'll see if I can help. Quartermaster duties might be involved. We head out, practical concerns reclaiming the moment. As we walk, I can't shake the warmth in my chest from that fleeting closeness, my hands on her hips, her breath hitching. Thakur might loom over our heads, brand or not, but for a few minutes we found a rhythm. The bastion's halls bustle as we pass, but I keep a watchful eye. Double guards aside, I sense danger lurking, Thakur's presence rattling the fortress. We reach the west corridor, finding two orcs in a heated shouting match with a Minotaur guard. A few onlookers linger. I bark an order, and the tension deflates under official scrutiny. While I arbitrate the argument, Neva stands at my side, arms folded. She cuts in with a pointed remark that quells the orcs from further aggression, citing supply records that show they've already received their rations. I hide a small smile at how smoothly she wields her authority, refusing to be cowed by species or rank. When the dispute settles, we part ways. She returns to finalize daily logs, I to handle more bastion affairs. My mind drifts again to Thakur's threat and the unstoppable friction of politics. But overshadowing that is the memory of her posture in the courtyard, her spine taut, our stances locked in a teacher-student dance that felt oddly intimate. I bury the feeling in routine tasks, aware it will resurface the next time we spar. By nightfall, I exit my office into a corridor dimly lit by torches. The bastion quiets, staff rotating to the evening watch. I catch sight of a few guards saluting, stepping aside. My shoulders feel heavy from the day's strain. Thakur's visit lingers in every hush, as though the fortress itself is waiting for the next blow. I find myself walking toward the southwestern courtyard again, as if drawn. The moon hangs low, bathing the training ground in silver. My chest plate clinks softly, reminding me I never removed it since our spar. The empty courtyard holds only the faint echoes of earlier practice, the dust of scuffed earth underfoot. A swirl of memory arises. Her in my arms, nearly falling, the press of her body. My horns ache with conflicting urges. I stand in the moonlit space, letting the night wind brush my fur. Thakur might bring the Senate's wrath, but I'll stand firm. For her, for the vow I made when I branded her. Each day I see her push forward, forging her path in a fortress that once threatened to break her. Each day I sense her forging cracks in my own walls. The dance between us grows more complex, dangerous if we lose control. But I can't turn away. Exhaling, I bow my head, silent in the moonlight. Tomorrow might bring more conflict, more Senate demands. We'll meet them head-on, step by step, from the arena if need be. And if training in these stances helps her survive Thakur's next strike, I'll teach her everything I can. Because in the swirling chaos of politics and regrets, the single unambiguous truth is my resolve. I won't let her be taken. I won't let her fight alone. And if that means standing against the entire Senate, so be it.
Chapter 13. Neither. Dawn's glow filters through the narrow window of my quarters, rousing me from a restless sleep. I lie still for a few moments, the old straw mattress crackling beneath me. There's a peculiar tension humming in my muscles, leftover echoes of yesterday's clash with Senator Thacker's demands and the unexpected closeness I experienced with Saru during our sparring session. I can still feel the phantom weight of his hand guiding my stance, the way his voice dropped when he corrected my balance. I push up to sit, ignoring the soft pull of bruised muscle. Light glints off the healing mark on my arm. Saru's crest, once a symbol of fury, now tangled with feelings I can't untangle. Reluctant gratitude, uneasy longing, something deeper I refuse to name. Shaking off lingering emotions, I dress in a fresh tunic and trousers, wincing when my arm tenses. The bruises remain stubborn, but I won't let them slow me. There's always more to do in the Bastion. Inventory checks, supply runs, diplomatic headaches. Thakur might have left, but his threat lingers like a dark cloud. The fortress hums with speculation that he'll return soon with Senate support, demanding my handover. I force my mind away from that possibility and exit my room, meeting the guard Saru assigned me. He dips his head in a silent greeting, and we head off into the winding corridors. The morning routine whisks me into a flurry of tasks, verifying that every ration crate is where it should be, and that no further sabotage has emerged in the southwestern storehouse. My mind drifts more than once to the memory of Saru's unwavering stance in the hall, refusing to yield me to Thakur. Perhaps I should be grateful for that unflinching protection, but it also leaves a strange warmth in my chest. I'm not used to anyone choosing me over politics or personal gain. The supply yard bustles with activity when I arrive. Workers stack crates in neat rows for distribution. I do a quick pass, scanning the logs and crossing references. A wave of mild relief washes through me. No glaring discrepancies. Once done, I set out for the narrower courtyard, where Saru occasionally meets me for further training. My heart thrums a little faster at the thought of seeing him, though I tell myself it's just for self-defense. When I turn a corner, I spot him standing near a stack of practice weapons, arms folded, horns angled in that stoic posture. Two guards linger at a respectful distance, but drift off when I approach. He's wearing partial armour, the chest plate and arm braces that complement his imposing build. For a moment, I let myself admire the way the morning light highlights the subtle silver lines on his horns. He nods as I approach. "You're here early." I shrug, ignoring the odd flutter in my stomach. Better than letting the day slip away. ready to show me another stance. His gaze flickers over me, eyes lingering on the fresh bruises visible above my tunic's collar. We'll see how far we go before your side protests. I exhale. I can handle it. He moves to the small rack where wooden practice swords and spears rest. He selects 2 short wooden swords, handing one to me. We'll refine transitions from guard to strike. I hold the practice sword, stepping into the middle of the courtyard. The ground is packed dirt, ringed by carved pillars that offer sparse shade. The air tastes of dust and faint morning dew. My guard stands watch near the entrance, but otherwise, it's just me and Saru. A subtle undercurrent of tension crackles, left over from the closeness last time. He stands opposite, sword raised. Stance first, remember the wide base. I do as instructed, letting my feet slide into the posture he showed me. Knees slightly bent, one foot angled for balance. My ribs protest a bit, but I steady myself. Saru nods once, his expression set in calm focus. We cross swords with a soft clack, beginning a slow dance of moves. My breath hitches at the quiet intensity. Each step we take, each parry, resonates in my bones, like a conversation beyond words. He corrects me gently when I overextend my elbow. Guard your side. That bruise isn't healed yet. I grimace. I'm fine. But I tighten my stance, acknowledging the strain. We continue, speeding up incrementally. He feints, and I stumble, heart pounding. I recover quickly, whipping my sword in an arc that nearly grazes his shoulder. He blocks with a solid blow, sending a jolt up my arm. I set my teeth, refusing to yield. We fall into a cycle of strikes and counters, dust swirling around our feet. My heart thumps with exertion, sweat beading along my temples. Eventually, he surges forward in a mock charge. I pivot, but the motion snags on my sore ribs, making me wince. My sword arm falters. He lowers his blade just enough that we don't collide violently, but the momentum pushes me off balance. I almost topple, gasping. His free hand darts out, gripping my waist to steady me, the warmth of his palm searing through my tunic. Careful, he mutters, horns angled close. Your side. I know, I snap, half from pain, half from the surge of something else. Anger, attraction, frustration. I can't name it. My cheeks flush. He's so close, his breath a soft rumble. I can't help noticing the powerful line of his neck, the brand on his shoulder that marks him as House Rectal. The faint scars crossing his chest plate reflect in the early sunlight, each telling a story I've only glimpsed. I push away gently. He releases me, though his expression darkens with concern. We should slow, he says. No, I insist, voice sharp. I want to learn. Thacker's threats haven't vanished. I can't be a weak link. His jaw tightens. Fine. He steps back, stance guarded, raising his sword again. One more sequence, then we stop. We resume the spar, adjusting for my bruises. The pace is measured, but my heart still pounds. Each time I meet his eyes, a flicker of tension ignites, leaving me breathless. Our swords tap, wood vibrating. I see the subtle shift in his footwork, warning me of an incoming strike. I block, and for an instant, we lock eyes again. My grip trembles. On a whim, I swerve aside, letting my instincts guide me. He swings low, I jump back. The momentum places me behind him. Before he recovers, I reach out to brace myself. My hand lands on his left horn. Time slows, my fingers curling around that curved shape. It's a raw, intimate contact among minotaurs, I recall him once mentioning. Realization strikes like lightning, but I can't pull away fast enough. His entire body goes rigid. For a heartbeat, we stand frozen in that stunningly personal moment. My hand on his horn, the wooden sword still in my other. His breath hitches, amber eyes darkening with a flash of something primal. I sense the seismic jolt inside him. Warmth flares in my chest, mingled with a spike of alarm. I never intended to cross that line, yet here we are, locked in a hush so thick it steals the air. He pivots abruptly, dislodging my hand. The wooden sword in his grip drops an inch, leaving him open. I see the tension rippling through his neck and shoulders, as if warring with an instinct to draw me closer or fling me away. My heart pounds, cheeks hot. I open my mouth, searching for words, but none come. In a single swift motion, he steps toward me, eyes locked on mine. Our faces hover inches apart. I glimpse the swirl of conflict in his gaze, desire, confusion, that fierce protective streak. My pulse roars in my ears, tears prickling behind my eyes from sheer intensity. He leans in, breath brushing my cheek. My entire body quivers with a longing so sharp it steals reason. For a split second, I think he'll kiss me. The possibility sends sparks through my blood, my heart screaming yes and no all at once. He tears himself away, staggering back a full step, horns trembling with contained turmoil. We're done, he rasps, voice uneven, fraying at the edges. He won't look at me. He shoves the wooden sword onto the rack, grabbing his chest plate strap as if searching for an anchor. I stand there, pulse thunderous, my hand still tingling from touching his horn. My mind reels, a swirl of shock and burning awareness. I find no words. He glances at me once, expression clenched with regret or fear, I can't tell. Then he strides off, tail lashing, leaving me alone in the courtyard. I let out a shuddering breath, knees weak. The dust around my feet settles. The sun overhead feels too bright, too exposing. My chest tightens with a potent mix of shame and longing. I touched his horn, an intimate gesture in his culture, and nearly triggered something we're not prepared for. My entire body still buzzes from that near contact with his lips. I clamp a hand to my chest, struggling to steady my frantic heartbeat. Why did I do that? My rational mind scolds me for being reckless. But in that moment, something deeper guided me. Curiosity, an inexplicable pull toward him. We've been dancing around unspoken attraction for days, maybe weeks, forging reluctant respect out of forced alliance. Now I can't deny how fiercely I'm drawn to him, or how terrifying it is to want someone with the power to shape my fate. After a long moment, I pry my feet from the ground, retrieving my wooden sword. My guard steps forward, concern etched on his face, but I wave him off. I'm fine, I whisper, voice shaky. I store the weapon in silence, then leave the courtyard. My mind remains in chaos. Each corridor I pass feels suffocating, as if the fortress walls close in on me. I detour to the southwestern storeroom, hoping to bury myself in logs. When I arrive, I find it dimly lit, crates stacked haphazardly. Perfect. I slump against a crate, pressing my forehead to the cool wood, trying to quell the trembling in my limbs. I replay the moment, my hand on his horn, his near surrender, the flash of raw desire in his eyes. My entire life, I've never experienced such a sudden, consuming spark. It frightens me as much as it lures me. Memories churn, dragging my focus to the sigil carved into my flesh. A claim pressed into me without consent, meant to evoke hate. And yet, he's treated me with more care than anyone in years. I can't make sense of it. A slow-burning fire crackles inside me, stoked by confusion and want. I shudder, burying my face in my palm. If the Cour or the Senate catch even a whisper of this, whatever this is, they'll weaponize it. A distant clang echoes in the corridor, stirring me from my thoughts. I straighten, inhaling to calm my nerves. I have tasks to finish, contraband to watch for, and a fortress full of watchers who delight in my downfall. I can't let this slip distract me. But no matter how I try, the memory lingers, a burn that won't fade. Time crawls as I inspect the storeroom, verifying no new shipments arrived unlogged. My guard stands near the entrance, occasionally glancing my way. I mask my turmoil behind a facade of efficiency. Each crate I open, each item I tick off the list, helps me reclaim some semblance of normalcy. But the second I stop, my mind returns to that courtyard. The near kiss, the heat in his eyes. My heart pounds all over again. By the time I finish, my throat feels parched. I set aside the ledger, stepping out to find water. The corridor's subdued torchlight illuminates a few passing guards who barely nod at me. My assigned guard remains silent, dutifully trailing me as I head to a corner station where water is kept for workers. I scoop a tin cup of water, gulping it down. My ribs ache, a dull reminder of the physical strain. Yet the real ache sits in my chest, an unspoken yearning I can't banish. I decide to seek a calmer corner for a moment of respite. The bastion might be massive, but private nooks are rare. I recall a small balcony near the eastern wing, mostly overlooked since it leads nowhere significant. My guard hesitates as I navigate the labyrinth of corridors, but follows when I give no explanation. Eventually, I find the narrow door that opens onto a modest stone balcony overlooking the fortress wall. The air is cooler here, swirling with a faint breeze that smells of salt from the distant sea. I step out, letting the guard remain at the threshold. Leaning on the stone railing, I gaze at the horizon. Over the cliffs, the ocean extends, faintly visible. The late afternoon sky glows with oranges and purples. My chest tightens at the beauty, a stark contrast to the turmoil inside me. Everything has changed since I arrived, from forced brand to finding a fragile trust with the bastion's warden. Yet it's more than trust. My breath catches as I recall the heat of his body, the swirl of longing that nearly undid us. I stand there a while, letting the breeze ruffle my hair. My mind whirls with conflicting thoughts. I want to be free of any chain, especially one forced upon me. And yet a part of me can't resist the slow burn each time Saru stands near, each time our eyes lock in unspoken conversation. Fear tangles with a desperate craving for his nearness. I close my eyes, pressing trembling fingers to the raised scar etched into my skin. Letting him in risks betrayal, heartbreak, and political ruin. But locking him out means smothering something real. I'm caught in a snare either way. Eventually, I turn back inside. My guard trails me once more, though he offers no comment. I appreciate his silence. The corridor feels endless as I return to the quartermaster station, logs still waiting. Might as well bury myself in tasks until nightfall, anything to outrun the swirl in my mind. Hours pass, the hustle of bastion life surging around me. I sign off on final distributions, confirm no contraband turned up, and wave off the load of daily complaints from minor disputes. My guard helps usher a few unruly prisoners to their assigned tasks. The setting sun's glow filters through a high window when I finally set down my quill, exhausted but still restless. I glance at the corridor beyond, debating whether to seek out Saru or simply retreat to my quarters. A flutter in my stomach warns me I'm not ready to face him yet, not after that near kiss. My rational side demands I keep my distance, let it pass. But part of me aches to see him, to talk, or do something to ease this tension. The guard steps forward. "Are you done for the day, quartermaster?" I nod slowly. "Yes, I hesitate, chewing my lip. "I'll go to my quarters." He salutes, falling in step behind me. The corridor is dim, torches casting dancing shadows. My body moves automatically, each step echoing. I feel half in a dream, consumed by the memory of his breath so close. When we reach my room, I pause, hand on the latch. The guard stands quietly, awaiting confirmation. I force a small smile. "Thank you. Good night." He nods. "Good night, quartermaster." Then he turns to stand post a short distance away. I duck inside, bolting the door. My quarters remain as I left them: a straw mattress, a rough table, the single lantern half filled with oil. Letting out a weary sigh, I light the lantern, filling the space with a gentle glow. My reflection in the metal mirror shows wide eyes, cheeks still flushed. I push hair off my forehead, annoyed at how everything stirs me. Sinking onto the bed, I cover my face with my palms. The day had felt ordinary until that brief, jarring moment in the courtyard. I replay it, each second scorching my thoughts. My fingers on his horn, the jolt in both of us. He almost kissed me. My heart clenches, a tremor of longing washing through me again. I recall the stories of minotaur horns, an extremely sensitive spot, taboo to touch, uninvited. I basically broke all boundaries, and yet for an instant he wanted it. Or I believe he did. He looked at me like I was a miracle and a danger all at once. A swirl of guilt unfurls. He's bound to me by brand. I'm bound to him by survival. It's not fair to either of us to indulge in something that could complicate everything. Thacker and the Senate stand ready to swoop in, plus I carry a secret about possible null-born heritage. If that truth surfaces, I'll be a pawn to the highest bidder. Letting my guard down with Saru could lead to heartbreak on every side. I roll onto my side, ignoring the twinge in my ribs. Sleep might help, but I doubt it comes easily. My mind churns with conflicting desires. I see Saru's fierce expression, the quiet strength he radiates, how he refused to give me up to Thakur. He's an anchor in the storm that is the Bastion. But do I risk letting that anchor pull me under? Squeezing my eyes shut, I breathe slowly, trying to settle. My body remains tense, though eventually exhaustion drags me into uneasy dreams. I dream of the courtyard, except this time, the entire fortress watches us from the pillars, mocking or cheering, I can't tell. I reach for Saru's horn and he leans closer, until Thakkur's laughter splits the air like a blade. Fire rips across the mark on my arm. I jolt awake, sweat slicking my spine. Night deepens outside, the corridor silent. I remain curled on the bed, heart racing. A wave of loneliness hits me. I recall how I used to handle fear in the dark elf forges, shut down my emotions, rely on no one. But the Bastion's forging something new in me. My vulnerabilities run deeper now, sharpened by the possibility that I might genuinely want him. The thought terrifies me as much as stepping onto a battlefield without armour. I brush trembling fingers over the brand, the scab mostly healed. I can't keep lying to myself. I want him, physically and beyond. The memory of that near kiss ignites a throbbing ache in my chest, a mix of longing and alarm. Because once I let that guard down, there's no going back to the safe barrier of hostility. We'll be entangled in ways neither of us can easily escape. And with the Senate prowling, any vulnerability could be a fatal flaw. Eventually I drift again into a shallow doze, mind spinning. Dawn finds me just as weary, but I force myself up. Another day, more chores, and more political manoeuvres. I vow to keep distance from Saru, or at least pretend that close call never happened. It's the only way to keep my head above water. Yet deep down, an ember of yearning remains, stirring every time I think of his calm gaze or the electric jolt of his touch. I wonder if he feels the same pull. He fled so abruptly, so maybe he's just as rattled. The notion both comforts and unnerves me. Still, I won't chase him for answers. Let him decide if we address it or pretend it never happened. Maybe ignoring the spark is best. Maybe. But my heart refuses to settle on that lie. Stretching out my sore arms, I dress, ignoring the lingering bruises. The brand stands out as a silent testament to forced survival, an anchor that might pull me deeper. I sigh, tying my hair back, preparing for the day. No matter what roils inside me, the Bastion demands my attention. Yet each step I take echoes with the memory of a moment we almost gave in to something far more powerful than duty. and the realization that I might crave that moment again, even if it threatens every wall I built to keep me safe.
Chapter 14. Saru. Midnight settles over the bastion with a hush so complete that every echo of distant footsteps seems magnified. I sit at the desk in my private quarters, a single lantern casting a flickering light across the scattered parchments. Each missive details tensions with the Senate, supply concerns, or the watchful eyes of Thakur's cronies. My horns ache from the day's turbulence, the confrontation in the courtyard swirling in my thoughts. Hours ago, I fled from Neva the moment her hand brushed my horn. My composure fractured so sharply that I hardly recognized myself. I stand to pace the small chamber, chest armor discarded by the bed. A swirl of complicated emotions churn inside me. Guilt, desire, the sense that we've crossed a threshold we can't return from. That silent moment with her hand on my horn, an intimate minotaur gesture, sparked a wild rush of longing I can't deny. That sigil scorched into her flesh was meant to be a shield, not a doorway. But day by day, our bond entwines tighter, something far more complex than mere obligation. A soft knock at the door halts my pacing. My heart jolts. No guard would knock so quietly. A prisoner would rarely dare approach unbidden. I step forward, swallowing tension. "Enter!" I say, voice low. The door eases open, revealing Naiva in the dim corridor. She stands with her arms tense at her sides, hair partially undone around her shoulders. One of my loyal guards lingers behind her, uncertain. My breath stills at the sight of her, shadowed in lantern glow. She glances at the guard, then back at me. "Let her in," I instruct the guard. My voice sounds more gruff than intended. He nods and steps away, leaving us alone. She slips inside, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Silence weighs between us, thick with the unspoken tension that's hounded me since we nearly collided in that courtyard. The lantern's faint glow catches the brand on her forearm, a silent reminder of the line we both straddle, forced bond, or something forging deeper. She swallows, eyes flicking around my room with uneasy curiosity. At last, she steps closer, voice barely above a whisper. "You ran off earlier." Her tone carries no accusation, but pain lingers beneath it. "I wanted to check." My chest tightens. I lost control, I admit, bracing my hands behind my back. Touching a minotaur's horn is intensely personal. I didn't expect. She nods, folding her arms. "I know. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened." Her gaze drops to the floor. "I'm sorry if it offended you." A pang of regret knots in my gut. I wasn't offended, just overwhelmed. She inches forward, each breath trembling. I can see her bruises are fading, but tension holds her shoulders rigid. We stand a scant few paces apart, the difference in our heights glaring. Her hair frames her face in waves that catch the lantern's glow. The hush in the room throbs with unsaid words. She exhales softly. "We can't keep dancing around this. Something is changing between us." I nod, swallowing. "It is." She lifts her chin, courage flickering in her eyes. "I won't pretend I hate you for the brand anymore. I can't ignore everything else you've done. The times you saved me, taught me, protected me, and I—" Her voice falters, but I sense the raw emotion brimming. My own breath hitches, horns tingling with every passing second. The faint bruise across her jaw reminds me how fragile she is, how mortal, and how fiercely I want to keep her safe. I step closer, muzzle nearly level with her forehead. She doesn't back away. Bathed in the soft glow of lantern light, we face each other, hearts thundering. She hesitates, then trails her fingers along the raised scar that curves down her arm. "I keep telling myself it's a trap," she whispers, "but it's also kept me safe." A brittle laugh slips out. I don't even know what I'm supposed to feel. I reach out, my large hand gently covering her wrist. Her pulse leaps under my palm. "We find our way," I murmur. "No matter the brand or Thakur's schemes, we decide what this means." She trembles, eyes closing briefly. Then, slowly, she places her free hand against my chest. The warmth of her palm seeps through my tunic, and my horns tingle with an acute awareness of her body. We've stood near each other countless times, but never has it felt so laden with unspoken promise. I dip my head, letting our foreheads nearly touch. She draws a sharp breath, cheeks burning. Wordlessly, we linger, each uncertain how to proceed. The quiet hum of possibility envelops us, an unvoiced invitation. My heart thuds, a primal longing surging. I recall every reason to stay distant. The Senate, the brand, my brother's memory. But seeing her tremble with a mix of fear and trust unravels my resolve. She shifts, her lips parting in silent question. I lean in, letting my muzzle graze her temple. She doesn't flinch. My breath stutters, and I sense a trembling in her limbs that matches my own. Slowly, I trail my hand from her wrist up to her shoulder, pausing to ensure she can withdraw if she wishes. Instead, she inches closer, pressing her torso against me. I can't hold back. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
For a long while, neither of us speaks. Our breathing aligns, the only sound in the hush. It's as if we fear words might shatter the fragile stillness. Eventually, I gather her closer, mindful of her bruises. She nestles against me, face pressed to my throat, letting out a tiny sigh that resonates in my chest. We're still raw from crossing this line. Once brand and duty overshadowed everything. But now we share something infinitely more profound. She traces patterns on my furred arm, a hesitant curiosity. I hush her with a gentle stroke of her hair, the soft locks slipping through my fingers. My heart throbs with an unfamiliar warmth, a stirring that might be the seed of love, though neither of us dares call it that. We're too tangled in caution to label it. But the bond is real, our bodies and spirits acknowledging a new truth. The bastion's walls remain beyond my chamber door, teeming with Senate threats and whispered conspiracies. Thakur's next move lurks in the shadows, and the brand on her arm remains a precarious mark that ties her fate to mine. But for this moment, we exist outside all that. I close my eyes, inhaling her scent, a blend of sweat, soap, and raw emotion that feels heartbreakingly honest. After a time, she shifts, propping herself on an elbow to study me. There's a quiet awe in her expression, a vulnerability that tugs at something deep in my soul. I hold her gaze, uncertain how to voice what roils inside me. Her lips part, but she merely brushes a shaky kiss to my shoulder, wordless. I cradle her face, leaning in to nuzzle her brow, horns angled to avoid discomfort. We drift in that closeness, hearts still beating fast. My mind flicks to the brand again, the crest that started all this as a forced protection. Now it feels like a reminder that we've chosen a path few would understand. She lifts her arm, glancing at the scab design, then meets my eyes. 1,000 thoughts swirl behind her stare, but she only nods, exhaling softly. I gather the sheets around us, shielding her from the bastion's chill. Our breath mingles in the enclosed air, the lantern's light slowly waning. If dawn were to come now with Senate edicts or Thakur's blade, I'd fight 1,000 battles to protect what we forged tonight. I sense she feels the same, though neither of us says it. Our bodies settle into an easy sprawl, legs twined. Every so often I smooth a hand over her hair, mindful of my size and strength. She stifles a yawn, exhaustion creeping in after so many tensions. I shift onto my back, letting her drape across my chest. My arms enfold her, horns resting back against the pillow. She dozes fitfully, stirring whenever I shift, but never leaving my embrace. Eventually, the lantern sputters out, casting us into soft darkness. My eyes adjust, picking out the faint lines of her silhouette. Her breathing steadies. I sense her drifting into a deeper sleep. Carefully, I press my muzzle to her temple, inhaling the scent of her skin. Each bruise or scar stands testament to her resilience. Now I vow anew to keep her from harm, be it Senate plots or Thakur's cruelty. I let my eyes close, allowing the hush to cradle us. The Bastion's lurking threats remain, but in this private bed we share a fragile sanctuary. As I slip towards slumber, I cling to the idea that we've woven something real from forced bonds, a partnership no brand can overshadow. She's no longer just a prisoner under my watch. She's a fierce presence who challenges and stirs me like no one else. If that means crossing lines and braving Senate wrath, so be it. She sighs in her sleep, half shifting closer. I hold her gently, horns angled so as not to intrude on her space. My final waking thought is that tomorrow we'll face whatever storms gather. But tonight, in the shelter of darkness, we found a solace that changes everything.
Chapter 15. Neither. My ribs still ache from last night's intensity, a reminder of how Saru and I crossed the line from uneasy partners into something far more intimate. I wake in his bed before dawn, curled against him in the dim glow of a guttering lantern. His warmth surrounds me, the heavy contours of his arm draped gently across my waist. For a moment I stay there, letting my heart thud with quiet astonishment. We did this, chose each other in a fortress that thrums with risk. But reality tugs me back. The Bastion never sleeps, and Thakur's threats loom like a predator in the dark. If I linger too long, rumours might swirl, or worse, some Senate ally might barge in. I carefully slip from under Saru's arm, ignoring the protest in my bruised side. He stirs, brow furrowing, but doesn't fully wake. My gaze lingers on his sleeping face. The tension in his horns eased for once. My chest tightens. With a quiet exhale, I dress in the faint lantern light, tugging on my trousers and tunic. My heart still races with last night's memory, our bodies tangling, his deep voice murmuring reassurance, the rush of pleasure that felt like a vow. I swallow, smoothing my hair. He was gentle, letting me set the pace, reminding me I was no longer a piece of currency or a tool. And I gave myself with a raw desperation I never knew I possessed. I slip out, the door's hinge creaking softly. One of Saru's loyal guards notices me leaving, but averts his gaze, refusing to comment. My cheeks burn. I nod a greeting and hurry down the corridor, each step echoing in the hush. A swirl of confusion and warmth churns in my belly. If Thakur and the Senate find out about this closeness, they'll exploit it. But I can't regret letting Saru see me so vulnerable. In the gloom, my brand feels less like a cage and more like a strange bond we share. Reaching my quarters, I close the door, pressing my forehead to the wooden panels. My entire body hums with leftover desire and the knowledge that we can't hide this forever. Yet the day's demands wait. I wash quickly with a basin of cool water, changing into a fresh tunic. The brand catches my eye, scabbed but healing, a forced imprint that somehow led to a night of unforced surrender. Once I'm presentable, I slip out again, meeting the guard posted to escort me. He nods in silent greeting, and we set off for the daily quartermaster tasks. My limbs ache more than usual, but not just from bruises. My entire being feels raw, like I've stepped beyond a wall I once clung to. If anyone notices the flush on my cheeks, they keep it to themselves. The morning passes in routine checks. I shuffle logs, verifying no contraband. Prisoners queue for rations, sullen or bored. My guard stands watch. When the new Chaos Mage, Archeal, appears on the list, a shiver of unease runs down my spine. Reminders of that fizzled attempt to hex me. We keep him under watch. So far, no more incidents. By midday, the Bastion's corridors bustle with clanking armour, the clamour of raised voices. An uneasy energy crackles, as if everyone waits for Thakur's next move. I push on, ignoring the twinge in my side, wanting nothing more than to see Saru again, even if just to confirm last night wasn't a fever dream. Yet a swirl of nerves also warns me to keep distance. Too many watchers. Instead, I bury my longing under logistics. My routine is abruptly shattered just after the midday bell, when a frantic guard barrels into the supply yard shouting for help. "Warden Saru! Something's wrong, he's collapsed." Ice grips my chest. I drop the ledger and dash toward the guard. "Where is he?" He gestures wildly, voice trembling. "In the old meeting room near the western wing." He took a sip of wine, then started convulsing, blood in his sputum. My heart skitters. Poison. Without waiting for the guard, I sprint across the yard, ignoring the startled inmates. My assigned escort hurries after me, but I outpace him, fear pounding like a war drum. The Bastion's corridors feel endless, each turn a labyrinth. At last, I see a cluster of guards near a narrow doorway. They part as I approach, shock and worry etched on their faces. Inside, I find Saru on the floor, one guard kneeling by his side. He convulses, froth tinged with red seeping from his mouth, eyes rolled back. My stomach lurches. Another guard stands back, white-faced, babbling about not knowing how it happened. I drop to my knees, heart racing. "Saru," I murmur, pressing a hand to his forehead. He's burning, breath ragged. He can't answer, spasms ripping through his massive frame. Panic grips me, but I force calm. Poison is the likely culprit, some chaos-laced toxin, no doubt. We need an antidote, or at least a remedy to slow the damage. One guard stammers, "We sent for a healer, but they might not know chaos toxins." I swallow, blood pounding in my ears. My mind flashes to the dark elf forges, the knowledge I gleaned from glimpses of chaotic ingredients. If this is the same brand of venom... My breath catches. Using that knowledge might expose me as something abnormal, but if I don't act, Saru could die. Gritting my teeth, I press a hand to his chest, feeling the frantic thud of his heart. The convulsions intensify, and he coughs up more blood. Guards exchange panicked looks. I snap at them. "Get me hot water, cloths, anything to help him breathe." They scramble off, uncertain. My entire body shakes. I recall the hush-hush talk about null-born bloodlines, about how certain humans can disrupt chaos magic. If the poison is chaos-based, maybe I can disrupt it. Terror wars with desperation. I can't let him die. "Saru?" I whisper, leaning in. He spasms again, pain etched on his face. My chest constricts. The memory of last night's closeness slams into me. I can't lose him now. Summoning every scrap of forbidden knowledge, I recall a method the Dark Elves use to purge chaos toxins. A mix of tapping into the victim's aura and flooding it with null energy. I never tried it, only witnessed glimpses, but I have no choice. I shove fear aside and cradle his face with both hands. The mark etched into my skin buzzes with intensity, as if it recognizes the storm churning inside him. I close my eyes, grounding myself in the pulse of his chaos. My mind quiets. My heart does not. In the forges, I once saw dark elf alchemists funnel chaos into slaves, only for some to neutralize it unknowingly. If I truly am nullborn, I might replicate that effect. My breath steadies, and I concentrate, letting an odd calm wash through me. A faint heat pulses from my chest into my arms, a sensation I've repressed since I realised my sabotage immunity. Saru's spasms shake me, but I hold tight, trying to imagine the chaos poison as a living thing. I envision pulling it out or neutralising it. Something stirs beneath my skin, a silent hum that resonates with the brand's scab. A guard returns with hot water, freezing when he sees me hunched over Saru, brow furrowed, expression intense. I hear him mutter but block it out. My focus narrows. Saru's thrashing slows slightly. My pulse leaps. Maybe it's working. I push deeper into that intangible sense, letting my null-born trait unravel the chaotic threads. A wave of dizziness hits me, like I'm absorbing something vile, but I grit my teeth, pressing on. He coughs violently, choking on blood. I maintain the connection, ignoring the swirl of horror in the watchers. They must see me trembling, eyes half glazed. Time stretches. Then, abruptly, the convulsions ease. Saru's body slackens, a ragged gasp escaping him. I slump forward, panting. My arms feel heavy, as if I carried a massive weight. For a moment, no one speaks. The guard with the hot water steps closer. "What did you do?" he whispers, voice tight with shock. I can't even form words. I shakily press 2 fingers to Saru's neck, feeling a pulse, still fast, but steadier. His eyes flutter, half-focused. My heart surges with relief. I've saved him, used a monstrous secret to burn away the poison. But at what cost? "Get the healer," I croak at the guard. "He needs normal treatment now. Hurry." The guard bolts, spurred by my command. Another stands by, mouth agape. Saru coughs, breath hitching. He tries to speak, voice raw. "Neva." I shiver, cradling his head. "Don't talk. You'll be okay." But panic seizes me. I can feel the stares from the guards who saw me wield some unnatural power. If word spreads, the Senate will exploit it. The Bastion might see me as a threat. I see the suspicion in one guard's eyes already. I scramble up, unsteady on my feet. Saru tries to catch my wrist, but he's too weak. His gaze flickers with confusion. "Wait." I can't face him now, not after revealing the darkest secret I possess. If he knows about the null-born trait, what will he do? I clutch the brand, tears burning my eyes. My entire body shakes from the energy I channeled. Without thinking, I dash from the room, ignoring his hoarse plea. The guards call after me, but I slip through a side corridor, heart hammering as though it might burst. I run blindly, mind reeling with fear and guilt. If Saru rejects me for dabbling in chaos-laced knowledge, I wouldn't blame him. The entire fortress might demand answers. Thakur will pounce on this. My footsteps echo in the gloom, tears stinging. I pass confused inmates who barely register me before I vanish around the next bend. I need somewhere quiet, somewhere I can hide. The Bastion's forge, abandoned at this hour, should be empty. Panting, I arrive at the old forge chamber cut into the fortress's lower levels. It smells of ash and stale heat, long unused since the main smithy took over. I slip inside, bolting the door behind me. The darkness swallows me, broken only by a single dormant brazier in the corner. My chest heaves as I slump to the floor, burying my face in my hands. He's alive. That's all that matters, I tell myself. But the swirl of terror won't fade. I revealed my ability to neutralize chaos toxins, something no ordinary human can do. Even if Saru forgives me, the Senate might see me as a tool or threat. Thakur could twist this to claim I'm a monstrous abomination. My brand might not shield me from that fallout. I recall how Saru looked as he convulsed, terror etched in every line. I recall how the convulsions ceased when I harnessed that null-born trait. The memory leaves me shaky. I never wanted to use it, to confirm the rumours that I carry the legacy of forcibly bred human lines meant to quell chaos. It's a cursed heritage, a brand deeper than anything on my skin. Swallowing my sob, I stare at the silent forge, old coals heaped in a bin. My entire life I dreaded becoming a tool for dark elves if they discovered me. Now I risk becoming a pawn for minotaurs if the Bastion sees value in my power. And Saru, he might recoil at the notion that I can snuff out chaos with a mere thought. Our bond from last night could shatter under the weight of this secret. The hours drag as I remain crouched against the cold anvil, arms wrapped around my knees. I consider fleeing the Bastion altogether, but where would I run? The brand ties me here, and the outside world might be even more perilous. If the Senate hunts me, I'm doomed alone. My entire existence feels caged by two brands, the forced crest on my flesh and the null-born blood in my veins. Eventually the door scrapes open, flooding the forge with torchlight. My heart leaps into my throat. Have they come to arrest me? I stiffen, half rising, fists clenched. Then I see Saru step in, leaning on the doorframe, breathing ragged. A faint bandage wraps his torso, and sweat beads along his temple. He looks weak but alive, eyes burning with frantic concern. He shuts the door behind him, gaze darting around until he spots me in the corner by the anvil. I catch my breath, tears threatening again. He crosses the chamber in halting steps. "Neva," he says, voice hoarse, "you saved me." I shudder, turning my face away. "Don't come closer, I can't." My words fail. He presses on, ignoring my plea, kneeling beside me. The closeness radiates heat. His horns tilt, each breath laboured from the aftershocks of poison. "You fled," he murmurs. "Why?" I shake my head, tears slipping free. "Because I used something unnatural. People saw me. You saw me. Now you know I'm different. I didn't want you to despise me." He frowns, reaching a hand toward my shoulder, then stopping short, uncertain. "You speak nonsense. You saved my life." My voice trembles with raw fear. "They'll call me a monster, a null-born freak. The Senate will exploit it. You might too." He stiffens, realization dawning. "That was chaos poison, wasn't it? And you neutralized it." I hug myself, nodding brokenly. I must be nullborn. It's why the dark elf spells fizzled before, why your poison eased. My entire life I hid it. I want no part of their breeding horrors. He exhales, expression torn between shock and fierce resolve. I see. So this is the secret that haunts you. Tears blur my vision. Yes, I thought you'd reject me now. My voice cracks. Last night, everything. I can't stand the thought you might see me as some tool or threat. His breath shudders. "Neva." He reaches out gently, grasping my wrist. My brand stings under his hold, as if reminding me of the vow that ties us. He draws me close, ignoring the protest in his own battered body. "I don't care if you're nullborn or not. You saved me. That's all that matters." I tremble, disbelieving. Even if Thakor uses it against me, calls me an abomination. His jaw clenches. Then I'll stand against him. The brand protects you, and if that fails, I will not let them take you. His voice is quiet but unyielding. Nullborn or otherwise, you're mine under this crest. We define its meaning, not them. Relief floods me, but I'm still fragile with shame and fear. "They saw me, Saru. Your guards. They might talk." He nods grimly. "They might, but I'll handle it. My sister is a senator. She can help quell any gossip or reframe it as a specialized skill you learned in the forges. We'll navigate carefully." My eyes sting with tears. Part of me wants to trust him, to collapse into the warmth of his acceptance. Another part warns me that not even his influence might shield me from a determined Senate. But the sincerity in his gaze breaks through my doubt. Tentatively, I let him pull me into a gentle embrace. He's exhausted, leaning on me for support, yet determined to comfort. I bury my face in his chest, inhaling the faint scent of charred metal and dried blood. He's alive thanks to me. That realization alone shakes me to my core. I cling to him, letting sobs tear free all the tension of the day. He strokes my hair, horns tilting to rest near my temple. Minutes pass in that silent communion, the old forge echoing with the hush of our breaths. At length, he tilts my chin up, forcing me to meet his eyes. "Come back with me," he says. "No more hiding. The Bastion's healers want to see you too. They worry for your state after channeling such energy." I blink away tears, breath unsteady. I can't face them. They'll ask questions. He cups my cheek, voice firm. "I'll answer for you. Let them see me at your side. If Thakur or anyone tries to spin it, we'll spin it better." A pause, then a soft confession. "I thought I was dying, Neva. The last thing I felt was your touch, and it gave me hope. Don't run from me now." My throat constricts. "All right," I whisper. "But if it becomes too dangerous..." He cuts me off, shaking his head. We face it together. Something in his words unravels my last shred of resistance. I let him help me stand, ignoring the swirl of dizziness from the emotional storm. My body screams with fatigue. Saving him drained me in ways I barely grasp. He's no better, swaying slightly until I wrap an arm around his waist to steady him. The brand on my forearm brushes his side, a quiet reminder of everything that's changed between us. Slowly, we exit the forge, leaning on each other. The corridor is dim, though a handful of guards linger, startled to see us emerge. They blink at me with confusion, noting the tear stains on my face and Saru's unsteady posture. One rushes forward, offering support. Saru waves him off. "We're fine," he mutters. "The poison is handled. No word of this leaves your lips, understood?" The guard salutes, though curiosity blazes in his eyes. We press on, heading toward the Bastion's medical wing. My heart still pounds, uncertain how rumours will spin. But Saru stands with me, his large arm looped around my shoulders, ignoring any stares. That unwavering presence soothes a fraction of my dread. We reach the infirmary's heavy doors. Inside, a cluster of Minotaur healers bustle around cots. The moment they see Saru, they hurry forward, exclaiming that they heard he was poisoned. He waves them back with a curt gesture. Minimal fuss. She needs care too. I flush as they direct us to a quieter corner, examining him first. He slumps onto a cot, letting out a groan when a healer prods his chest. Another Minotaur gestures for me to sit. I obey numbly, listening as Saru demands no excessive gossip. The healers nod, albeit uncertain. They drip a bitter solution down his throat to purge residual toxins. One older Minotaur kneels beside me, checking my pulse. "You're trembling," he observes. "Shock, perhaps. Let me see your brand." My heart leaps, fear swirling, but he only inspects it for inflammation, tuts about mild infection, then applies fresh salve. He has no idea I performed an arcane feat. My breath eases. Meanwhile, Saru's caretaker mutters about how the poison would have killed him if it spread further. Saru merely grunts, occasionally flicking his gaze my way. When the healers finish, they leave us with stern orders to rest. Saru's eyes flick to me as we stand unsteadily. "To your quarters?" he suggests quietly, ignoring his own weakness. I open my mouth, half wanting to protest, but the rawness in his expression decides it for me. "All right." We return to the corridor. Another guard tries to follow, but Saru dismisses them with a single glare, wanting privacy. We move slowly, arms around each other for support. Tension lingers in the air, but it's overshadowed by relief. If we can survive Thakur's poison, maybe we can weather the rest. When we reach my room, he helps me inside. I hesitate, scanning the sparse space. My heart hammers with the memory of last night, but the immediate concern is that he nearly died from a senator's treachery. He leans against the wall, horns angled down, chest heaving. I guide him to my bed, letting him sit. He exhales, wincing, bandaged around his middle. "You're the one who should rest," he mumbles, eyes half-lidded. I kneel at his side, resting a hand on his knee. "You almost died. Let me—" My voice cracks. "Let me be sure you're okay." He musters a tired smile. "Thanks to you." He places his broad hand over mine, warmth radiating. My chest tightens, tears threatening anew. "I was terrified. When I saw you like that, I couldn't bear it." He lifts my chin with gentle fingers, horns shifting as he studies me. "No more hiding from me," he says. "We'll face your null-born trait together." My tears slip free, but this time they're tears of relief. He tugs me closer, guiding me onto the bed next to him. We remain fully clothed, but the intimacy of leaning against his broad frame so soon after that harrowing event sends pulses of emotion through me. I press my cheek to his shoulder, feeling the steady thump of his heart. The brand on my forearm stings a little, as though echoing that beat. We sit in silence for a long stretch, letting the crisis recede. His breath steadies, colour returning to his cheeks. My own racing pulse quiets. Outside, the bastion's hum continues, ignorant of how close we came to losing everything. Thakur's poison lingers as a fresh threat, but for now, we've escaped. At last, I speak softly. "You'll rest here. The healers said you need calm." He nods, head bowed. "Yes, but only if you let me keep watch over you too." A fragile smile ghosts my lips. "Deal." We shift, lying atop the covers. I settle against him, mindful of bruises, letting the quiet hush cradle our shared exhaustion. His arm drapes around my waist, horns close to my hair. Each breath I take lines up with his, as if forging a new rhythm. For a moment, I recall the nights I spent alone, forging sabotage plans or trembling under a dark elf's lash. Now I share a bed with the Minotaur who once branded me to keep me alive. We chose each other last night, and I saved him this morning. The Bastion might reel from these revelations, but in my small room, our bond feels unbreakable. As sleep pulls at us, I sense the swirl of complications that tomorrow will bring. Senate inquiries, Thakur's next scheme, potential rumours about my null-born power. But I cling to the memory of how Saru looked at me after I purged the poison from his blood. A look of gratitude, awe, and unwavering acceptance. With that anchoring me, I let my eyes drift shut, exhaustion claiming my body at last. He touches my brand gently, and I murmur a soft sound, half asleep. His voice is a faint rumble. "Thank you, Neva." I snuggle closer, tears slipping unbidden. "Don't leave me," I whisper. "Never," he replies, his breath warm against my brow. A final wave of drowsiness closes in, carrying me into slumber. In the stillness of the Bastion's night, we hold fast to one another, shaping a vow born not from duty, but choice. And though fear lingers, my heart finds solace in knowing we stand together, even if the entire fortress stands against us.
Chapter 16. Saru. I force my body to move faster than it wants to. My ribs still ache from the recent poisoning, and each breath sends a dull throb through my chest. But I ignore it. I'm determined to find Naiva before she slips away. Some of the guards saw her heading toward the old forge chamber, that hidden place in the Bastion's lower corridors where she sought refuge once before. I suspect she's about to run again, convinced she's a danger to me and the entire fortress. I'm not letting her leave. My heart hammers with every step. She saved me from chaos poison, using that null-born trait she's so terrified to reveal. I can't forget the sight of her trembling, eyes glistening, as she harnessed whatever power flows in her veins to pull me back from the brink. That moment changed everything. Her courage, her raw fear, the unbreakable bond that already existed between us. The corridor slopes downward, torches flickering on the rough walls. Guards step aside when they see me coming. It's late, near midnight, the bastion hushed, but never truly sleeping. My chest still burns from the lingering effects of the toxin. Each footstep feels heavier than usual, but my determination pushes me on. She's spooked, convinced that if others find out about her null-born gift, they'll exploit or condemn her. I have to convince her otherwise. At the next junction, I spot a lone guard. He bows his head, gesturing to the door leading into the old forge. My horns prickle with relief. That's where she is. I wave him off, wanting privacy. He nods, retreating into the shadows. I grip the iron handle and push inward. The forge chamber is dim, lit only by the faint glow of dying embers in a corner brazier. An acrid tang of stale coals and ash lingers in the air. In the middle of the room stands Naiva, facing an anvil, her slender form stiff with tension. Her hair is half undone, a dark curtain down her back, and she's still in the same tunic she wore earlier. She doesn't move when I enter. I shut the door carefully behind me, heart stuttering as I see how her shoulders are rigid, as if she's bracing for a blow. Her sleeve is torn just enough to expose the sigil my crest. Once imposed, now complicated. She hears my footsteps and whirls, eyes haunted. Her reaction cuts deeper than I expect. I won't let them use me, she says, voice thin with panic. I don't want to be caged again. Not by the Senate. Not by anyone. I step forward, ignoring the warning ache in my lungs. Neva, I murmur, no one's caging you. Her face contorts, tears threatening. You say that. But if they learn about my null-born trait, if they realize I can snuff out chaos, they'll see me as a weapon or a freak. Thakur will twist it. The Senate might force you to surrender me, and you might think me unnatural. I inhale, horns tilting down in remorse. I recall how she trembled by my side when I recovered, how she fled rather than let me see her fear. I don't care if you're null-born, I say, voice raw. You saved me. That's all that matters. A half laugh escapes her, bitter. You don't care yet. But once it spreads, you'll have to choose, stand against the Senate or hand me over. I can't stand the anguish in her eyes. My chest tightens, but I keep my voice steady. I choose you. She falters, breath catching. I see the swirl of disbelief in her face. We stand at opposite ends of the forge, dust swirling around our feet. The faint glow from the brazier casts shadows over her features, highlighting the brand, the bruises, the lips parted in fragile hope. She tries to turn away, but I cross the space, ignoring the protest in my body. Before she can slip from my reach, I drop to one knee in front of her. My horns dip low in submission, a gesture I rarely, if ever, show. Her eyes widen. Neva, I say softly, my voice catching in my throat. You saved my life. I kneel to thank you, but also to show I have no claim over your freedom. Brand or not, you're not a prisoner. She stands rigid, tears shimmering. Saru, stop! You shouldn't kneel, you're the warden! I force a small, pained smile. A warden who nearly died of poison. I owe you more than I can repay. This brand was forced. Now I willingly vow I'm at your side by choice, not by Senate orders. She trembles. I reach up, resting my palm on her hip. Heat radiates through the rough cloth of her tunic. For a heartbeat, she doesn't move, staring down at me in shock. Then a sob rattles her chest and she collapses to her knees too, hooking her arms around my shoulders. I gather her close, ignoring the flare of pain in my ribs. My muzzle dips against her hair, horns carefully angled away from her face. She presses her forehead to my chest, body shaking. I was so scared, she murmurs, tears clinging to her words. I thought you'd see me as a monster. I cradle her cheeks, lifting her gaze to meet mine. Never. You risked everything to save me. I see only your courage and heart. Her eyes shine. Even if the Senate tries to tear us apart, I'll fight them. My voice is a low rumble. I'll fight all of them if I must. She exhales, a trembling breath that hovers between relief and raw emotion. The forging heat around us intensifies the sense of urgency. The old anvil behind us, the dim coals in the brazier, they remind me of how we first forged a blade together, forging a bond from scraps of distrust. Now we're forging something else entirely. I slide my hands up her waist, mindful of bruises, searching her expression for hesitation. She shivers, leaning in. A hush falls, broken only by our ragged breathing. Then her lips brush mine in a desperate, trembling kiss. My horns buzz with unleashed tension. The memory of last night, of that bed and the brand that united us, fuels my entire being. She clings to me, face buried in my chest. The bench squeaks under our shifting weight, but I cradle her carefully. She's trembling with aftershocks, tears slipping down her cheeks. I kiss them away gently, mindful that she's been terrified of her power, of me, of everything. Easy, I murmur, voice ragged. She exhales, pressing her forehead to mine. I almost lost you. Then I believed you'd reject me. Now I'm here and I'm... She trails off, voice breaking. I cup her cheek, brushing back damp strands of hair. I don't reject you. I want you here. Always. Even if the Cour brandishes every threat. Her chest hitches. She lifts her branded arm, palm sliding against my fur. This brand was forced, she whispers, but now it feels like a choice. A wave of tenderness surges in my chest. I press a kiss to her brow, letting silence speak for a moment. Then I manage, yes. A choice we reinforce ourselves. She sags, relief shining in her eyes. We share a few more hushed kisses, each gentler, acknowledging the raw vulnerability we've laid bare. My mind flickers to the Senate's next move, the possibility that the Cour still conspires. But in this forge, with her body against mine, I sense we've stepped onto a path that can't be reversed. Eventually, we ease apart, gathering scattered clothes from the dusty floor. The faint torchlight from outside reveals the flush across her cheeks and the lingering tears on her lashes. My own body aches, both from the lingering poison's effect and the intensity of our lovemaking. Yet the ache is overshadowed by a fierce resolve to stand by her. She slides into her tunic, hair messy, brand half exposed. I adjust my armor, chest still tight. We exchange glances, a silent question. Do we remain hidden or face the fortress united? The answer is unspoken but clear. No more running. Once dressed, I reach for her hand. She hesitates, then curls her fingers around mine. That small gesture spikes warmth in my chest. I gather the remnants of my breath and push open the forge door, stepping into the corridor with her at my side. We pause, looking at each other in the dim corridor. She exudes a quiet determination, and I match it with a solemn nod. We walk the corridors, arms occasionally brushing. I sense the bastion's hush is heavier now. Maybe it's just the late hour, or maybe rumors swirl about the null-born trait. But I recall our vow. We face it together. My horns hum with residual adrenaline, or maybe the memory of how she felt. When we reach a small crossway, her guard stands watch, eyes flicking to our entwined hands. He says nothing, but the shift in his expression suggests he understands. She flushes, letting go of my hand, but I gently reclaim it. The guard averts his gaze, returning to stoic silence. We continue deeper into the bastion. My mind churns with strategies for dealing with the Cour, the Senate, and any infiltration that might exploit her null-born ability. She clutches my arm, still uneasy, but calmer than before. We step into a side passage leading to a storeroom we often use as a private planning area. Inside, the smell of old parchment lingers, crates stacked along walls. The single lantern flickers. She takes a seat on a crate, exhaling. I lean against the adjacent wall, arms folded, scanning her face. This moment feels pivotal. After everything, we stand on new ground, hearts open. I break the hush first. If Thakur learns you're nullborn, he'll attempt to twist the Senate's fear. But I have enough influence to stall him. My sister is a senator with her own allies. We'll craft a story that you merely studied chaos toxins in the dark elf forges, no mention of innate power. She nods slowly. You think that'll hold? Long enough, I say. We must be cautious. Meanwhile, we strengthen our defenses. No more hidden vials or sabotage creeping in. My gaze drops to her bruises. And you keep me informed if your ability acts up or feels strained. She tenses, maybe recalling how she tore the poison from me. It did drain me, but I'll manage. I've kept it hidden for years. I nod, stepping close to rest a hand on her shoulder. You're not alone now. She looks up, a flicker of gratitude shining in her eyes. I know. Her voice softens, as if acknowledging the vow we made in the forge. We linger in each other's presence, tension replaced by a hush of recommitment. My chest still burns with the memory of her lips, the urgent melding of our bodies. Her brand glints in the lantern's glow, a physical reminder of what we share. She lifts her free hand, brushing her fingertips against the scab. This brand used to feel like chains, she murmurs. Now it's like a shield we built together. My heart swells. I crouch, pressing my palm over hers, covering the brand. It is. We may have enemies, but we also have each other. She squeezes my hand, voice catching. I'm terrified, Saru, but for once, I don't want to run. I gather her into my arms, swallowing the pain that flares across my chest. She melts against me, arms sliding around my waist. For a moment, the bastion's gloom lifts, replaced by a sense of belonging. We're forging a new path, joined by choice. When we separate, exhaustion carves lines in her face. We should rest, she says. Tomorrow, Thakur might try something else. The Senate might send word. We have to be ready. I exhale, agreeing. Yes, let's go. Her gaze drifts to me, half-lidded with fatigue. My quarters are yours. A faint smile tugs at my mouth. I prefer mine, if only to keep a watchful guard outside. You're safer there. She nods, hiding a yawn behind her hand. Together, we leave the storeroom, navigating quiet corridors under torchlight. We pass only a few patrolling guards who bow their heads. None dare question us. My horns tingle with awareness that our dynamic is changing. Once they saw her as a prisoner. Now they see her openly by my side, brand or not. Let them whisper. We can't hide our bond any longer. Reaching my quarters, I lead her inside. The space is dim, a single lantern left burning. She stands in the center, scanning the room. Just last night we were here, lost in a fervent exploration. My chest clenches with the reminder. She turns to me, a shadow of a smile on her lips. The worry still haunts her eyes. I secure the door, crossing to her. No more running, I say softly, resting my hand on her hip. We face it all. Together. She inhales, leaning into my touch. Yes, she whispers. I trace my thumb over her lower lip, recalling how it felt to kiss her in the forge, all desperate need. Here, in the hush of my room, we share a quieter intimacy. She lifts her arms around my neck, pressing her body into mine. My heart thrums with renewed desire, a gentler but no less potent wave. We kiss slowly, a reaffirmation of the vow we made among the dusty coals. No frantic hurry this time, just relief that we're both alive, that we choose each other despite Senate threats or null-born secrets. Each caress of her lips on mine soothes the day's tension, her hands drifting up my horns with careful reverence. My breath shudders. We stand like that for a long moment, letting the heat rise between us once more. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. For a while, neither of us speaks. We lie tangled, chest to chest, legs entwined. The lantern's flicker outlines our shapes on the walls, casting faint shadows. Eventually, I brush damp strands from her face, pressing a tender kiss to her temple. She meets my gaze, eyes brimming with a fierce vulnerability that matches my own. Her voice emerges breathless. I know we never said, but it feels like we're forging something bigger than brand or vow. My throat constricts. I run a thumb across her cheek. Yes, I feel it. I swallow. Words like love might be too small for this, or maybe too big, but I choose this. I choose you. She smiles, a tremulous smile that lights her tired face. Then I choose you too. Null-born secrets or not, Senate be damned. Relief surges in my chest. I draw her closer, letting her rest against me. We exchange a final series of soft kisses. No haste, just reassurance that we found each other against all odds. I sense the battle waiting outside these walls. The Cour's schemes, the Senate's suspicions, the potential for open confrontation. But for now, in this bed, we hold each other like two survivors, forging a future from the wreckage of forced deals. Exhaustion settles over us, limbs tangled and hearts steadying. She rests her head on my shoulder, breath even. I comb fingers through her hair as her eyes drift shut, a trust I never dared hope for. The sigil she bears. My crest feels less like a chain now, and more like a flag we both chose to fly. Eyes fixed on the roof beams above, I let my horns sink into the pillow, mind spinning despite the stillness. My heart still thrums with the aftermath of unguarded intimacy. We have no illusions about the difficulties ahead. The Senate might come for her. My fortress might become a battlefield of politics. But we recommitted ourselves tonight. She's no longer a prisoner I protected out of guilt or forced vow. She's my partner in every sense, forging a bond that stares fear in the face. I close my eyes, letting the hush cradle our entwined bodies. If the Cour tries poison again, if the Senate tries a hearing, if everything falls apart, I'll still have this moment to cling to. A vow I share with the woman who wields null-born magic, who overcame terror to save my life, who let me see her soul. We might not speak the word love, but the truth resonates in every breath we share. She shifts, pressing her lips to my collarbone in a sleepy gesture of comfort. My chest tightens with gratitude. I murmur her name, voice rough, promising silently I'll do everything to shield her from the storm that's coming. And if that means standing against a legion of senators or harnessing her forbidden power to keep her safe, so be it. We recommit not just to survival, but to each other. Tomorrow we face the Bastion's demands again, the swirl of Senate infiltration. But tonight I hold her in my arms, our bodies warmed by the lingering glow of acceptance. The flicker of the lantern fades, and we drift into sleep, hearts bound in a vow beyond words, one sealed by vulnerability and reborn in the ashes of adversity.
Chapter 17. Neighbour. I'm wide awake before dawn, curled against Saru in his bed for the last moments of quiet before the bastion's chaos stirs. The embers of last night's tenderness linger between us, warm and bittersweet. His chest rises and falls beneath my cheek, reassuring me that he's alive, no lingering after-effects of the poison that nearly claimed him. Outside, I hear the faint shuffle of guards changing shifts. My insides twist, uneasy. Each day in the fortress brings fresh threats, and Thacker looms over us like a blade poised to descend. I ease myself up, careful not to jostle Saru. My ribs throb, but the pain has dulled. His brand remains on my arm, the scab healing but still visible. It's become more than forced protection. After everything we've shared, his life in my hands, my secrets in his, this crest feels like a vow. Yet the outside world sees it differently. If Thakur has his way, I'll be forced into a trial or executed. Worse, he might try to cast Saru aside, claiming him unfit. Gently I slip from the blankets. Saru stirs, eyes flickering open. His horns shift as he focuses on me, a silent question. I manage a small smile. I just need to stand up. My side hurts if I stay still too long. He nods, pushing upright in bed. The soft lamplight catches the silver edges of his horns and the lingering bruise across his chest from the convulsions. "Better?" he asks, voice rough with sleep. I stretch, ignoring the twinge under my ribs. "A little," I murmur, smoothing down my tunic. "But we should check on the fortress. Thakur won't rest after what happened." He nods, exhaling. "Then we'll face it. Together." The promise in his tone calms me. I cross the cold floor, slipping on my boots while Saru dresses. We barely speak, exchanging glances loaded with unspoken understanding. Yesterday, we faced near tragedy. Last night we clung to each other. Now we venture into a world that might tear us apart. The Bastion can be merciless, and Thakur even more so. We exit the room, greeting the guard posted outside. He bows, reading the tension in our features. Saru leads the way through the corridors, each step echoing in the hush of early morning. I keep close to his side, scanning for any sign of sabotage or unexpected watchers. My heart flutters with worry. Thakur might have Minotaur allies or Senate supporters lurking around. We can't let our guard drop. At the main intersection near the supply yard, Captain Davor intercepts us with a grim expression. "Warden," he says to Saru, then turns to me. "Neva, you should know. Thakur summoned a formal hearing with the lower Senate. He arrived late last night, claiming he has proof of your treason, and that the warden is unfit." His tone drips with contempt. He demands your immediate execution, pending a Bastion review. My stomach twists. Treason? What proof? I manage, voice tight. Davor scowls. Fabricated evidence, some nonsense about you conspiring with dark elves, forging contraband, possibly linking you to the poison that nearly killed the warden. He claims Saru's blind to your true nature. He lowers his voice. He's come with official Senate backing this time. Saru's jaw sets, horns angling in anger. So he means to corner us. That's no surprise. I fold my arms over my sore ribs. If the Senate backs him, do we have any recourse? Davor lifts a battered scroll. He's invoked ancient Minotaur law. If the Senate sees Saru as unfit, they can depose him, unless he challenges it in the arena. A champion's duel. Win, and you keep your rank. Lose, and you forfeit your claim, leading to your prisoner's execution. He gives me a sympathetic look. That is, your execution. My pulse hammers. The old ways say a warden can defend his position through a formal arena challenge, but this is monstrous. If Saru loses, I'll be condemned. A wave of dread washes over me. We can't let him fight. That's madness. Saru's horns tilt toward me, eyes grim. Madness or not, it's the only path if Thakur has enough Senate clout. I won't stand by while they brand you a traitor. I reach for his arm, voice shaking. You almost died from poison. You're still recovering. This is exactly what Thakur wants. Push you into a rigged arena fight while you're weak. Saru glances at Davor. We have no other option? Davor shrugs, frustration etched in his face. Unless you're willing to let them drag Neva to the gallows. Thakur demanded an immediate execution order. The Senate accepted, but they included the ancient challenge clause. Possibly because some within the Senate want to see if you'll fold. I grip my teeth, turning to Saru. Don't do it. Don't risk your life for me again. He fixes me with a steady gaze, ignoring the uncertain guards around us. I can't let them kill you, Neva. I'd fight an army if that's what it takes. My chest tightens. Heat prickles beneath the branded skin, echoes of the past. I saved his life once, but an arena duel is a different beast. This is exactly the trap Thakur set. He nods grimly, tail flicking once. Then let him set it. I'll break it. Saru glances at Davor, voice terse. Prepare the challenge. I'll face whomever Thakur nominates as champion. We do it by the old code. Davor salutes, though worry flickers in his eyes. Yes, Warden. Saru looks back at me, jaw set. I want you safe. Stay near your guard. Don't listen to Thakur's lies. I can barely speak past the lump in my throat. This is insane, I whisper, stepping closer so only he can hear. You're not fully healed. You'll bleed out if that champion strikes true. His expression softens, tension in his horns easing for a moment. He lifts a hand to my cheek, ignoring the handful of watchers who pretend not to stare. If I die, let my name shield you. The Bastion can't kill someone under House Rectile Crest unless all the line is gone. My stomach roils. That's your plan. Sacrifice yourself to keep me breathing. He doesn't flinch, voice low and fierce. I'd rather live, but if it comes to that, yes, your life is worth it. Tears threaten my composure. I scowl, half in anger, half in desperation. I don't want your name without you. Don't do this. He leans in, pressing a brief, heated kiss to my brow. No more debate, he says softly. I'll see this done. Then he steps back, turning on his heel. Davor motions for him to follow, presumably to finalise challenge details. The tension in the corridor hums with dread. I stand there, fists clenched, heart pounding. The brand itches as if in protest. My entire body shakes with the desire to run after him, drag him away from this suicidal plan. Instead, I sag against the stone wall, breath uneven. Guards pass, trying not to stare at my tears. My assigned escort hovers uncertainly until I wave him off. I slip away, needing air, needing to quell the panic that threatens to consume me. I find a quiet corner near a set of high-arched windows overlooking the Bastion's outer courtyard. The early morning sun spills across the stones, but it does nothing to warm the chill inside me. Saru. The memory of his near death from poison, and now an arena challenge. If he's not at full strength, Thakur's champion could kill him easily. A swirl of memories floods me, the hush of last night's closeness, the forging of trust beyond brand or vow, how we gave ourselves to each other so completely. And now, the Senate might tear it all away in a single brutal match. My ribs twinge with each ragged breath. The reckless part of me yearns to storm the Senate hall, shout my truth, watch their smug faces twist in fear. But that's exactly what Thakur wants, a chaos-born monster for his lies. A distant clang from below signals the fortress preparing for some official event. My stomach clenches. The Bastion's arena stands at the centre of the fortress, an ancient structure of towering stone seats and a sandy pit. The idea of Saru stepping into that ring, bleeding from a wound that's barely healed from the poison, makes me sick. But if I try to stop him, I might doom us both. I push away from the window, ignoring the sting in my eyes. I need to do something. Maybe gather any leverage we have, notes on Thacker's contraband deals, the pitch crates we uncovered. If we can prove Thacker's corruption, we might circumvent the challenge. But that would take time, and the Senate might push for a swift fight. I roam the corridors, searching for any ally who might help. Davor is locked in with Saru, finalising details. The only name that comes to mind is Vera Rectal, Saru's sister who holds a Senate seat. She might sway some votes. But contacting her is tricky. She's not always in the Bastion, travelling for Senate duties. My chest knots with frustration. The fortress brims with watchers and Thakur's spies, and Saru might not last if forced into a fight too soon. My assigned guard trails me, warily observing my agitation. Finally, I relent, telling him I'll wait near the old records room, a modest chamber lined with dusty scrolls. He stands outside as I slip in, rummaging through documents, hoping for a legal precedent that might override the champion's duel. The room stinks of old parchment and stale air. My ribs ache from leaning over the wooden table, scanning text after text. But none of it offers a quick escape. Hours pass, or so it feels. My eyes blur from reading. Each breath feels heavier, aware that the Bastion might announce the challenge at any time. Abruptly, a commotion stirs outside in the corridor. Boots on stone, raised voices. I abandon my search, rushing out. The guard looks tense. They've called an assembly in the arena, he says. Word is Thacker demands it happen now. They're preparing the stands. My stomach drops. Now? Saru's still... I can't finish. If they're hustling him into the ring with no time to recover, it's stacked. The guard's expression is grim. Yes, ma'am. The warden insisted you remain guarded, but I suspect you'll want to see him before the match. Terror and resolve war inside me. I nod firmly. Take me to him. We navigate through throngs of murmuring minotaurs and a scattering of humans. The fortress buzzes with uneasy excitement, as if bracing for a spectacle. I catch glimpses of Thakur's retinue, smug faces whispering about Saru's downfall. Fury roils in my gut. Saru might be stepping into the biggest fight of his life, weakened by poison. All for me. At last, the guard leads me to a side corridor near the arena's entrance, where Saru stands conferring with Davor and two other loyal officers. He wears partial armour, polished but not as pristine as usual. Tension lines his brow. When he sees me, his horns angle slightly, relief flickering in his gaze. The officers slip away, giving us space. I rush up, heart in my throat. They're forcing you in now. He nods. Thakur demanded it. The Senate sanctioned an immediate challenge. No time to gather your evidence or petition. I said yes. My chest aches. But you're not even fully recovered. He holds my gaze, determined. No alternative. If I refuse, they brand me unfit and order your execution. If I fight, at least there's a chance. I won't let them kill you. My vision blurs with tears. You can't do this. Please. Don't risk your life again. He exhales, stepping closer so we're almost chest to chest. Listen, he says quietly, voice like steady thunder. I'd rather fight than watch them drag you away. I grasp his arm, desperation surging. And if you lose, then what? He sets a hand on my cheek, ignoring the passers-by who pretend not to stare. If I die, let my name shield you. My brand stands, even in death. They can't legally harm you without the rectile line's blessing. Anger and grief tear at me. I shake my head. I don't want a shield if it costs your life. His horns tilt, eyes flicking over my face. I fight for both of us. Don't beg me to yield. I can't. Trembling, I meet his unwavering gaze. I sense the weight of centuries-old codes on his shoulders. My brand itches, reminding me how far we've come. Last night, we were fused in love or something close to it. Now Senate laws might rip him away. I swallow, tears streaking my cheeks. At least promise me you'll do everything to survive. Don't throw your life away just to keep me breathing. He nods. I promise. A grim softness in his voice. I'll fight to win. But if fate stands against me, you must live. I can't speak, emotion tangling in my throat. He lowers his head, pressing his forehead to mine, ignoring the hustle around us. My tears drip onto his chest plate. We linger like that, a fragile moment of intimacy in the swirl of the Bastion's mania. Then he straightens, bracing his shoulders. They're calling me. Stay with your guard in the stands. Watch, if you can. I want to protest. But he's already stepping away, a silent figure of stoic resolve. Davor motions him toward the arena's gate. I remain rooted, tears burning, the brand scab throbbing. A guard gently touches my arm. Come, the stands are filling. He'd want you to be safe. I let him guide me. The corridor leads into a wide archway that opens onto the arena's spectator rows of stone seats ringed around a central sandy pit. The midday sun glares overhead. A swirl of minotaurs, some humans, a few senators, all gather, hungry for spectacle. Thakur sits in a reserved section with his retinue, smug satisfaction etched on his face. My blood boils. I find a seat near the lower row, as close as permitted. The guard stands behind me, arms folded. My heart slams with every breath. The arena's sand stretches out, a circle of dust that has seen countless duels. A hush falls as Saru emerges from one tunnel, clad in minimal armour, a large war axe in hand. He walks with the faintest limp, a leftover from poison or bruises. My stomach roils. Thakur's champion emerges from the opposite side, a massive minotaur with spiked pauldrons and a cruel grin. The crowd stirs, murmurs of a legendary fighter once loyal to Thakur. A Senate herald steps forward, reciting formalities. Saru Rektal, warden of the Bastion, challenges the Senate's champion to defend his rank and the life of the branded prisoner, Naeva. If he wins, Thakur's charges are null. If he loses, Thakur's word stands, leading to my execution and Saru's removal from leadership. The crowd hums with anticipation. My chest feels hollow. The duel begins, no preamble. The champion lunges, swinging a massive hammer. Saru blocks with his axe, arms straining. Even from my seat, I see his face tighten, horns angled in fierce concentration. Dust kicks up as they circle, weapons colliding in thunderous blows. My heart leaps at each clash. The champion is cunning, pressing Saru's weak side where the poison aftermath might linger. Saru staggers once, nearly losing grip on his axe. I choke on a scream. He recovers, slashing upward, forcing the champion back. Blood seeps from a cut on Saru's left arm. He grits his teeth, pressing on. The stands erupt with cheers or jeers, some for Saru, some for Thakur's champion. Thakur himself watches with a predatory smirk, arms folded. My nails bite into my palms. Time warps. The duel rages, blow after blow, dust swirling around them. Saru's breath heaves, sweat darkening his fur. He takes a hit to the shoulder, staggering. The crowd gasps. I lurch upright, wanting to run down and shield him, but the guard restrains me gently. My eyes blur with tears. A brutal exchange ends with both minotaurs locking horns. Literally, the champion roars, forcing Saru back. My gut twists, remembering how Saru once fought in that arena. This champion must be well versed in exploiting weaknesses. If Saru's not careful, a single blow might end it. Suddenly, Saru pivots with surprising agility, hooking his axe under the champion's hammer. He yanks upward, disarming him for a heartbeat. The crowd gasps as the champion's hammer flies free, skittering across the sand. Saru attempts a killing blow, but the champion ducks, retrieving a hidden blade from his belt. He slashes low, slicing into Saru's thigh. Saru roars in pain, staggering. Blood stains the sand. A hush of horror washes over me. If he collapses now, it's over. My heart pounds so hard I can't breathe. He wavers, but with a furious snarl, he grips his axe in both hands, ignoring the blood. The champion lunges again, blade angled at Saru's chest. Saru sidesteps, though not fully. A fresh line of blood appears on his side. Time seems to slow. The champion rears back, preparing a final strike. Saru roars, horns angled, slamming forward with unstoppable force. I see the champion's eyes widen in shock. Saru's axe descends in a brutal arc that collides with the champion's blade. For a heartbeat, both weapons lock. Then Saru twists, forcing the champion's blade aside, and buries his axe in the champion's torso with a sickening crunch. The crowd explodes in noise, some cheering, some shrieking. Blood spatters the sand. The champion collapses, weapons clattering away. Saru wrenches his axe free, staggering to his knees. The entire arena seems to freeze, awaiting the verdict. The champion lies motionless, eyes glazed. It's over. Saru won. Relief slams into me so hard I almost sink to the ground. The guard at my side exclaims in joy. Many in the stands cheer, acknowledging a victory. Thakur leaps up from his seat, face thunderous. He storms off, retinue scrambling. My chest heaves, tears flooding down my cheeks. Saru is alive, wounded, but alive. I push through the throng, ignoring the guard's warnings, rushing down the steps to the arena's edge. A gate stands between me and the blood-stained sand. Guards gather around Saru, who struggles to rise, leaning on the handle of his axe. His entire left leg glistens with red, chest heaving. I call his name, voice breaking. He hears me, lifts his gaze. The relief in his eyes is overwhelming. Davor and a few others hurry to support him, half carrying him from the arena. I scramble after them, my guard clearing a path. We find ourselves in a narrow corridor behind the stands, a swirl of healers rushing in with bandages and water. Saru collapses onto a bench, horns drooping. I kneel beside him, tears streaming. He tries to speak, but only a ragged cough comes out. A healer curses, pressing cloth to his thigh wound. Another minotaur cleans the slash on his side. Blood seeps over the stone floor. I hover, wanting to help, but they wave me off. Saru clenches his jaw, not making a sound despite obvious agony. Finally, he grabs a corner of my tunic with shaking fingers. "Alive," he rasps, voice like broken gravel. "You... safe." I nod, tears dripping onto his forearm. "You fool! You nearly died. Again." A faint chuckle escapes him, laced with pain. Worth it. His horns shift, eyes fluttering. The healers clamp a fresh bandage, instructing me to brace him. I cradle his head, ignoring the blood that smears my clothes. Each breath he takes rattles, but I sense relief thrumming through him. He bested Thakur's champion. The Senate must honour that outcome. As they work, I blink away tears. "You promised you wouldn't die," I whisper, voice trembling. He musters a small nod, wincing. "Kept my promise." My heart clenches. "Yes, you did." The corridor surges with Bastion staff, guards exclaiming that the Senate is forced to drop charges, that Thakur fled in disgrace. My brand itches, reminding me all this was to keep me breathing. I let out a shuddering sigh, brushing sweaty hair off Saru's brow. "We won," I murmur, leaning in so only he can hear. "But if you ever pull that stunt again, I'll kill you myself." A cracked smile tugs at his lips. "I'll try not to." Davor steps forward, face alight with relief. "Warden, you must rest. We'll clear the formalities. Thakur can't challenge the result. You've reaffirmed your rank and the prisoner's right to live." "Congratulations." He offers a respectful bow, ignoring the mess of blood. Saru grunts. Good. But see to it that no one tries another trick. The champion is dead, but Thakur might still push from the shadows. Davor nods. We'll double vigilance. Now let's get you to the infirmary. He gestures at 2 minotaurs who help lift Saru, supporting him under the arms. Saru groans, trembling as they move him. I walk alongside, fear coiling in my belly at the amount of blood. The battle was short but brutal. My brand is safe, but the cost to him, it's too high. In the upper corridor, I keep my hand on his forearm, offering silent support. Guards and onlookers part, some murmuring about the champion's savage demise, others praising Saru for upholding old Minotaur tradition. I grit my teeth, anger rising that they applaud a spectacle that nearly cost his life. But at least no one calls for my head now. We reach the infirmary, a wide, vaulted space lined with cots. The staff hurries to lay Saru down, stripping away broken armour and applying strong-smelling ointments. I hover, useless. An older Minotaur healer barks orders, pressing fresh gauze on his thigh wound. Saru winces, tail lashing. I grip his hand, ignoring the sticky blood that coats my fingers. He squeezes back with surprising strength. A hush falls while the healers set to work. They speak in low voices about stitches and poultices, about how he's lost too much blood, but might recover with rest. My chest aches with both relief and lingering fear. We've won a temporary respite, but if the injuries run deep... My free hand shakes. He notices, breathing unsteadily. I'm not dying, he mutters, lips twisting in a half-smile, voice still hoarse from the fight. I bow my head, letting a tear fall onto the cot. You keep tempting fate, I whisper, trying for levity but failing. He lifts his other hand, brushing a thumb across my cheek. I told you, if I die my name shields you, that's enough. A raw sob catches in my throat. Don't say that, not anymore. His eyes soften, horns angled in apology. The old Minotaur barks for me to step back so they can apply stitches. I release Saru's hand, stepping aside but remaining close. My heart is a storm of relief, anger at Thakur, and a potent desire to ensure we never face this again. As the healers stitch him up, each tug of the needle draws a hiss of pain from him. I can't watch, but I can't leave either. Time crawls. Eventually they bandage the wounds, place a thick pad around his thigh. One of them announces he should be moved to a private cot for days of rest. I exhale, tension unwinding from my spine. Days of rest, but alive. For a fleeting second, we meet eyes. The brand on my arm throbs like a living tether. Once the bustle fades, I perch on a stool near his cot, ignoring the nurse who tries to shoo me away. Saru's breath remains shallow, but he's stable, sweat plastering his fur to his forehead. He's half-lidded with exhaustion, but when I reach for his hand again, he clasps it with surprising fervour. We share a look that says everything we can't put to words. He risked everything so I might live. I risked heartbreak if he died. We found a precarious victory. The Senate can't deny his challenge result, and thus can't condemn me. Thakur's plan backfired. For now. I slip closer, pressing my brow to his. I won't lose you, I whisper, voice unsteady. It doesn't matter how many times they come at us. He huffs a faint laugh, wincing. They'll have to try harder, he murmurs, half-conscious. Tears blur my vision again, but I manage a watery smile. Sweet cinders, you're reckless. He cracks an eye, horns shifting. Don't bend, you'll just snap under heat, he quotes lightly, repeating my forge slang. It startles a small laugh from me through the tears. I brush a careful kiss over his brow, ignoring the stares of the staff. I no longer care if they see us. Let them know we stand side by side. He eases his head back onto the pillow, exhaustion dragging him down. I watch his breathing for a moment, ensuring it's steady. Then I settle into a waiting stool, arms folded, brand itching but oddly comforting. Davor eventually appears, nodding solemnly. He's secure, no immediate threats. Thakor left the bastion in a fury. I let out a slow breath. Let him run. We'll be ready next time. Davor offers a small, respectful nod, then leaves. The staff dims the lantern, letting Saru rest. I remain, a silent sentinel, occasionally adjusting the blanket or dabbing sweat from his brow. Each quiet moment solidifies the knowledge that we've survived another impossible test. The Senate's challenge ended in blood, but it also reaffirmed our bond. Unbreakable, no matter the cost. Saru stirs once, half waking, reaching blindly for my hand. I take it, tears threatening anew. Rest, I whisper. I'm not leaving. He relaxes, drifting back into healing sleep. My gaze settles on him, battered but resolute. The bastion can roar with Senate decrees, but he'll stand in the arena again if that's what it takes. My insides tremble at how close we came to losing everything. The brand that once felt like a chain now feels like the anchor that keeps us from drifting apart in a sea of enemies. Somewhere in the fortress, Thakor might plan another strike, stoking fear among senators or forging a new path to tear us down. Let him try. Saru has proven he won't surrender, and I can't lose him. I recall the vow he made, how I clung to him in the courtyard, both of us battered but unwilling to bend. The brand on my arm pulses with that vow. I accept it wholeheartedly, forging forward despite the ominous horizon. Because if I have to stand in front of him next time to block the blow, I'll do it. He's proven he'd do the same for me. I wipe sweat from Saru's brow with a damp cloth, determination flowing through my veins. We'll endure the Senate's wrath, the infiltration, the poison, and if needed, another duel. Our bond is tested under the bastion's harsh glare, but each test only strengthens what we share. He promised me life, and I promised him I wouldn't let him stand alone. As the hush of late afternoon seeps into the infirmary, I press another gentle kiss to his forehead. He slumbers, face relaxing into less pained lines. I settle in for a vigil, mind churning with thoughts of contraband leads, Senate angles, and ways to outmaneuver Thakor. But one truth outshines them all. Saru fought for me in the arena, reasserting his place as warden, safeguarding my life. This fortress might call him reckless, but to me, he's the unyielding shield I never had before. Holding his hand, I lean against the cot, letting exhaustion lull me. The brand on my arm throbs with a dull ache, yet I welcome it as a sign that we're bound by more than forced vows now. If he tries something so dangerous again, I'll stand at his side. Because I can't lose him, not after we've come this far. We face the war within and the war outside, together. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 18. Saru. The bastion roars with the stomping of hooves, the thunderous chant of the crowd echoing off ancient stone. I stand beneath a high, arched gate, the arena's sandy pit stretching beyond the shadows. The midday sun pours in from above, blinding in its intensity. My grip tightens on the massive war axe in my hand, each breath a reminder of the bruises and half-healed wounds lacing my body from the last confrontation. But this is the final stand, my ultimate challenge to protect Naiva from the Senate's cruelty and Thakur's schemes. I hear the muffled voice of a herald announcing my name, a formal recitation of titles and accusations. My heart thuds, horns pricking with pent-up energy. Each word the herald speaks hurls me back to the day's events. Thakur demanding my removal from leadership, labeling me unfit, claiming I can't be warden while harboring a traitorous human. All lies. But the Senate, inflamed by Thakur's manipulations, agreed to one final measure, a duel in the grand arena. If I lose, they declare me stripped of rank, free to condemn Naiva as a traitor. If I win, Thakur's claims vanish and the brand stands unchallenged. My lungs expand with a practiced inhalation, ignoring the burning ache in my side. The poison scars have not fully healed, but we have no choice. I clench my jaw, recalling the sight of Naiva weeping that I shouldn't fight again, that it's too great a risk. Yet I can't let the Senate toss her life aside. I will fight until my last breath. A guard behind me mumbles that it's time. With a sharp nod, I step forward, emerging from the gate into blinding sunlight. The stands erupt in noise, thousands of voices, stamping hooves, raucous cheers or jeers. My tail flicks once in tension. I stride to the center, forced to raise a hand against the glare. The wide circular arena is packed, layered with seats that climb high, each row brimming with minotaurs wearing expressions that range from awe to bloodlust. In the highest box sits Thakur, flanked by a retinue of Senate supporters. A smug tilt lines his jaw as he leans forward, anticipating my downfall. My blood surges at the sight of him. I spot other senators too, including some who remain stoic, watching whether I can uphold the Bastion's code. My entire life, I've served that code even when it cost me my brother. Now it demands I risk everything again. My gaze drifts to a lower section where Naiva stands, guarded by two loyal Bastion officers. She's tense, brand visible on her forearm. Her face ashen, lips parted in dread. Our eyes meet. A wave of warmth floods me. She's the reason I do this. If I fall, they'll brand her a traitor, and Thakur's sentencing could be swift. But I intend to survive. I dip my horns in silent promise. Her expression tightens, tears brimming, yet she nods once, steel in her gaze. A hush descends as a herald steps forward. He lists the charges Thakur has leveled. That I'm unfit, that my prisoner, Naiva, committed treason, that only an arena challenge can settle the dispute. He proclaims I champion my own cause, refusing to yield my rank, and that Thakur's champion stands for the Senate's verdict. The hush rises to a collective murmur when the champion emerges from the opposite gate. He's massive, a towering minotaur draped in spiked pauldrons, horns tipped with silver. The crowd mutters his name. Corsa, a famed pit fighter who once slaughtered 6 criminals in a single match. My stomach clenches. He moves with a predatory grace, brandishing a broad-bladed glaive. In the stands, Thakur smiles, anticipating my defeat. The herald raises an arm, voice carrying. Combatants, state your cause. I grip my war axe, stepping forward. I fight for the Bastion's code, for the rightful brand I placed on my prisoner and against Thakur's false charges. My voice resonates, calm but unyielding. I do not yield, and I will not let the Senate condemn Naiva. A rumble passes through the stands, some cheers, some curses. Corsa snorts, pounding his glaive against the sand. I fight in the Senate's name, he declares, voice of thunder. Your brand is a farce. The Bastion deserves a stronger warden. He angles his horns, eyes glinting with cruel challenge. The herald lowers his flag, stepping back. An instant hush. My muscles coil, horns buzzing. I cast one last glance at Naiva's section. Her face is a portrait of fear. Then the horn sounds and the fight begins. Corsa lunges first, swinging that glaive in a wide arc. I duck, bracing my axe to deflect. Metal clashes on metal in a resounding clang that sends vibrations through my arms. He's strong. Each blow pulses with brute force. I circle to the left, searching for an opening. Dust swirls around our hooves. The crowd's roar crescendos. He feints high, then thrusts low. I sidestep, though not as smoothly as I'd like. My battered thigh from the prior battle throbs, reminding me of my vulnerability. Still, I grit my teeth, returning a fierce slash that Corsa only just parries. Sparks fly where our blades connect. We exchange several brutal strikes, each tested by the other's cunning. My chest tightens with each movement, sweat trickling down my brow. Despite my injuries, I push forward, refusing to show weakness. Corsa senses a chance, pressing the advantage. He batters at my axe, forcing me to retreat a step. The crowd cheers his aggression, but I won't yield. With a sudden roar, I pivot, hooking my axe beneath his glaive to knock it aside. He grunts, staggering, and I drive the haft of my weapon into his armored shoulder. He stumbles, but recovers faster than I expect. A spiked gauntlet rakes across my chest plate, the force jarring me. Pain lances through my old poison wounds. I bite back a hiss, horns tilting forward. The stands vibrate with frantic cries, some chanting my name, others chanting Corsa's. The Kur leans over his box, eyes gleaming with delight at my labored breath. My mind flashes to Naiva, her tears, her vow not to let me stand alone. Her presence propels me onward. We lock weapons again, horns practically colliding. A savage dance of steel and sand. He tries to spin behind me, but I pivot, slamming my shoulder into him. His blade grazes my side, scoring a shallow cut that stings. Blood trickles down my flank. The crowd gasps. My vision darkens momentarily, battered by old injuries. But I can't falter. I roar, swinging the axe in a wide arc. Corsa stumbles back, scowling. We separate, breathing hard. Dust coats our fur, the air thick with tension. My ribs ache with each inhale. He smirks, catching his breath. "Your brand cost you your edge, Warden," he taunts. "You fight like a wounded bull." I glare, refusing to speak. Trash talk won't rattle me. Instead, I circle him, searching for a crack in his armor. He lifts the glaive overhead, charging in a display of raw ferocity. I brace, crossing my axe to block the overhead strike. The impact numbs my arms. He rams into me, horns locking with mine. For a moment we strain, muzzle to muzzle, the crowd's cheers deafening. My injured thigh nearly buckles. He capitalizes on my stumble, hooking the glaive's handle behind my knee to topple me. I crash onto the sand with a grunt, my axe pinned. The stands erupt in a collective roar. My skull rings from the blow, vision swimming. Corsa roars in triumph, about to deliver a finishing slash. Panic surges. If I die here, Naiva is doomed. I recall her eyes brimming with terror, her broken whisper not to fight for her again. But I had no choice. I can't let Thakur claim victory. If I fall, all is lost. Summoning the last dregs of strength, I twist aside, letting his blade slam into the sand. He curses, yanking it free. I roll, ignoring the searing pain, and kick out with both legs, slamming his ankle. He staggers, cursing. That opening is all I need. I scramble up, driving my axe's blade at his exposed flank. He spins, but the edge catches him, carving a bloody line. He bellows in rage, hooves stamping. Our weapons meet again, locked in a lethal grid. My arms strain, muscles trembling. The crowd stands in a frenzy, chanting. My breath comes in ragged gasps, each inhalation shooting pain through my chest. But the memory of Naiva's face fuels me. I push aside the agony. Corsa tries to bash my horns aside, but I tear free, slashing at his midsection. He blocks with the butt of his glaive, nearly knocking my axe from my grip. Sparks fly, the clang of steel sending shockwaves up my arms. Blood seeps from multiple cuts along my side. My head swims. Corsa sniffs my weakness, grinning savagely. He lunges, locking horns with me to keep my axe at bay. The force sends me skidding backward, knees nearly giving out. My arms quake, vision blurring. The crowd's roar fades to a distant thunder in my skull. Corsa grinds forward, trying to pry the axe from my hands. I sense my doom, but then I see her. Amid the stands, a flash of dark hair, that brand on her arm, and an anguished cry. "Saru!" She's leaning over the barrier, tears streaming, face contorted in desperation. My chest clenches. I refuse to let that anguish end in tragedy. I won't let Thakur devour her life. A fresh wave of resolve ignites. With a guttural snarl, I plant my hooves, ramming forward, using every ounce of will left. Corsa's eyes widen as I break the hornlock, swinging my axe in a brutal arc. He tries to parry, but I shift my angle mid-swing, slamming the blade into his shoulder guard. The impact jars me, rattling my bones, but it tears through the armor's seam. Blood spurts, and Corsa staggers with a pained roar. The stands explode in a deafening uproar. I hold my ground, panting. Corsa clutches his shoulder, glaive drooping. This is my chance. Despite screaming pain, I lunge, hooking the axe's head behind his blade. With a sudden wrench, I disarm him, sending the glaive spinning across the sand. Corsa stumbles, eyes wild. He tries to raise a fist, but I slam the axe's haft into his ribs. He gasps, doubling over. One final blow is all it takes. I bring the axe down in a sweeping strike, feeling metal bite flesh. Corsa collapses to the sand, blood blooming around him. He tries to speak but only coughs, breath rattling. The crowd hushes, awe mingled with horror. My heart pounds, adrenaline surging. I stand over him, chest heaving, blood trickling down my flanks. The champion's eyes roll back and he goes still. It's over. An immediate wave of noise engulfs the arena, some cheer, some cry out in shock. My horns hum, body trembling with exertion. I sense Thakur up in the stands, face twisted in disbelief. My vision swims as I step back, letting the battered remains of my axe hang at my side. The champion lies unmoving in a widening pool of crimson. The herald stumbles forward, voice echoing. "The Senate's champion has fallen! The warden stands victorious!" The stands erupt with ear-splitting cheers or jeers, but I barely hear them. My entire body wants to collapse. Yet I force my battered limbs to remain upright. I scan the seats for Neva, my chest tight with desperate need to see her safe. She's there, face streaked with tears, a tremulous smile blossoming as relief surges. I catch her eye, inclining my head. Her lips form my name, though the roar drowns it out. The sight of her relief fuels me. I turn, setting my axe's butt into the sand for support, and lift my horns high. The hush returns, anticipation thick. I gather breath, voice resonating. Thakur accused me, claimed I was unfit. This duel proves otherwise. I will not kneel to false Senate charges. My horns angle, scanning the crowd. My brand stands, Neva. My prisoner is not a traitor. She's under the crest of House Rectal, and no Senate decree can alter that. Thakur leaps to his feet in his seat, stammering protests, but the crowd's roar drowns him. Some boo, others cheer me on. The herald tries to maintain order. The Senate's watchers are forced to acknowledge the arena's verdict. I keep moving, pushing past the sharp pull beneath my ribcage. I reject the Corps' demand to remove me from command. I remain warden, but do not call me a senator. My voice resonates in the stunned silence. I renounce any further illusions of Senate ties. The Bastion is my charge, not the Senate's puppet show. A shockwave of murmurs surges. Some senators appear outraged, but they cannot deny the arena's final word. A new chant rises from the stands, praising the warden who defied Thakur. My chest burns, fatigue threatening to buckle my knees. But I stand tall, refusing to show weakness. Then I fix my eyes on Naiva's vantage point, lifting an arm to beckon her forward. The hush intensifies. She steps onto the edge of the stands, uncertain, the guard behind her. My breath shivers. I speak, voice hoarse but resolute, letting the entire arena hear. This brand is not just a legal bond. It's a vow. I claim Neva not as prisoner, but as life mate. She fought for me, saved me from poison, and stands at my side by choice. I stand at hers. Anyone who challenges that stands against House Rektal. The stands erupt anew, half in cheers, half in shock. Thakur sputters, flanked by senators who shuffle uneasily. Devore, near the front rows, looks stunned, but then nods with approval. A wave of relief floods me, though exhaustion gnaws at my bones. Neva presses a trembling hand to her lips, tears glinting. I sense her disbelief. The brand might have started as forced protection, but it's become something deeper. A vow we forged in secret, now laid bare before the bastion. My horns tingle with the finality of it. We can't hide. The entire fortress sees. The herald tries to maintain order, stammering the official results. Warden Saru Rektal is victor. Thakur is overruled. The crest stands. The prisoner's charge is nullified. The crowd roars again, releasing tension built for days. Some fling hats or cups in celebration. Others glower, evidently loyal to Thakur, but unable to contradict Minotaur tradition. I breathe, letting my gaze linger on Naiva. She presses her fist to her chest, returning my vow with silent emotion. My limbs shake, blood trickling from multiple cuts. Adrenaline fades, leaving me unsteady. But triumph warms me. We've defied Thakur, saved her from execution, and reaffirmed the Bastion's code. Guards rush in to secure the champion's body, while Devore enters the arena with a proud salute. He helps me remain upright, steadying me. I grunt in thanks, chest burning. He dips his head. Well fought, Warden. Thakur is forced to slink away in disgrace. Word is the Senate may exile him. Good, I rasp, horns drooping. He'll trouble us no more. Davor nods, supporting my weight as we head toward the exit. The crowd parts, some reaching to clap my shoulder or cry out congratulations. They blur from focus as I lock onto Naiva. She darts through the stands, heading for the passageway that drops into the arena's lower tier. I limp after her. Pain forgotten. At last we converge in a dim corridor beneath the seats, the dust-laden air swirling with the day's heat. She pushes past a few onlookers, tears streaking her face. I cast aside Davor's help, stumbling to her. She catches me around the waist, breath hitching. You're alive, she whispers, voice trembling with relief. I nod, pressing my forehead to hers. I told you, I'd fight for us. She breaks into fresh tears, lips trembling. You were so close to, I thought. I hush her, arms wrapping around her slender frame. Blood drips from my side. But I ignore it, letting the closeness steady me. The crowd's roar muffles in the corridor, leaving only our ragged breathing. She clutches my neck and I hold her, horns angled protectively. My entire body pulses with exhaustion, yet I stand firm, refusing to collapse. She saved me from poison. I overcame the champion. Together, we shattered Thakur's plan. Footsteps echo behind us. Devore coughs lightly, half smiling. Warden, we should get you to the healers. You're losing blood again. I let out a pained chuckle, nodding. Naiva presses her lips to my chest, voice muffled. We can't make a habit of this, she says, half laughing, half sobbing. I hush her, ignoring the ache. No more, we ended it. She lifts her tear-streaked face, eyes shining. You declared me life mate. I swallow, horns tilting. I meant it. If you accept. Emotion wars on her face, relief and love warring with disbelief. Then she exhales, nodding slowly, tears slipping anew. I accept. Always. My throat tightens. The brand on her arm glints in the dim corridor, a symbol of forced beginnings turned into chosen vow. Devore intervenes, guiding us toward a quieter passage. Guards form a respectful circle, letting us pass. My breath comes in shallow gasps, each step jarring my cuts. Naiva practically supports me by the waist, though she's half my size. I sense her ferocity refusing to let me fall. We exit into the bastion's main corridor, where the hush intensifies. Onlookers part like waves, some cheering, some stunned. Whispers about the brand, the vow, life mates. I pay them no mind, arms locked around Naiva. The day's ordeal ends with Thakur's downfall. We have no illusions that politics vanish, but we stand on firmer ground. Soon enough, we reach the infirmary, already braced for my arrival. The staff gasps at the torn flesh along my flank and battered armor. Naiva helps lower me onto a cot, then steps aside, letting the healer scurry in. She waits at the edge, a handful of Bastion officers near her. The old Minotaur healer from before snarls that I'm a fool for fighting so soon after the last injury, but sets to work. I grin wearily. Blood loss makes my mind hazy. I let them stitch me again, each tug a reminder of the champion's near-lethal skill. But I overcame him for her sake, for ours. Once the worst is bound, I wave off extra fuss. "I'm fine," I mutter, voice thick with fatigue. They clear away, revealing Naiva stepping forward, eyes brimming with relief. My chest tightens with longing, ignoring the staff's presence. She moves to my side, rests a cautious hand on the fresh bandage. "Does it hurt terribly?" I let out a strained laugh. Hurts like 1,000 stings, but it's worth it. I cradle her fingers, pushing past the scratch in my throat. "You're safe." Her lips tremble, a tear escaping. "Yes," she whispers. She bows her head, pressing it to my shoulder. My horns droop, pressing my brow to hers. We breathe in tandem, letting the battered hush envelop us. The brand on her arm glistens in the lantern glow. A vow reaffirmed not by forced code, but by choice. The officers stand at a polite distance, some sharing relieved smiles. Davor re-enters, clearing his throat. "Warden, the Senate's official decree has arrived. Thakur is exiled from Bastion affairs, recognized as a traitor to House Rektal. No further charges stand against you or your life mate. Congratulations." My heart warms at that word. Life mate. I meet Naiva's gaze, finding a reflection of my own mixture of relief and exhausted joy. She sags in silent gratitude. We fought so hard for this outcome. My horns hum with the sense that we found victory, if not final peace. Davor departs, leaving us in the hush of after-battle. I grip Naiva's hand, voice cracking. "I disclaim any Senate seat. I want no part of politics. The Bastion is enough for me, for us." She nods, tears glinting again. "I'd follow you, but I'd prefer no more duels," she jokes softly, though her voice wobbles. I laugh, then wince at the sting in my ribs. "Agreed." My thumb grazes her scabbed crest. "We have a future beyond forced codes. Maybe a home by the sea if we want it." Her eyes light with hope. A home free from the Senate's glare. "We'll shape it," I murmur. "But first, let me heal." She laughs softly, brushing hair from her face. "Yes, heal. Stop nearly dying, or I'll truly kill you." I grin, ignoring the dryness in my throat. The infirmary staff lingers, politely waiting to see if I need more attention. My head feels light from blood loss and relief, but the anchor of Naiva's presence steadies me. We won. Thakur is exiled, the Senate forced to concede. No more challenges. The brand we once loathed is now our rallying cry for a new beginning. I slump deeper onto the cot, letting weariness claim me. Naiva leans in, pressing a gentle kiss to my brow. My heart swells. The entire fortress can watch, or gossip, or call it scandal. I don't care. The vow we forged in private is now a public statement. We stand as life mates, beyond the old shackles. Even if battles remain, we overcame this darkest hour. As the infirmary dims with the hush of late afternoon, I let my eyes drift shut, exhaustion dragging me under. Naiva's small hand remains in mine, warm and firm. I dream of a sea-swept cliff, a home carved into the rocks, free from Senate games. And in that dream, she stands beside me, brand no longer a cage, but a bond we chose. Thakur might gather allies from afar, but his power here is shattered. The Senate will think twice before challenging us again. We emerged from the war within battered but unbroken, forging a vow deeper than forced marks or old codes. Let the Bastion remember the day a wounded warden slayed the Senate champion for the life of a once-condemned prisoner, now his life mate. Yes, let them remember. I drift into a heavy sleep, lulled by the sense of Niva's breath close to my ear, her heartbeat echoing mine, the brand knitting us in a vow that no Senate decree can sever.
Chapter 19. Niva. I stand at the prow of a small two-sailed vessel as it cuts through churning waves, my heart pounding in time with the sea's rhythm. White cliffs loom ahead, Saru's ancestral home on the rugged coastline of Milthar. The mid-morning sun paints the water in silver ribbons. Salty wind stings my cheeks and tugs at my braided hair. Behind me, bastion guards handle the boat's ropes, but I barely notice them. My gaze is fixed on the rocky heights, where an ancient estate perches atop weathered cliffs. That's where our ceremony awaits. My fingers tighten around the rail, nerves and anticipation twisting in my gut. Only a week has passed since Saru's final arena duel. My heart still leaps whenever I recall how he nearly died, how he emerged bloody but victorious, how he declared me not as prisoner, but as life mate. Now we journey to his ancestral estate for the sacred vow that will seal our union in the eyes of Zukiev. I swallow, breath unsteady. My entire life, I swore I'd never be bound by anyone's chain. Yet here I stand, craving a vow I never expected to want. A hush falls among the guards as the cliffs draw closer. The wind carries the distant cry of seabirds. Saru stands at my side, leaning on a polished cane to favour his healing leg. Though he's recovered from the worst of his injuries, bandages wrap his torso beneath a loose tunic, and faint shadows linger beneath his eyes. Despite that, his presence radiates steady calm. When our gazes meet, my chest warms with a fierce sense of belonging. He's no longer just the warden who branded me out of necessity. He's the man who fought a champion for my life, who stands with me by choice. He lifts a hand to guide me below deck. "We're close," he says, voice low. The estate's dock is small, but stable. Once ashore, it's a short walk to the high altar. He glances at the cane and grimaces. "I'll manage, though I might rely on you if the path is steep." I manage a teasing smirk. "You carried me through the bastion often enough. Now it's my turn." His lips curve, horns tilting in a subtle nod. That quiet exchange sparks a flutter in my stomach, recalling the nights we shared in each other's arms, forging our trust beyond the forced brand. The memory of his vow in the arena, claiming me fully, still sends adrenaline through my veins. We descend to a small cabin where Davor and two priestesses of Zukiev wait, carefully guarding a chest that holds my ceremonial attire. The chest is carved with swirling patterns of waves and horns, reminiscent of Minotaur lore. The older priestess, Amuka, stands wrapped in flowing teal robes, her eyes covered by a band of cloth embroidered with runes. She bows slightly when we enter, though she can't see in the usual sense. Rumour says she sees beyond mortal sight. A younger acolyte hovers at her side. Amuka inclines her head toward me. "Naeva, child of two worlds, you'll wear the layered veils symbolising your journey." Her voice is soft but resonant, like the hush before thunder. We approach the cliff altar soon, where Zukiev's flame will judge this union. She beckons to the chest. "Shall we prepare you now, or wait until we reach the estate?" I cast a sidelong look at Saru, nerves jolting. "I can dress ashore, I suppose." My voice shakes a bit. The boat is cramped. Amuka nods, expression serene. "As you wish. The estate has chambers for a bride's preparation, The vow will be made at high noon, when the sun is strongest. Her acolyte opens the chest, revealing folds of coloured fabric. Just a glimpse sets my heart pounding. Each veil has a different hue: smoke grey, crimson, gold, and a final ocean green layer. Together they form a gown if worn in layers. My breath catches at the significance. Each colour represents a chapter of my life, from the darkness of my captivity to the fierce reds of rebellion, the gold of resilience, and the green of new freedom. Saru observes from the doorway, cane in hand. The flicker in his eyes suggests he's fighting his own wave of emotion. Gently, he sets his free hand on my shoulder. "We'll do it however you feel comfortable." I nod. "I'll wait. I need a moment to collect myself once ashore." My heart thuds in a mixture of dread and excitement. We ascend back to the deck as the boat glides toward a narrow wooden pier jutting from the cliffs. The crew deftly secures the ropes, and we disembark. Saru grips my arm for balance, ignoring the mild limp in his stride. The air here is crisp with brine and wind, the roar of distant surf echoing against the stone walls. Guards manage our luggage, while Amuka and her acolyte follow calmly, the younger carrying the chest of veils. A steep path winds upward, carved into the cliffside. I swallow a surge of vertigo, glancing down at the crashing waves below. Saru's ancestral estate perches above, grand pillars of pale stone reminiscent of the bastion, but shaped by time and salt-laden winds. The journey is slow. Saru's injuries ache, and I remain mindful of the brand twinging on my arm. But my heart lifts with each step, a sense of awe building. This is where he was born, or at least bound to his family's legacy, and I'm about to stand at his side for a vow that no longer feels like a chain. We reach a wide courtyard, flanked by statues of Minotaur heroes, horns carved in majestic spirals. Vines coil around their bases, showing nature's claim on old stone. The estate's entrance stands open, revealing a grand foyer with mosaic floors depicting waves and bull-like figures. Servants bow, welcoming us. Saru inclines his head, leading me into a warm, high-ceilinged hall. The crash of waves forms a constant backdrop. Amuka and her acolyte approach, pulling me aside toward a smaller set of chambers off the main hall. Saru offers a faint nod of reassurance, letting me go. My pulse kicks up. This is it, the final preparation. I follow Amuka into a spacious room, whose arched window overlooks the sea. The sight of endless blue, peppered with whitecaps, calms my frantic nerves. The air smells faintly of salt and old incense. The acolyte sets the chest of veils on a low table. Amuka turns to me, hands outstretched. Though her eyes remain covered, she moves with certain grace. "Child, do you accept these layers that speak of your life?" she intones. "You may face regret or fear, but the vow must be made with open heart." I exhale, bracing my trembling hands on the table. I accept. The weight of that simple declaration stirs something deep in my chest. The brand on my arm tingles, reminding me how far I've come. Amuka nods. "Then let us adorn you. Each colour has meaning, a story you must acknowledge as you walk to the altar." The acolyte helps me remove my travel-worn clothes, leaving me in a light shift. I flush under their calm scrutiny, but try to remain steady. One by one they drape the veils around me, layering the translucent fabrics until my shape is outlined by overlapping colours. The first veil is smoke grey, representing the darkness of my early captivity and fear. I feel its soft weight settle, a reminder of the shadows I once lived in. Next is crimson, symbolising rebellion and the fires I started when I destroyed that dark elf vessel. My pulse quickens with the memory of forging sabotage, the risk that nearly cost me my life. Then gold, for resilience, shining like the courage I had to keep surviving. It feels warm, as if the fabric itself glows with determination. Finally, sea green, the colour of freedom, layered on top. With each addition, the veil gown grows thicker, though still gauzy. My breath catches at the reflection in the room's mirror. I look almost unearthly, each hue telling part of my tale. Amuka steps back, face serene behind her blindfold. You carry all these pieces into your vow. Saru will remove them in private, naming each trial you overcame. Only then will you stand unveiled before Zukiev's altar. My heart flutters. This tradition feels both daunting and intimate. I understand, I whisper, voice tight with emotion. She smiles gently. Then come, the moment nears. We leave the chamber, the acolyte trailing to ensure my layered gown doesn't snag. The estate's corridors open onto a grand courtyard where Saru waits. He's dressed in formal Minotaur attire, bandages hidden under ceremonial armour etched with swirling wave motifs. His horns glisten with fresh polish, each scratch or scar telling a story of battles won. The cane is gone. He stands on his own, posture stiff but proud. My chest swells at the sight of him. His eyes widen when he sees the layered veils, awe touching his features. I step forward, heart pounding, my entire body trembling with the gravity of this vow. He offers his arm. I slip my hand over his forearm, feeling the slight tension in his muscles. The entire courtyard hushes, acknowledging the bride's arrival. We exchange a glance brimming with unspoken emotion. A line of Minotaur guards stands at attention, flanking a path that leads to a high altar perched on the cliff's edge. The estate's banners drape from pillars, each embroidered with the crest of House Rectal. Waves crash far below, the wind carrying briny spray. We walk slowly, side by side, each step resonating with the finality of this ceremony. My breath stutters. After this, there's no turning back, but I feel no regret. Only anticipation that sparks a slight quiver in my knees. At the far end, the altar stands, a massive stone platform carved with ancient runes. A brazier at its centre flickers with a contained flame. Amuka and another priest kneel before it, chanting a low melody to Zukiev, the Lady of Light who birthed the Minotaur race. My heart thuds, remembering the story Saru once told me about how Milth's beheaded form was given a horned beast's head by the goddess. The Minotaurs believe she shields them from corrupting magic. Perhaps she also shields me. We step onto the platform, the crowd pressing close but keeping a respectful distance. I sense countless eyes watching as I stand in this layered gown of memories, while Saru, the battered warden who triumphed in the arena, stands at my side. The brand on my arm prickles, but I welcome it, my vow to him, now sealed by something bigger than the Senate's codes. Amuka rises, arms outstretched. We gather here at the sea's edge, where Lady Zukiev sees all from horizon to shore. We witness a vow between these two souls. She glances towards Saru. Saru Rectal, do you offer your life-mate shelter under your crest by choice, not by chain? His voice emerges low but firm. I do. She nods, turning to me. Neva, do you accept his crest not as a cage, but as a union, carrying your own will into this vow? My breath shakes, tears pricking my eyes. I do. She beckons me forward. Saru will now remove the veils, each representing a shard of your journey, naming what it means. Heat flares in my cheeks. In front of so many watchers, this feels intimate, but I nod, stepping closer to him. He carefully lifts the topmost veil, the sea-green layer. For a moment, his fingers graze my shoulders, horns tipping as he murmurs for only me to hear. Freedom. The day you learned to stand unchained. My tears slip free at the quiet respect in his tone. He sets the green veil aside, bearing the layer of gold beneath. He brushes a knuckle along the cloth, leaning in again. Resilience, he says, voice trembling with emotion. You rose from the ashes every time they tried to break you. I grip his arms, tears dropping onto the veil. Yes, I whisper. He removes the gold layer, exposing the crimson. A hush ripples through the watchers, sensing the raw intimacy of each unveiling. His breath hitches as he lowers his face to my ear. "Your fire," he murmurs, referencing that defiant flame when I sabotaged the dark elf ship. "You refused to be a pawn. You burned their chains." A sob catches in my throat. I recall that night, the ship's deck aflame, the terror and triumph that cost so much. I nod, letting him set aside the crimson veil. Now only the grey remains, hugging my form. The final layer, the darkest part of my past. His eyes glisten. He gently lifts the grey cloth, voice unsteady. "Your fears, the shadows that haunted you since captivity. You overcame them each time you chose to live." With that, the last veil slips away, leaving me in a simple shift, tears shining on my cheeks. The crowd stirs in empathy, each colour removed revealing a piece of me once hidden. Saru cups my face, horns angled close so I can hear his whisper above the wind. "No more shadows. You stand unveiled, free by my side." I nod, trembling. The priest sets a small brazier of incense between us. "Place your offering of the old life into the flame," Amuka instructs. I move closer, tossing the layered veils into the brazier's lower chamber. The cloth ignites, turning to ash with a soft whoosh. My entire body quakes with the symbolism, my old identities burned away, forging a new path. Amuka and her fellow priest chant in a language older than the bastion, calling upon Zukiev to witness. The flame in the brazier flickers, then bursts into a gold hue that catches the watcher's breath in awe. A hush of astonishment spreads. The flame turning gold is a sign of divine favour. My heart leaps, hope surging that the goddess blesses this vow, forging us beyond forced brand or Senate decree. Saru reaches for my hands, the brand on my arm visible in the midday sun. He clears his throat, voice echoing in the silent crowd. I stand not as warden and prisoner, but as life-mates. This vow is ours, shaped by choice. Under Zukiev's flame, I claim you, Naiva, as my equal. Tears blur my sight. I claim you, Saru, not for survival, but because I choose you above all. My voice quivers, but I project each word to the watchers. The crowd murmurs, some in awe, some in tears. Davor stands near the front, blinking rapidly with a small grin. Amuka lifts her blindfolded face toward the sky. "Zukiev's blessing is given," she proclaims. "Let none deny the vow of House Rektal and his chosen mate." Saru folds me into an embrace, ignoring any formal ending. The watchers break into cheers or respectful applause. My heart pounds so violently, I wonder if he can feel it. We cling to each other for a moment, tears mixing with laughter, relief flooding every muscle. The brand that once condemned me now stands as a symbol of shared purpose. Gradually, the ceremony concludes, the priestesses chanting a final benediction. Servants move to guide guests toward a reception hall. Others approach to offer congratulatory bows. I remain in Saru's arms, dazed by the significance. His strong hands caress my back, horns brushing my hair. In that hush, I sense the weight of the vow that changes everything. We no longer fear the Senate's blade or Thakur's poison. We stand with Zukiev's flame at our backs, forging a union beyond any forced code. At last, we step away from the altar, entering a side chamber of the estate. Inside, there's a modest private space where the vow can be sealed in quiet. My heart flutters as we stand alone, parted from the crowd. He draws me to a broad window overlooking the sea, the horizon a vast expanse of shimmering blue. The wind rattles the shutters. He turns to me, a faint trembling in his breath. "We're free," he says. "No Senate decree can claim you now. Our vow is recognized by Goddess and Bastion both." I press my palm to the brand, tears forming again. And you're no longer forced to carry me as a prisoner. I stand with you because I want to. His horns tilt close. Yes, he murmurs. It changes everything. We can leave the bastion if we choose, or remain to ensure it never again threatens your life. We shape our path. I let out a shaky laugh, stepping into his arms. We have time to decide. For now, let me feel this moment. We share a soft kiss, the fresh bandages under his tunic reminding me he's still healing. I carefully loop my arms around his neck, ignoring the faint ache in my bruised ribs. The vow's energy thrums in my veins, and though the day's ceremony was public, this private hush feels more intimate. We're not just warden and brand now. We're life mates forging a future far from the Senate's meddling. He brushes tears from my cheeks, voice hushed. I remember the day I forced the brand on you, how you looked at me with hatred. Now I see love in your eyes. I swallow thickly, tears slipping. I never thought I'd call a minotaur my mate, that I'd accept any vow. But you proved me wrong, over and over. He huffs a breathless laugh, pressing his forehead to mine. You taught me too. That redemption comes from forging trust, not just from some old code. We stay that way, hearts beating in tandem, the window's breeze ruffling our clothes. A muffled call from outside signals guests awaiting us, likely wanting to hail the new union. I almost protest. I need more time with just him. But Saru's tail flicks, resigned. We should greet them, if only to quell rumours. I nod, leaning back. Yes, then maybe we can escape to the cliffs, find a quiet corner by the sea. His eyes warm. We will. I want you to see the cove near the estate's base, where I spent my youth swimming. We share a playful grin, promise shining in our expressions. Then we exit, weaving through corridors to join a modest reception. Some bastion officials, loyal guards, even a handful of senators who grudgingly acknowledge our vow. I sense admiration and curiosity swirling. Whispers remark how I was once a prisoner, now declared Saru's life mate. But none challenge us openly, not with the brand recognised by Zukiev's sign. Food and wine appear, though Saru sips water, mindful of his healing wounds. I take a few bites of spiced meat, hunger overshadowed by adrenaline. Davor approaches, bowing. Congratulations, he says quietly. You've changed the Bastion's future by this union. The staff all talk of it. I exchange a glance with Saru. We only want to live without fear, I say. If that changes the Bastion, maybe it's time it changed. Davor smiles, stepping away to let others greet us. Eventually, we slip out to the cliff's edge, where the wind whips stronger. The sea churns far below. Saru stands at my side, cane abandoned. We watch gulls soar. My veil gown has been replaced with a simpler robe for the gathering, but the memory of those layered veils lingers, a testament to each step that led me here. He draws me near, speaking above the wind. I can't wait to see what life we make, whether we remain here, oversee the Bastion's transformation, or roam the seas. You're free, and I stand with you. I turn to him, brushing my lips across his chin. I choose this. I choose you. That's all that matters. He squeezes my hand, horns dipping in silent agreement. For a moment we watch the waves crash, salt spray rising. The estate behind us hums with subdued celebration, but we stand apart, forging a new vantage. My brand prickles, not with pain, but with a comforting sense of belonging. As the sun descends, painting the sky in pink and gold, we walk back toward the estate's entrance, greeted by the warm glow of lanterns. The day's vow stands unshakable. In the hush of twilight, servants guide us to a suite overlooking the ocean, where we can rest without fear of Senate edicts. He helps me over the threshold, the faint ache in his leg overshadowed by contentment. Inside, a wide balcony beckons, offering a final view of the sea as night falls. I linger by the rail, letting the breeze caress my face. Saru moves to my side, arms circling my waist. We stand in silence, hearts full. Far below, the waves shimmer under moonlight. It feels like the end of one story and the beginning of another, where we decide our own destiny, not defined by brands or forced codes. He presses a gentle kiss to my temple, voice echoing the rawness I feel. Naeva, life mate, are you ready to shape a future beyond the bastion's shadows? I smile, tears slipping unashamed. Yes, with you, I'm ready for anything. Bathed in moonlight, we wrap ourselves around each other, letting the weight of the ceremony soak deep into our bones. For all the trials we've endured, this union stands as proof that what started in chains can end in choice. Tomorrow, we'll navigate whatever remains, dark elf intrigue, Senate politics. But tonight, we stand free, wreathed in the memory of Zukiev's golden flame, sealing our vow under open skies.
Chapter 20. Saru. I stand on a sweeping balcony of pale stone, the roar of the ocean rising from the cliffs below. The salt-laced wind brushes my fur, carrying the scent of sea brine and wet rock. Behind me, our new home stretches in graceful arches, a stark contrast to the bastion's imposing fortress. It's more open, more welcoming, an ancestral estate I once avoided for fear of old memories. Now, with Naeva at my side, those shadows recede. This place feels alive. I turn to see her stepping into the balcony's glow, the late afternoon sun carving soft angles across her features. My heart pounds as I absorb the reality of her presence here, truly free, no Senate decree chasing us. The once raw scar on her arm has faded into a smooth, quiet mark. It's no longer a prison, but a promise we both uphold. Her gown drapes soft and sand-colored around her, hair falling in loose waves. When her eyes find mine, the current between us hums, thick with memory, thick with want. For a moment we stand in companionable silence, leaning against the balcony rail, overlooking the crashing waves far below. The estate's design echoes older Minotaur architecture, tall columns, airy corridors, mosaics depicting maritime legends. Yet nothing here feels oppressive. The sea is our constant chorus, singing of endless horizons. I take in a slow breath, letting the salt tang fill my lungs. My leg still twinges from the arena duel, but the pain is manageable. I survived. We survived. Naeva inches closer until her arm grazes mine. I still can't believe how different it is from the bastion, she murmurs, voice hushed in awe. The wind, the open sky. It's like stepping into a new world. I nod, my horns tipping in agreement. I spent years avoiding this place, thinking it was steeped in regrets. But with you, it feels reborn. She presses a hand gently to my chest, right where the fresh scars from the final arena battle lie hidden beneath my tunic. You claimed me as your mate in that ring, battered and half dead. I was so afraid you'd never stand again. Her voice trembles, yet here we are. My throat tightens at the recollection. A swirl of images, the champion's blade slicing my flesh, the roar of the crowd, her tear-streaked face in the stands. I place my hand over hers, lacing our fingers. I had a promise to keep. Keep you alive. Keep us together. The ocean surges below, sending a gust of wind that tugs at her hair. She blinks against it, laughing softly. The sound is light, unburdened by the bastion's gloom. I can't help but stare, heart pounding with renewed realization that she's no longer marked by fear, but by possibility. We stand on the edge of a future shaped by our vow, not by Senate forces or old castes. A discreet cough from behind startles us both. Vera, my sister, stands in the archway leading back inside. Her horns tilt in a wry smile. I see you're enjoying the balcony. She steps forward, offering Naeva an acknowledging nod. I was heading out, but wanted to give you an update. Her gaze flicks to me. The new law has passed. Null-born humans, once enslaved or hunted, are officially protected in Milthar. The Senate approved it under pressure from House Rektal's alliance. She beams at Neva. You inspired this change. My chest expands with pride. I glance at Neva, see her eyes widen, tears threatening. Protected, she whispers. No more secret hunts, no more fear that my trait marks me for exploitation? Vera's expression softens. Yes, it's official. Saru's vow in the arena, plus your actions in saving him from chaos poison, demonstrated that your gift is no threat to Minotaur honor. The Senate wants to avoid another confrontation with House Rektal, so they approved the measure. Neva's hand squeezes mine, face shining with disbelief. She looks at me, tears trembling on her lashes. Your sister truly? Vera lifts a shoulder. I only set the stage. You two did the rest. A faint smirk touches her lips. I'll head back to the Senate soon. Continue reforms. For now, though, I wish you both peace. She dips her head in a half-bow, then departs, leaving the balcony hushed behind. Silence resonates, broken only by the sea's roar. Naiva trembles, unsteady with relief. I pull her into my arms, pressing my forehead to hers. We did it, I murmur. No fear of condemnation for who you are. No forced brand. You're free. Protected by law. She exhales, tears slipping. I never dreamed this day would come. She half laughs, half sobs, burying her face in my chest. And it's not just me. Others like me might be safe now. I hold her close, masking the sting throbbing along my side. Yes, we can build a future free from secrecy. You can stand in the open, forging your path, and I want to forge it with you. She nods, pressing closer, her breath hitching against my tunic. We remain entwined, the wind and waves witnessing this raw joy. My heart swells. For so long we fought battles on every side. Now the fight transitions to forging a life beyond the bastion's stifling walls. The brand was once a chain. Now it's a shared vow recognized by goddess and law alike. At length she lifts her head, wiping tears. Tonight, she says softly, I want us to celebrate in a way that belongs to us alone. No watchers, no Senate. Just you and me. Warmth pools in my chest at her invitation. I tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Then we shall. Our new home is more than enough space for a private dinner. And beyond. She smiles, a flush rising to her cheeks. Lead the way, Warden. I snort in mock annoyance. Call me that if you must, but I'm simply Saru, your partner, your mate. Her eyes gleam. Saru, she echoes, voice filled with promise. We step back inside, drifting through wide corridors lined with sea-themed tapestries. Servants offer greetings, but we wave them off, preferring our solitude. A simple meal is laid out in a smaller dining hall, a corner of the estate that overlooks the ocean through arching windows. We dine on spiced fish and roasted vegetables, sipped with honeyed wine, speaking in low voices about the next steps, whether we'll remain here or travel. She suggests we might visit the southwestern villages to ensure dark elf smugglers stay at bay, or consider sailing to smaller islands to see how the new law helps Nullborn there. The possibilities feel endless, a far cry from the Bastion's daily survival. When the meal ends, the sun has dipped low, painting the horizon in fiery oranges. We meander back toward the living quarters, exchanging soft touches that stoke a growing anticipation. My leg throbs with each step, but I grit my teeth, determined not to let discomfort hamper this night. We enter our private suite, a large chamber with an open window that frames the sea. Lanterns flicker, casting warm light across polished floors. A broad bed stands near the window, draped in linen to match the coastal air. My pulse beats faster, recalling the vow we made at the altar, the nights we've shared, the future we're forging right here. She moves deeper into the room, running her fingers along a carved wooden trunk. The faint breeze from the open window ruffles her gown. I approach behind her, resting my hands gently on her shoulders. She inhales sharply, leaning back against me. "I'm yours," she whispers, voice trembling with emotion. No brand, no forced vow. I bow my head, pressing a reverent kiss to her temple. And I'm yours by choice, by love. The word flows unbidden, but it feels right. She stiffens slightly, turning to me. "Love?" she breathes, eyes shining. "That's what this is, isn't it?" I nod, throat tight. I see no other word for what we share. She gives a shaky laugh, tears glimmering. "Yes, love." Then she slips her arms around my neck. "We've come so far." I cradle her cheek, horns angled to avoid bumping her. "And let's mark it together." Without another word, we slide into a deep, lingering kiss that tastes of sweet wine and sea salt. Her mouth parts beneath mine, a soft gasp escaping. My heart pounds with reverence and desire, a heady mix that vibrates through my bones. We part only to catch breath, gazes locked. I see acceptance in her eyes, tempered by passion. We move as one, hands finding the laces of each other's clothing. She helps me out of my embroidered tunic, careful of the bandages beneath. I remove them slowly, ignoring minor twinges of pain. My torso is lined with healing scars from the arena. She traces them gently, expression fierce. "No more fights," she murmurs, half plea, half command. "Unless necessary," I concede, voice rough, goose flesh prickling under her touch. Her slender fingers slide over my chest, the brand on her forearm near my side. The gesture tugs at powerful memory, how I used to see that crest as a burden. Now it's a symbol of everything we overcame. She leans in, brushing kisses along each scar, tears slipping when she reaches the older wound inflicted by the champion's blade. My breath catches. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Time suspends. The lantern flickers, painting shifting shadows on the wall. I cradle her in the aftermath, stroking sweat-damp hair from her brow. Her breath calms, eyelids half lowered in post-ecstasy haze. I press a tender kiss to her temple, heart brimming with gratitude. This is our final vow, sealed in the hush of a coastal night. Eventually, she shifts onto her side, facing me, cheeks still flushed. I tuck the sheet around her shoulders, ignoring the dull ache in my side. She studies my face, fingertips tracing the scabs near my collarbone. You called me your mate in the arena. I never imagined hearing that word in sincerity. I catch her hand, twining our fingers. You are my mate, my partner, my equal. Pride rings in my voice. I don't need the warden's title. This vow is enough. Tears shimmer again, but she smiles. And you're my partner, not my captor. The brand was never needed to keep me at your side. I would have stayed. Those last words land with stunning clarity. My chest constricts. I recall her initial fury at being branded, how we battled each other's walls. Now she states the truth that sets me free of old guilt. I brush my thumb across her palm. I believe you, I whisper, voice tight with emotion. We curl into each other, letting the sea breeze flow through the open window. The estate rests in peaceful silence, no fear of Senate Knox or Thakur's men. Vira's new law ensures Nullborn are safe, and Thakur's banishment frees us from his vendettas. My battered body might carry scars, but my spirit soars with possibility. She nestles closer, head on my chest, ear pressed to my heartbeat. So, what happens now, Saru? We remain here or sail the coast? We can do anything, can't we? I stroke her shoulder, inhaling the faint lemon-scented oils from her bath. Yes. We have no debts to the Bastion, no Senate demands. We can shape a life of our choosing. I tilt my head to see her expression. We might travel to the Outer Isles, check on how the new law aids null-born refugees, or maintain the Bastion's peace from afar, or build a ship and sail the trade routes, ensuring no dark elf infiltration threatens innocence. Her face lights with curiosity, then gentles. We'll decide together. But for tonight, let's just be here in each other's arms. Tomorrow, we can dream bigger. I nod, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Agreed. We drift into comfortable silence, each breath lulling us closer to sleep. The moon rises outside the window, silver beams painting our entwined forms. I recall the darkest nights in the Bastion, how I felt weighed down by guilt, how she fought to survive in corridors that threatened her life. That world seems distant now, replaced by a hush filled with the tide's lullaby. Each scar on my body, each bruise on hers, testifies to the struggles we overcame, forging a vow no arena can break. After a time, I sense her near slumber, eyelids drooping. I keep my arms around her, horns resting gently near her hair, savoring the trust in her posture. My chest tightens with an unnamed emotion. Love, devotion, acceptance. She stirs, lifting her gaze to mine. I used to think chains were all that bound me, she says quietly, but you showed me differently. I run my hand along her arm, feeling the slight ridges of the brand. No chains, just a crest that turned into something we chose. She shifts closer, expression somber yet content. Yes, you never needed chains to keep me. I would have stayed.